Yeah, good evening, viewers. It's another blessed Sunday where we want to discuss on the current affairs. Today there was a consecration of a bishop of Butere Diocese, Reverend Rosalind Okello. And then one of the developments that happened is many politicians gathered, and as usual, they expected to be given opportunity to address the masses. Nevertheless, to their surprise, the Archbishop of SCK Church banned the speeches or the politicking in church, and he said that shall be the norm of the SCK Church from now henceforth. So the big question today is, do you support the banning of politicking in churches? Should each and every other bishop or leader of any denomination embrace that and ban other politicians from not gracing the occasion, but politicking in churches? Should we allow church for church functions only, or should we allow politics to happen in church? COTU Secretary General Francis Atwoli added his voice, and he says he welcomed the move, and he asked even that the banning should extend to the funerals, that there should not be politicking even in funerals. Yeah, mark you, there are people who are using funerals as their political rallies. There are people who are using churches as their political rallies. And so Dr. Jackson Olesepit is one of the bishops who have said this should not happen. The Bishop of Diocese of Nyeri, Antony Muheria, also welcomed the move and said that church should retain its sanctity and should be done for the matters of the soul and not issues of politicking. So they have said that if politicians have to do their politics, then they should wait until the service is over. They can get the members outside and then do their politics. You're welcome to give your views, and you can participate in this through making comments. You can also participate in this through joining through the link that I've just shared. And whichever way you contribute, your comments are valued. Whichever side you support, your views remains your opinion, and we value it. Okay, I will share a few of the clips just to recap of what happened, and then we can begin the discussion. Yes.
Katoliki anasisitiza kuwa hataruhusu siasa kuendeshwa kwenye makanisa, wakiwataka wanasiasa kuheshimu maeneo hayo ya ibada.
Askofu mkuu wa kanisa la Kianglikana Jackson Olesepit na mwenzake wa kanisa Katoliki Diocese ya Nyeri Antony Muheria wametangaza upya marufuku hii, wakitaka makanisa mengine kufuata mkondo.
Chemutaigoen anatufungulia taarifa zetu.
Tangu janga la corona kukithiri na kulazimisha serikali kusitisha mikutano ya kisiasa, maeneo ya kuabudu ambayo yaliruhusiwa kuendesha shughuli zao kwa masharti yamegeuka kuwa uwanja wa kupiga siasa. Kila Jumapili wanasiasa wakikongamana na mara nyingi kuhutubia waumini. Katika hafla ya kumwapisha askofu mpya wa kanisa la Kianglikana, askofu mkuu wa kanisa hilo Jackson Ole Sapit alipiga marufuku wanasiasa kuzungumza na umati wanapohudhuria ibada.
From today onward, nimepiga marufuku wanasiasa kuzungumza ndani ya kanisa Anglikana.
Naye mwenzake kutoka kanisa Katoliki Diocese ya Nyeri, Antony Muheria, ambaye pia ni mwenyekiti wa shirikisho la dini tofauti, akitaka mapadre wenzake pia kusitisha siasa makanisani mwao, akisema wanasiasa walikuwa wamekosa heshima kwa maeneo ya kuabudu.
In God's church, I plead with all Catholic priests, especially in my archdiocese. I plead with all, following the call of our chairman of the Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops, that we be firm, that the politicians have a place to come and pray, but have no space to speak in our churches.
Wawili hao wakiwa wamekerwa na dhana kwa maeneo ya kuabudu yamegeuka kwa uwanja wa wanasiasa kupakana tope na kwa ibada haitiliwi maanani.
Of their greed of votes and popularity, decided the places of worship are owned by them. They are demanding in churches, in places of worship, to have a political rally to address people politically. The Catholic Church has said it very clearly that we will not allow the politicians to speak in our churches.
Na ingawa janga la korona linaendelea kusababisha vifo vya wengi, Muheria alishangaa ikiwa wanasiasa walikuwa wamekosa utu na kuendelea na mikutano ya hadhara ilhali hali si hali nchini.
Their recklessness, they may bring it to a halt. We are pleading that a bit of sense, human sense, a bit of love of the people you wish to lead may reign.
Si mara ya kwanza kwa siasa kupigwa marufuku kanisani. Hata hivyo, tatizo ni kuwa kuna baadhi ya makanisa ambayo hayatilii maanani agizo hili. Kinachosubiriwa sasa ni kuona ikiwa hili litatekelezwa na ikiwa makanisa mengine yatatoa ilani ya kupiga breki siasa kanisani. Chemutai Goen, runinga ya Citizen.
Okay, that is a background of what happened. I don't know whether you support the move. I just want to read a few comments and then we can begin our live discussion. Christine Murithi says, now we are returning to Naruti back to soberness. We're going back to soberness. Alfin Boko says, block all of them. Even my own presidential candidate, let them look for us in other gatherings. Okay. Joshua Ragang says that is good. I am an ODM member, but I don't support politicians doing politics at the pulpit. All these politicians should be stopped. That is Joshua. Okay, we have Kiplagat Chera Mgoi says, setting the standard high, the way to go. David Kajuhi says, other bishops from mainstream churches, Pentecostal churches, Akorino and Aroti should do the same to all politicians. The politicians are using churches as political arenas. Kenneth Odiwar says, and when Arab will visit, he will be granted latitude. Okay, that is his own opinion. Janet Kasaingu says, a bold move, Bwana Sapit. I wish others can follow the suit. Felix Atema says, our politicians respect mosques and temples so much, but have no regard for the church. It is the church leaders themselves who encourage. If other church leaders took a stand like Ole Sapit, this could ensure that politics is done elsewhere and not in the pulpit. Okay. Mercy Mwenda says, well done. That is the way for all politicians who are coming to church to just do campaign. Okay. I will also read a few comments here on the side chat. Simon Nyaberi says, I support it is okay. Dal Dante says that is not good. I oppose it. Okay, there are those who oppose the move. Brisan Were says, I will differ. I support politicians to speak in church. Why? Because they are careful with the words they say as opposed to when they meet in open field. Okay. Were looks at it from a different angle. Nicholas, kindly mute. Yeah, Nicholas Milgo says, Your Lordship will it work since we have our Anglican brothers and sisters who are politicians. They must use time of Ushuda talking politics. Okay, so that is how Nicholas views it. Simon Nyaberi says it's okay. Daniel Muiruri says, yes, I support, and I am a leader in SCK Church, Wajir Palace. Okay. I guess you wanted to say Wajir Palace. Francis Muthini says, yes, I do agree with him. John Dirangu says, it's a good idea. No politics in church. Mwangi Select Senior says, positive move, but only in mouth. Okay, that means that they will not follow what they have said. Okay. Esther Kimani, wamefanya jambo la maana sana juu kanisa na mahali tunaenda kumuomba Mungu atusaidie wema wake. Sisi ni watoto wetu. Mungu apewe nafasi hiyo. Okay. John Onyango says, very good. Yeah, there are quite a number of comments. People have reacted to the move. Majority are supporting the ban. A few have a dissenting idea, and this is democracy. Lily says that ban kapisa. Joel Olo says, yes, I support the move. Emmanuel Serem says, yes, I do. Wilberforce Magero says, I like the move by our SEK leader. Tell all churches follow this. Thomas Assemble, yes, I do. Okay, keep your comments coming. We will be reading them as they flow in. Ruben Kariuki and Jonathan, welcome to the studio. I want to begin with Ruben. Tell us, what do you think? And today we are not talking about politicians. We're actually talking about the church's response to politicians. So I believe we will not change the debate to Ruto Raila thing. We will be talking about politics in church. And what do you think? It should be general. It should be, let's be objective in this debate. Ruben, what do you think?
Thank you, Ekesa, and all the members. Personally, I fully support that move. Church is not a place of politics, and it should be banned without delay, and they should be banned from politicking from pulpit. If they want to come to church, let them come. Sit whether behind, katikati, lakini sio pale mbele kwa madhabahu. Let them wasikize neno kama wengine, na mtu atoke aende zake. Lakini the issue of bringing politics in church, I don't support whether my candidate or whom I am opposing. I don't support anybody and any kind of politics in church. I fully agree and congratulate that great man of God, Mr. Jackson Oresapit. Thank you.
Yeah, that was brief and to the point. Ruben believes and supports the move. It will go a long way in organizing us in terms of preparing us, whether we have gone to worship or just do politics. So we agree with that. Let's have Jonathan make your contribution.
How are you all? Are you getting me?
We are fine. Kindly proceed.
Yeah, for me, I feel it's a very nice or a good. It was a very good day today, when the churches and bishops say that the politicians should not allow to speak in churches. That was a very good move, and let all churches follow suit, because you know our churches, the politicians have made our churches to be like a politic place to go and insult each other, speak bad about each other, speaking bad about each other in churches, and then they just don't respect each other because they were in churches. For me, that's a very good move.
Okay. Next, we have our brother called Nicholas. How are you, Nicholas?
I'm great. How are you?
Have you been here, or this is your first time?
This is my first time.
Thank you. You're highly welcome. What's your comment on politics in church? Should we ban it or allow them to politic as they want? After all, they are members.
According to me, I think it should be banned, because these politicians sometimes make some comments which are not good to everybody, or not all members are happy about it. For example, you can go to a church and followers are from different parties. And of course, when you comment or have some comments against another party, some people are not happy about it. So I think this is a good move and it should be banned.
Brian? Not Brian, anaitwa Brison Muheria. Are you with us?
Yes, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Your perspective on the topic?
Yes, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Very good. So for me, I have a different view, and I would like to be a little bit political on this matter. As a student of theology, the Bible and the church is full of politics. And so my point will be, what kind of politics are we saying? Banning politicians from going to church is denying them a theological principle. It's like telling them you are cast, you are discriminated, you cannot come to church because you are a politician. So for me, the point would be, how can we moderate the kind of speeches, the kind of words, the kinds of whatever these politicians say in churches?
Maybe
when a church leader of a congregation...
Maybe before you continue,
yes,
let's put it in perspective. They did not ban the politicians from attending churches. He was clear and he said that, okay, politicians are allowed to come to church, but when it comes to political speeches, let them do them outside the church. But the church should just on the program, just focus on the program.
Now, I have a problem with that, my brother, because then what is the role of the church? It's like now the church has failed in its mandate as the shepherd of God, as the shepherd of Christians, to give us directions. And you see, one of the things we need to understand here is that a politician will always speak after the sermon in whichever church these politicians go. So it's the role of the church leader to moderate and to give instructions of what kind of words should be addressed. Now, many of people we find in the church, these are people you will never find in public barasas. Most of them are these busy, disciplined people that don't like these public barasas of shouting and everything. Where will these politicians meet them? So for me, the point should be the church has to really play a role in directing the kind of politics. What the church is saying, okay, we are okay with you to go outside there and speak rubbish against each other. That is not the role of the church. The role of the church is to give directions and guidelines. And when a politician is seated in the church, then this church leader has an opportunity to look into these politicians into the face and tell them, this is what I want my Christians to hear. Talk to my Christians about water. Talk to my Christians about health. Do not speak to them about hatred. But telling them, okay, you come to church, give us money. After you have given us money, go and speak your hatred outside there. It's double speaking, my brother.
Okay, maybe what I think is what they are doing is first to restore sanity, because we have seen, and you can agree with me, when you look at the church programs, nowadays are prolonged. When you look at even the funeral service, that and that one is another aspect that court secretary added, that they should also be banned in a funeral service. You find like 2 hours or 3 hours are dedicated to the politicians. And they do that because nobody can stop them. You know, one of the good thing about politicians is they will give, and they have financial support. So when they support, they take over the program, and it can go any other direction. So people are asking, people edified in church when they come, and then the sermons are diluted by the politicking. So maybe that will be the concern. What is your take on that?
My take on the church, especially on the funerals, I really encourage the church to ban, because in the funeral, we are going there for a sole purpose to console with the bereaved. But in the church, we are going there to be given directions. And so these politicians need these directions right in the church. But in the funerals, please let them be banned completely, because I have seen funerals that have ended messy. Really, they have really even saddened the bereaved more than they were before these politicians come. And I agree with you, they are always very crafty. They will always make sure that they make big contribution in the WhatsApp groups for the funerals. And so that gives them, like, they have bought the whole program. And I agree with you, you look at the program, politicians take like 60% of the program. So for me, funerals, they should be banned. But for the church, let the church stand up and take its role of giving these people direction, telling them, go outside there and speak outside there. For me, I find it difficult to understand. Then what is the role of the church?
Okay, Ashley, how are you?
I'm fine.
Yeah, you're welcome to Sunday's program. Today we are talking about politics in church. Can you weigh in what Wera is saying? What is your take on banning politicians from politicking in church or any other function that is not theirs?
Thank you for the program and for the topic. And before I do that, I want to answer Owere. He asked, what is the role of the church? The role of the church is to guide the person to God. And in that way, also give the people the message from God. When people come to church, they come to hear from God, not from politicians. We should not hold them hostage to give them the message because we are not finding them outside. It is the pastor who should take care of his sheep. So they are coming and entrusting themselves to him. When a politician, they come to church, those members of the church do not belong to any one particular, whatever leaning, political leaning. They are mixed. And I think when we bring politics to church, we divide the church and we remove the holiness of God from the church. we disintegrate the church of God. And you know, like in Isaiah 6 and 7, it talks about something about this: I will bring my holy mountain and give them my house of prayer. So the church is a house of prayer. He's saying their burnt offering and sacrifices will be accepted at my altar. So, you know, if we make the church, if we defile the church of God, then the glory of God will depart. And when the glory of God will depart, the church will become just another meeting place, but not meeting with God. So do we want to go to church to meet with politicians or to meet with God? We have to keep the house of God holy. Then when we pray, God will hear from heaven. And more, the time is needed now, more than ever, for the church, for us to draw closer to God. Because if we look outside the church, there is so much disquieting, there's so much unrest. It is only in church that we are finding peace. It is only in church that we are able to come to God and ask Him to save our nations from even ourselves, from what is going on out there. How is God going to hear us when we bring and defile the church by bringing hatred? You know, like when you start talking politics, you're talking about so many things going on. And when we bring someone to talk there, and that other person in the church came to worship, and maybe they don't agree with that person, then you're infringing on that person's rights by keeping them there without warning them beforehand that this person was going to preach or come and speak while they didn't know. So I think we should leave that one day or that one moment for God entirely. If the politician wants to come to church, they can come to church and worship. Our God is not a respecter of persons. So when we come before Him, we are all equal. There is no MP. There is no. That is what we grade ourselves according to these titles that we want, so we can feel important. But to God, you're just mortal beings. We are all mortal beings. So let us come and respect the house of God. Let us find respect in our house, in our hearts, to honor God by keeping our politics. That little time that you've given to God, just come and entirely worship and pray. And then the pastor, if he wants to do something else after church, then you can say, for those who would like to hear so and so speak, we are remaining after church. We are gonna meet in this conference room. So let the pastor respect his congregants enough to warn them that there is this thing going on, and whoever is interested can remain behind, and this politician will want to speak to you. And I think that will help even God see that we are honoring Him, and He will answer our prayers and heal our country. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ashley, for that substantive contribution. And I think I agree with you on that. God is no respecter of persons. I don't think we go to church on account of our titles. And I think also that every worshiper in church is the only place where everybody is equal. We are all equal. And in fact, some churches have made it in a way that all the seats in church are the same. Regardless of your rank, you'll sit on the same seat. Although a few who still have regard for people of high rank in the society. But I think there's a reason why we need to be equal in church, such that everybody has an opportunity to worship God and not is waiting for the service to end and then do what he wanted to do. So that one I agree fully with you. Shadrach, you're welcome. Shadijuka, you're welcome. Themba, you're welcome. Shadi, make your input as far as today's topic is concerned. Should we ban politicians from politicking in church? I want to be categorical. They did not ban politicians from going to church. The bishop was very specific. He said they can attend the church, but after the service is ended, if they want to talk to the members, they can talk to them outside. What is your take, Shadi? Shadi, are you there? Shadi? Okay, Themba, how are you?
I'm fine, sir. How are you?
I'm good. I want you to
Okay, good evening, everyone.
Oh, good
I think
evening, Shadi.
it has been a routine. These bishops have been making these announcements like regularly. They have been panning politicians just with the word of mouth. They have not shown this by acting. I think if Bishop Olesapit was that serious bishop, that is, yes. Okay. Yes.
Is it only me who is not hearing him? I think he has a network problem. Let's have them and then we will connect him back.
Okay, good evening, good afternoon, good night, everyone, from wherever you are and you're listening from. The topic is the ban of politics in churches. Will this trend be sustained? To most commentators and scholars, this brings an interesting view about the relationship between religion and politics. In the backdrop of our Kenyan situation, you realize that the church in most scenarios has gone to bed with politics. Religion and politics has been weaved. And largely you find that as we move towards an electioneering period, there's a lot of lobbying and mobilizations that takes place in within the church as a society, part of a society group, you know. And politicians know so well that in some extent you've seen even in the use of your ability to attend church or give your contribution to church as being seen as a plus, as seen as a good leader if you do that. And it is a discourse that we want to appreciate out there, that what is the role of the church in shaping the politics, or the religion shaping the politics of a society. Now, the ban by Sapit that politicians, he was categorical. And in fact, I liked the part that he says that the media is not helping us, that the politicians will come, the media will air what the politician said, not necessarily what was going on within the church context. Actually, you will not even see what did the preacher say, what was going on at that place. Even no preacher, no pastor will be mentioned. The media headline the next day will be, this politician said this when speaking at this. So the church or whatever background will be offered to give an impetus, like the politician was the star of the show. So the other things were, were just supporting acts in that star. And I think he was right to that extent. Then also, there's something that we need to note. In Catholic churches, I've not seen politicians going to the pulpit to give their rhetoric. So Catholic, as much as it is a Christian church, it has maintained a certain level of respect for its pulpit. I haven't seen in most Catholic churches them announcing that these politicians came and gave this for this thing. I'm yet to see that. You see this drama in form of politicians taking over the pulpit, pretending to preach and pretending to give to certain causes in most Protestants and evangelical churches. And this probably gives the thought, are we seeing that kind of behavior in situation where the church is seen more in terms of business venture? Because you want to come and announce that so and so gave this to the church. So it weaves us into the idea of the relationship between religion and politics. And what is its use? How is it going to be used to influence certain situations? Some of us use that as a strength. Yeah, so and so goes to church, but they tend to go to certain churches within a certain time. They tend to build these churches within a certain time. Why should we be so quick to announce only the contribution of the politician when he attends? Why should you be so fast to give the politician the microphone and we only highlight on what the politician said? It is their right to attend the church. It is their right to give. But I think in a political cycle or a political period, there's another debate that it raises. And I think Sapit was trying to bring that into perspective.
Demba.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
So are you then admitting that as a society we have failed because it appears whether in church or in media, we only cut out that piece that politicians said and highlight. When the politicians are in church, we give them premium and we give them priority to speak. When politicians are in the funeral, we give them premium and priority to speak. Even in media, we cut out what had been said by politicians. We give it premium and priority to be advertised or to be spread. Are we admitting that as a society we have failed?
You're right. Media is there to sell. They are there for business. Now, I'm aware that some politicians and even the media team of all the politicians will send word to all the media houses that I'll be at this place. So the media will be sending certain reporters. I'm aware of certain reporters being paid specifically to go and follow certain politicians. And their idea of being there is not necessarily to cover. It was a very big event taking place in Kakamega, the ordaining of a female bishop. But you see, the media will come in because these big politicians will be coming there. So as a society also, what we consume from the media, what will interest us? I've seen sometimes, I'm imagining if you bring a debate tomorrow that we are discussing certain people, probably not many people will log in. So the media is aware that our appetite for certain political statements and how they'll be responded to at a certain time sells them. So they tell us what we want to get. We like it when a politician will appear tomorrow to respond to what was said yesterday. So we'll be asking, where will Sudi or some of those politicians, where will Wanga, will so and so be? What will they be saying? We'll not be highlighting on the whatever the other things that are more important. But what is more important to the media is what sells. What is it that brings them revenue? So what will bring them revenue is what the politician will say in church, not what the pastor will be preaching in church. You see, what the politician will be saying in church. And I think Sapit was saying, okay, fine. You guys, you have a lot to say. You have a right to talk to your people. But can we give airtime to the church for what it is for? Then you can address your crowd out there. Now, I want to agree with someone there that that is solving certain. It's debate number one. Debate number two, they need to now sensitize the crowd to shut off the people, not to listen to people who are psyching them against each other, who are preaching hatred against each other. So that's the debate number two. Debate number one, don't give them the microphone within the churches. Debate number two, sensitize the people. Walk away from those people you think are preaching hatred against each other, so that they have a platform. The pastors in churches have a platform. They can speak to the electorate. We are told that 80% of Kenyans are Christians. So on a Sunday, there's someone who is at church somewhere. Now, the pastor themselves should not preach, should not speak in favor of any political area. They should speak on social issues that are affecting the country. So, and tell the people, when you go out there, choose to give airtime to that politician that is not going to take advantage of your ignorance, and walk away. Walk away when you don't agree with the politician. That way we'll be starting.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
But in my language, they normally say you blame the mouse, or you blame the chicken which went to the forest to be eaten by the wild cat, but you also blame the wild cat for eating the chicken. I once attended, actually it was a crusade at Uhuru Park, and one of the things is the two top politicians, the president and the deputy, attended that crusade. And what happened to whoever was preaching, I can tell you for free, the message that he was not a Kenyan, but the message that he was preaching was a little bit uncomfortable to the political class. And I can tell you for free, they never waited for the meeting to end. They started leaving one by one. So are we also saying, maybe we can also admit that our messages are a little bit accommodating to the politicians? Is it true?
You're right, and I agree with you, because when I said, what is the preacher? Look at the sermons. Look at the message of most politicians when the politician. Most pastors, when the politicians visit their churches. You see, to the extent that a pastor can start saying that, God has told me that you are the one who is going to be the president. You're already trying to let's say, wipe up your masses towards a certain direction. I believe the pastors and the church has a part in their social change agent. They need to be able to sensitize the community to pursue their rights, to pursue liberty, to pursue certain socially friendly ideologies. But I think to the extent that they want to make the politicians feel at home when you get into a certain church, that now I need to tell them that this is me, I don't think that's appropriate. And that's where the church creates a problem. Because when politicians bring issues, you want to run to church. Now, when you're running to church and the church is not providing that direction, then it becomes a problem. And I think that is where Sapit was coming from. He was very categorical that when these politicians come, you don't tell the public what actually was taking place. You highlight on what the politician was saying more than anything else. I think that is a direction that is good. I only hope it can truncate to other churches. But there are other churches that are in business. You look at a politician, this politician will come and give their donations. They'll give us 2 million to build. We are building this church, so this politician will come and give us this. So it's like faith is being sold to a certain highest bidder. That's what I think. And maybe as we move on, we'll get some views. Thanks.
Okay, I want to add on that and say, you see, during the lockdown, the churches were also closed. And when they were closed, the pastors started complaining that they're also essential services and their churches should stay open. But they were closed because the church is the salt of the world. But when they dilute their message, then they are non-reactive. In a way, even the politicians see them for who they are, pretense. Why are we not talking about politicians today? We are talking about the pastor, because he is taking back what belongs to the church. The rightful position of the church is that politics should not be at the pulpit. So today we are talking about him because he did the right thing. So if they want God in their churches, then they have to put God in the church and not mix it. You know, when Jesus went, one time he went to the temple and he had to cleanse the temple. They say Jesus entered the temple court and drove out all who were buying and selling there. He overturned the tables of the money changers and the seats of those selling doves. It is written, he said to them, my house will be called a house of prayer, but you are making it a den of robbers. Since the house of God is a house of prayer, let us have reverence for God so that God can heal our country. When we go to church, let us go to worship God only. If there is any other extra activity, it should come after church and not in the pulpit, outside of the pulpit. And then that way we will have worshipped God, then we can do other activities outside of church. And then the church will have its rightful place in society. And next time there is a pandemic, they will be given preference. But if they go selling themselves like harlots, when there is a pandemic and everything is closed, they'll also be closed because they are not in their rightful state. That's what I wanted to add.
Okay, Ashley, can you comment something on what happened today? The elevation of Reverend Rosalind to be the Bishop of Diocese of Butere. Was it something worthy attention?
I am so sorry. I don't have any information on that.
Okay, maybe it's just the women is blessed in terms of leadership. I think it's she's the first lady to hold that post in let me say in majority of the mainstream churches. We don't have one in Catholic, so we have one in SEK.
I don't know what to comment about women in church. There is what is written in the Bible, but people say that was in the Old Testament where women are to stay quiet in church. So I really personally don't have, I don't know what to think about that. So I would rather talk on what I know and what we have a common agreement on. I think that one depends on denomination and personal. I really don't know, but I know that the Bible says that women are to remain quiet in church. They have to sit on one side of the church while men sit on the other side. And a lot has changed. I don't know whether it is the right thing or not, but when we do the right thing, the things that we do not know, God will reveal to us. But when we disobey even the basics that are so plain, then how can he, if you cannot, you have to drink milk before you can graduate, you can wean off to real food. So let us take the milk first. And when we show God that we are diligent and we are sincere, he will open our eyes to these other things. These other things are other things. And I don't think they can stop God from working. But if we are sincere, we want to learn and to know from God, he will let us know. But we have to do the basics. And the basics, we have to start taking the church as a holy place and treating it as, I believe, as such.
Wekesa, can you hear me?
Before I give you a chance to comment on that, I also, okay, Ashley, don't you think there is an upward trend of opening up space for women in leadership? Because recently we have seen, we have a vice president in America, we have a president in Tanzania, we have a president of the the judiciary, and so don't you think, okay, generally in terms of leadership, we forget about the religion perspective, because she's both a bishop, but in the society we see her as a leader.
I think people talk of equality and then they talk about, like the 2/3 gender rule. So we have to decide, do we want equality or do we want the 2/3 gender rule? I believe that we should give equal opportunity in education to both men and women. But I don't feel like we should have affirmative action when it comes to leadership positions, personally. Because even the Kamala Harris was not chosen because she was a woman. I think there were a lot of factors that went into it. She was first, she was a prosecutor. She's held very high positions. And I don't think she got them because she was a woman. She got them because of her skills. So I believe if we want not to be discriminated against as women, we want to also earn those positions. What we need to do is have these normal programs that work for everybody, so that we have equal share in getting access to education. And then up there, I think it should come with qualification. Personally, that's what I think. But like now they're saying that we should elect. Do you force people to elect a third of women in parliament? I don't think so. I think that we should give women enough opportunities, like in appointed positions, and then when they prove themselves and then when they run for office, they can win, but it should not be manipulated. I know Kamala Harris's position was not manipulated. She earned it because she had other qualifications apart from the fact that she was a woman, and she was the best person at that time to be the vice president to the president that is there right now.
Okay, thank you for that. Deborah, you had something to respond to?
Yeah, I wanted to, before you get out of the Kakamega thing of also importance, was the walkout by Mudavadi before the thing ended. I think, in my view, that was a low for him. In the backdrop of what Sapit had said, that they are not going to allow the politicians to hog the stage, and then he chose to, him with Wetangula and Troop chose to walk away. It was indicative of the aim, objective of politicians when they go to a gathering. I'm imagining a situation where they would attend a funeral service and then they are not given a chance to speak. Because they are, of late, because of the government restrictions on politics, there are two parts they have been using. They have been using the pulpit and the funerals. So we would also try to reduce their use of funeral to respond to each other. Maybe they will also walk out from those funerals. It gives you that their interest is not necessarily what the society is meeting to do. So I find that also a bit disingenuous in part of Mudavadi and his cohorts to walk out before the thing ended, as a way of protest. The politicians demand respect for the occasion. So that was lack of respect for the occasion that was taking place. It also shows that your ego is more important than what is going on at that point in time. So there's this kind of semi-god nature that our politicians have taken, that if they come to your event and you don't give them an opportunity to speak, then they walk away. I don't think that should be the right thing. They should give respect to the occasion. If it is a church, if it is a pulpit, give respect to that occasion. And then, if possible, if they are given an opportunity, which I think they shouldn't be given in church, and moving forward, they shouldn't be given in funerals. They should find different stage to speak moving forward. I think that will kind of sanitize our politics. It will make us respect the dead. It will make us respect the pulpit. It will make us also find a society that is more engaged in ideologies. The church also should shape what we respond to, so that we are told if someone speaks things that you don't want to hear, walk away, go home, don't turn up. You know, if they speak things that are abusive to other people, preach hatred, walk away, don't clap for them. Lately, you have seen them going to church when someone is hurling insult to another, people in church are clapping, even pastors are clapping, you know. So the population is left with no direction when you want to turn to the church. So I think that is something also we need to note.
And I'm so sorry that I just want to add something on that. You see, the pastor was used, if you know, like sometimes we look outwardly, but God looks inwardly. So in this situation, it's like, you know, when the farmer separates the grain from the chaff just left and we were left with the grain. So the intentions became known. But had we given them the chance to speak, then we would not have known. So some of these actions are godly because then it separates, it shows the chaff from the grain. So as we go on, when the pastors stay true to the word, God will fight the battle for you. You will see what people are hiding and you will know who is who. In this case, you can tell there is no trying to propaganda about it. The chaff and the grain was separated, to my judgment.
Because are you there?
Can I add something?
Okay. Actually, I said something that I wanted to weigh in. She said that if it didn't happen, then we would not have even maybe understood the motive of some of our leaders when they come to the meeting. And then this brings me to my other perspective on the same. Why should, if at all actually church, we attend church for spiritual nourishment, why should Themba attend 5 churches in a day? Because the excuse that is given by Mudavadi's team is that he had another function. So ideally, are they co-workers with God such that on Sunday, as people are seeking for spiritual nourishment, for them, they are only helping God that his people get nourished. So they are not necessarily at one place to be spiritually nourished, but I can attend even 10 churches. For me, I don't know. What is your take on that? Why should I attend 5 or 10 churches? And we live in an era where, okay, you are not, I am not the only, I can delegate. If I have 5 functions, why don't I have my minister go to one function, I go to another one, like that, so that we share responsibility. And in the process, whoever attended the other church also get nourished. Rather than holding, I've been in a places where a pastor delays a church program because there is a certain guest that was supposed to come and is in another function. Why should we even create an extra praise and worship? Let's add 5 praise and worship songs as we are waiting for our guest to prolong the service just to suit a particular people who are supposed to be in that service. I think you can comment on that. Kariuki had spoken. Auntie?
Yeah, I've not spoken.
Yeah, Auntie, you can proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wekesa. Now, to comment on your issue, it has become a tendency of politicians going to church. And I think what they are doing now, the politicians, they are trying to play a very dirty game in churches. And I would like to appeal to all religious friends, whether Muslims and Christians, they should not let themselves, they should not let these politicians to bring them to this kind of politics. Because of the corona guidelines, they are trying to make their campaigns in churches, trying to make themselves
I think he has muted himself. Auntie, you are muted yourself.
Yes. Yes, as I was saying, they are trying to make themselves popular in churches. And I don't think this is right. They should not do this for their
Unmute.
Are you getting me? Hello?
In the process, you are muting yourself. I don't know what's happening.
I think it's muting itself. So I was saying the politicians should not bring should come straight forward and show that picture. If he's worshiping God, they should worship God. In an event like today, Musalia Mudavadi trying to get out of an event in the name of another. He was to attend another event somewhere. This is what is making us not believe that these politicians are trying to do politics in churches. They should respect the church. They should respect the word of God. Instead, they should be straightforward. They cannot do two things. They cannot do two things. They cannot do politics and worship God in church. So I rest my case, Mr. Wekesa.
Okay, Ruben.
Just to continue, I get up with the topic because I was doing something else.
First of all, she's related to me. Her late husband was my cousin, and there's no way I would have failed as part of the family of the Right Reverend Bishop. Now, what I want to say is that it has been very successful, and I want to thank the Most Reverend Dr. Sabiti, the Archbishop, for his directive that no politics should be, people should not go to such places, particularly in the churches, and it should be extended even into funerals to do politicking there. The church must remain united. The church must be a place of consolation. Church must be a place of hope, and the church must be a place of trust. And it is very important that other churches, particularly my Catholic Church, emulate Archbishop Dr. Sabit on his directive that no politicking in churches. We want the church to remain united. We want the church to come in when there are political differences and misunderstandings. And even when people cannot agree, the church can be trusted if it acts the way the Archbishop Dr. Sabiti has said.
Ruben, I wanted to ask you, have you ever had an experience at the funeral where you didn't like the whole process of funeral service because of the political politicians hijacking the event? Have you ever been at a funeral event that you felt this is not right?
Yes, and it is very shame because in any funeral, family are mourning, but politician wanakuja wanachanganya, so hata the program ya mazishi ilikuwa tu kama siasa. Na hata one day nilifikiria these politician sometime wanaulizaga ni wapi watu wanaweza kufa ili waenda wapeleke siasa zao. It is very shame and they should not be supported at all, and they should be banned from taking politics, whether to pulpit or to church. Kama unaenda mazishi, go as individual, not a politician. Attend, mourn with others. It is not mandatory. Be given a chance. It is not a must. If you are not in the program, you are not important in that program. You should follow the suit of others. Go mourn. Kama ni mchaga zika mwenye amekufa. Kama ni church, go kaa na wengine. Sio lazima, si ati ukae pale mbele or you go to pulpit or anything else. You are not important than other members in that church, or in the church of God. We are equal. We have given the mandate our pastors to lead us, not the politician. I don't support politics in funeral. Politics in church are never ever. Even my candidate, my beloved candidate, whom I want him to be president, I don't support him. Hata yeye akienda huko, either ni funeral, either ni mazishi, either ni church, asipewe nafasi. He is a normal person. He is equal to others, not taking politics whether in funeral or in church. Go this a scenario like kwa mfano in church where one part of support candidate X, the other support candidate F. Now candidate X amekuja, where will be candidate F will be? Ama watafikiria nini? So I think it's not right to have politics in church or in funeral. I don't have much today.
Then there is these promises that happens in funerals. Like recently I was listening to somewhere, was it in Nakuru, where the senator had passed on. And politicians even want to say that the family will be supported, even the family will be given as a seat, will be nominated or whatever. Do these promises politicians give at the funeral, have they ever been fulfilled? You see, someone loses a husband and they say they will take care of children, they will take them to school. Do they even ever happen? Is there anybody who follows up to see whether those promises have been fulfilled, or are they just there to enjoy the mourners, and then after they have done their politics, go away? I would wonder a situation where somebody tells me This is happening. The politicians came and promised to do this at the funeral, and then they did it. Including even I had the promise when the Vice President Wamalo Kichana died, what they promised to do with to the widow. I don't know what happened. So talk to us. There are those funeral, we give them a lot of airtime in funeral in church, but do they really fulfill what they promise? Okay, so where are you there? Okay, Malaysia, Kariuki, and then we go to the question.
Okay, that question you have said about the those promises made by politicians, like if the politician was a senior person in government and he died, the government or the politician will pick either one family members of that politician. If he was senior and he was very close to the to the system and dictated everything. But if he was a normal and not close to anybody, my friend, those will be fake and never fulfilled. And even in the churches, we have had some instances where a politician go in a pulpit, give 5 million, but hapo nyuma ya neti anaenda anasema nimetoa 5, kwa hiyo 5 million, give me back 4 million, we remain with 1 million. So these guys, it is conmanship in church and in funeral, and they should be banned completely. They must go as individual, but not politician. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for bringing out that point. Oh, Penny, how are you?
I think you had given me a mic to say something.
Oh yes, it was where, and then we got to Penny. I thought your mic was not working.
No, thank you. I think I totally agree now, and I'm getting a picture of all the conversation very well. And I really thank you for this kind of conversation, very important. It is true that politicians don't come to these funerals and church for the sole purpose of why they have funeral. They come there for publicity and visibility. And you see, for them to be more public, more visible, they have to promise. And I think this is a culture that is a blame from both sides. We as the owners, we as the Christians who go to this church, who go to these funerals, we expect these politicians to say something for the family. And I think the mindset that also need to change. The bottom line is that politicians do not mean what they say. For them is, how do I now fulfill the expectations of these people for me coming to the funeral? You can imagine a coming to a funeral and just saying pole, Mungu atawabariki, haya, mubaki sama. It will not go well even with us who are mourners. We are accustomed into this thing by we expect these politicians to tell something, to give something, to stay with the family. Sometimes, yes, it's good to do that, but also sometimes we over demand and we all expect from them. But the reality is they don't come there to mourn. Very honest. I have seen enough politicians who just come to funerals for visibility, but not just to really support. The only support they can do, they will do it on wages where they are also visible, where people also see that Honorable so and so has contributed this. And so in the funeral, they just come to back up and to lie to us, to really get people and also to fulfill our false expectations about them. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, that's okay. We can now go to Penny. How are you, Penny? You are on mute. Huh? Kindly unmute and then make your contribution on the topic. Yeah.
How are you, Ben? Fine, thank you. Hi, is everyone?
You are on mute. Huh? Kindly unmute and then make your. Hi.
I have unmuted.
How are you, Ben?
Fine, thank you. Fine, thank you. Hi, is everyone?
You are on mute. Huh? Kindly unmute.
I have unmuted. Fine, thank you. Fine, thank you. How is everyone?
Penny, I think maybe you have opened more than once. Kindly leave and then come back. We are just hearing echoes. Penny, I think maybe you have opened more than sorry for that. She might have opened both YouTube and Facebook. Just make sure you have closed all the tabs. You remain with one tab. When you go at the top there, you click on the three dots, you will see that maybe several tabs have been opened. So close the rest and then remain with one. It will be clear. Most of the time when you have several opened several times, it has echoes that cannot be controlled here. So kindly work on that, Penny, and then you will come back. I'll give you your chance to talk. I've seen Mugambi, are you ready?
Hello. Yes.
Are you ready or is still working on your mic?
I'm there, but I've come so late. You can continue. I'll chip in the process. Or what's the issue? What's the matter on discussion?
Yeah, the topic is today there was a ban of politicians from speaking to church. They need to do their politics outside. That was in an event in Butere, where the Archbishop Jackson pronounced himself candidly on that. And then the echo also came from Bishop of Diocese of Nyeri, the Catholic Bishop, Antony Muheria. So what is your take on banning politicians from speaking in churches such that they can hold their event outside?
Okay, thank you so much for the chance, Wekesa. To me, and from where I see it, the decision is much welcome, and it has been long overdue for the bishops and the archbishops to make such proclamations. However, I want to begin by saying that the human race is a political race, in that even in those churches before those archbishops get to their respective offices, they get to campaign among their members or their caucus for them to get into where they are. But as it stands, our national politics, as divisive as it may be, I think it's right for the politicians to attend the churches with the sole purpose of soul searching and praying their God, and let them play their politics anywhere else apart from the church. That said, I really hope and pray that these archbishops and the bishops shall hold their words to its meaning, because we have seen such things in the past. But it is the same politicians, that it is the same bishops and pastors that will call us to their churches to support them in whatever need that they may have. And a politician, being a cunning and a dangerous animal that he is, anytime that he comes to church and he gives as little as 10,000, they will demand a chance to speak. So, as the church has been, especially in the old Catholic Church, let the churches be self-sufficient, so that they may not call politicians to the pulpit. Anytime they call a politician to the pulpit, let them expect politics to play around. That said, I think now I can't understand the reason as to why Ole Sapit and the Catholic Bishop is giving this proclamation now. And in the past, churches was used to be a center for the money cleaning. Now my question is it that we are nearing to the elections that they are banning these political leaders to the church, or their political vision has been achieved. Because in the last 4 years, we have seen one of the frontrunners anchoring a support from church, and we have seen churches embracing this one character. Now the question is, why are you banning politicians now that we have all the people now going to church to campaign? Looking at how the president has been said, I think this matter shall be maybe politicized. It may be taken out of context, but something that is welcome as long as they are going to hold to their word. Remember, these archbishops, they may ban the politicians in the gathering that they are in. Now the question is, will their junior pastors, their junior ministers, hold to the call back in your village and my village? If at all they are willing to do that, it is much welcome. Let the politician hold their gathering elsewhere and preach their gospel of politics. Because like what happened last Sunday in Nyeri, it was something that was uncalled for. But if this thing had been adapted to all the churches, such a picture could not have been displayed. That said, let's respect the church. If you are a politician, you go to the church, stick to the theme of the day, because I believe every church has their own theme. And if you are hoping to go admit your supporters outside, get outside of the of the church compounds. And that done, I think our churches shall regain back their glory that has been lost in the last 3 years. Because churches have been called a center for money cleaning, centers for money laundering, and all those other band names. Thank you.
Mugambi, maybe the question shall be, have the churches opened a debate that they will never not be able to defend? Maybe they are part of the challenge why we are having politicians in church.
Come again, sorry?
I'm saying by banning the politicians from speaking on the pulpit, have they opened a debate they will not be able to stop? Maybe they have been part of the reason why politicians are enjoying the pulpit airtime.
Okay. Your question is not so clear because I don't know if it is the network or what's the issue. Oh, you are asking that?
You are not hearing me.
I think you are breaking in between. You are breaking.
Okay. Okay. I'm saying this, huh? Are you getting me?
Yes, I am. Go on.
Yeah, I'm saying, so are the politician only to blame, or the church has opened a debate that will weigh on them heavily because they have been part of those people who have allowed the politicians to enjoy airtime on the pulpit?
Thank you.
Are they shooting themselves in the feet?
I think now I'm getting you. I think as it stands, politicians can be perceived as if they are shooting themselves on the feet in this extent. Even if I'm a politician, I come to your church. If you don't give me a pulpit to talk to the people, I cannot politicize within the church. But if you realize how these church members behave, the churches have been turned to be political ground in this way. They are the bishops and the pastors that will call us, the politicians, to come to your church to support you. The moment a politician supports you, of course, he needs something in replica. A politician is a person who looks forward to engage with his constituents. So if you call me to give you some money, I expect something in return. And that's what I'm saying. It is the high time that churches become self-reliant. in the past or in the past days when the politicians were not so much used in the church, churches had their own financiers and people to fund them, but not politicians. The moment I come to your church, Wekesa, I give you 1 million, of course you'll be forced to give me airtime or platform because I've already blackmailed you through my money. So the first thing to begin with, the question is, why now? And why give these politicians a platform or the pulpits? If you don't give me a mic, I would speak to the people. And right now, if you deny me the mic right now, I will ask why me as politician Mugambi, and last month you had given politician Wekesa. So you'll come to see that we'll have so much conflicting things in the church, and you will get so much criticism on how the church is taking its direction. But my point is, let them go to their ground if at all they are serious on what they are saying.
Now, the last question for you, Mugambi, is I think when from the days of the missionaries, when they brought the gospel to Africa and other parts, we hear that the challenges of the spreading the gospel is the what led them even to, some of them, to liaise with their own governments. And in the process, history tells us that it is missionaries who are forerunners of the colonial governments. So in the process, they realized they could not do the gospel alone. So they went back and they liaised with their own governments to come and intervene. And in the process, we had the colonial governments who came and built schools, hospitals, and whatever. So do politics, leadership, and governance go together with the church affairs?
Okay, thank you, Ekesa. I think in my submission I said human is a political animal. Even those bishops, before they reach where they are, like Ole Sapit, before he reached where he is, he had to campaign among his bishops for him to be elected. So we are all politicians, but the problem or the difference between the church politics and the politics that we play outside here, the church politics, I can say it's more accommodative. Uh, it's more sober as compared to the.
Mugambi,
Yes.
where are you? There's a lot of some people making talking from the
Yes,
background.
I am in not a very conducive place right now. I think I have a lot of background noise.
Yes, there is. We are struggling to hear you against the background noise.
Can I just give me some time to just finish what I was
Yes.
stated and come back?
Kindly sort out, because I've found the comments. People are not making nice comments about the background. So kindly work on it before you come. I've seen in the comment section. Okay, let's have Penny now. Have you sorted out your mic? Can you talk to me? Let me hear if your mic is okay.
Yes, I have.
Yeah, thank you. And now you are loud and clear. You can proceed now.
Yeah, I can say that the issue of banning politics in churches is a good idea, because people go to church solely to get spiritually fed. And when the politicians come to church, they should come to church with an aim of also willing to listen to the word that is being preached. And then thereafter, if they have anything to do or they need to address the congregation, it should be done outside the church premises, because you cannot assume that everyone in church has an allegiance for the politician visiting the church. So they place a lot of people in jeopardy. When one person talks and they're insulting the other people who are supposedly being supported by members of the congregation, then it doesn't augur very well, and it might end up now dividing the church that is supposed to be a place that unites people and preaches unity and stuff like that. So for me, I think it's a very welcome thing for politics to be banned in churches. And then the churches should also not play gullible to the politicians, because we find that some of these churches where the politicians are going, they are going there on invitation. They are going there on invitation on grounds of contributing money for Harambe, for building the churches, or supporting some of the projects that are ongoing there. So I think the church should also wake up and stop requesting or asking for money from the politicians, because once they receive the money, it blindfolds them. They cannot be able to make the right decisions. You see, they'll go as per the money that they have received and the promises that they'll be given, that I'll invite you to State House and stuff like that. So I think it's a very good thing for the for politics to be banned in churches, and for the politicians to get out of the pulpit and address their supporters outside the church.
So, in other words, Penny, you are saying that it will take more than just a ban, but there needs to be a lot of adjustment to happen for it to be effected. For example, if they are the ones funding they are the ones who have raised those buildings, if they are the ones running, for example, sometimes, let's say a funeral, if a politician has done everything for a funeral from point A to Z, is it practical for you to ban him from speaking? So if they are the ones sponsoring the whole process, is it even logical to ban them from speaking?
In fact, once they are the ones who are funding for the projects, once they are the ones who are financing the funerals and then the church buildings, then the church leaders have no option but to compromise. You see, it's automatic. There's no question of ban when someone has already financed your funeral from A to Z. So I think there should be more clearer modalities on how this should be done.
Okay, my last question shall be on the consecration of Bishop Rosalind Okello. What is your take on her consecration and the increasing presence of women in leadership?
Okay, it's a very good move for the church and the country as a whole. It's a sign that women are being given a place in the society, and I think it's a plus for the women leadership in this country.
Okay, thank you so much. Auntie, had you finished your contribution before you dropped off? And you appear to have subscribed twice. Let me remove one so that there is no echo. Auntie?
Yes.
Had you finished your contribution before you dropped off?
Yes, I finished, Mr. Wekesa.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Demba?
Yes,
Do you have any addition on what we have said?
Yeah, I want to add
on.
I need to add on what Penny has said, that now to the position of women in the debate within the country, picking important positions like the position that we have had a woman raising to in Kakamega. I think such is an inspiration to the women, especially those who pursue leadership in different positions. We don't have many women at the top leadership position, and when one gets there by by merit, it's a plus. It shows that whatever position it is that has been held before by men, if there's diligence in the ladies and the women, it's possible that they can pick those positions. So I pick that as an inspiration. I pick that as an example that can be used by many other women to inspire the girl child into pursuing different opportunities within the community and also in other places, either corporate positions and other places largely that have been associated with men. So yes, the question you asked, as we see the women rising to such positions, it works as an inspiration. Remember, historically, when we have seen those who have not occupied certain spaces rising to certain positions, it has acted as an inspiration. For example, when Obama rose up to be the president of the United States, that acted as an inspiration to many Black Africans that it is possible for you to achieve anything, that if you can dream it, you can be it. The same thing that happened when Lupita Nyong'o became an Oscar Award winner from a country that generally has not produced many people within that particular stage. And also when we had the president in Tanzania, coming in and, being the president around that place, notwithstanding the circumstance, when she rises to that position, Ellen Sirleaf, when she became the president of Liberia, it became an inspiration for the women in pursuit of leadership. So I think it provides a very nice inspirational story for those who want to work hard to pursue certain positions within the community without necessarily considering the history that has been there before. Yeah, so in the backdrop of all that, I think it's a good thing that has happened.
By the sweat of your brow, by the sweat of your brow, not by taking things that belong to others. What we are condemning and what Christ is condemning is that we should not use our position to acquire things that don't belong to us. And I'm submitting to us that one of the reasons why Africa and Kenya will never realize their potential is that our appetite for that which is evil has been sharpened. Waswahili wanasema kinolewacho hupata. Our appetites are so sharpened that our conscience is seared. Our conscience is numb. We can no longer tell the difference between good and evil. And because we cannot tell the difference between good and evil, we engage in good and evil on a daily basis. And that is why Isaiah says, "Woe unto you who call light day and day light." And corruption is to be found in very many places. Corruption is not only to be found in the political arena. Corruption is found even in churches today. A friend of mine with whom we don't agree on many things, but we agreed on this one, once told me, the church has become so mechanical, so structured in form, that there is no space for Christ and God. And that I thought was very deep. We have structured our worship services in such a way that God is only mentioned occasionally, that God is only worshipped occasionally. And I normally sometimes ask myself, how was Christ worshiping? Christ was an itinerant preacher who engaged in dialogue on a daily basis. Christ would come and find a few people and engage them in a discourse on matters of the heaven. when he talks about the parables of the unleavened bread, when he talks about the parable of the sower, when he talks about the parables of the wheat and the tares, Christ is an itinerant preacher. He did not have a title. Today we are hankering up after titles. There is no shortage of apostles and bishops in this part of the world. Woe unto them on the day of judgment. They'll be told, we know you not. So the question is, we who are seated here, we who are Kenyans, we who know what is good and right, are we the salt of the earth or we are the light of the earth? This is the question that we must ask. What is our contribution? I'm told at one time by a friend, whether this is a true story or is an apocryphal story, I do not know. But in some airport in the Middle East, that there was a signpost saying, you can leave your goods here, there are no Christians. There is a sense in which that statement is made tongue-in-cheek, but it has a hidden meaning. I'm sure that even in this church, when you are making an altar call, the pastor finds it fitting to say, as you come for the altar call, you ladies, take care of your bags. Because even within our ranks, Satan is alive and well. Within our ranks, Satan is alive and well. Every corner we turn, Satan is alive and well. Remember that temptation is always there. Even Christ himself was tempted. So that what Christ is telling us to do, he also went through. He had the agony. I keep on saying, before Golgotha, there was the agony at Gethsemane. There is no Golgotha without Gethsemane. And there is no resurrection without Gethsemane and Golgotha. So there is no triumph without temptation. It is your ability to resist temptation that defines who you are in these matters of corruption. And I know many thieves in this country. There is no shortage of thieves in Kenya. There is no shortage of thieves in parliament. They are there, and they are also good men there, but few. Recently, on national television, a member of parliament from a place called Sirisia, I do not know his name, that member of parliament, but he was asked about corruption, and he said on national television that we normally receive bribes between 10,000, 100,000 and 50,000. All of us, he said on national television. And he was asked a direct question, do you yourself receive bribes? He says, I do. And even right now, he said, there is a matter in which I'm involved, in which fellow members of parliament have asked for 56 million. And he asked the interviewer, who can refuse money except God? I'm telling him that we can refuse money, and we have. There are good men in this country. I subsequently sent an SMS to the ESCC.
Who can refuse money except God? That I want that question to form the basis of argument here. Who can refuse money? So most of the time when we argue about these meetings, some of us just think that politicians just pops in a church unexpectedly. Most of the time, it's prearranged. And it's known he will be there. And his role in that congregation is known. So is it an issue of just banning them, or do we need to do something? Because it appears, and unajua politicians hawakujangi mkono mtupu. Lazima wataangusha kakitu. And that's where the challenge is. Are we able to overcome that? Because corruption is part of our struggle as a society. Let's face it. The shortcuts. We want to achieve something in the shortest time possible. If a politician comes and promises that he's going to raise this sanctuary, maybe we have tried as a church to build for the last 10 years, and he can assure us that he can build in the next 3 months. why don't we give him the podium and the opportunity and the luxury to do what he wants? Okay, so let's Mala, you are welcome. There's another Nick, you are welcome. We are having a conversation on ban of politics on the pulpit. What is your take? Let's begin with Mala.
Thank you, Egeza. Yes, thank you, Egeza. Basically, I think I'm in agreement. But you know, politics and
I think he has
is something wrong with my mic? 1 minute.
Let's have Nick and then we come back to.
Yeah, thank you.
Is it your background? There is no noise in Nick.
I have noise.
I'm hearing some noise. I don't know where it's coming from.
Yes, can you get me? Unanipata?
Tunakupata, yes, but there's some background noise. I don't know where you are or what's happening. Kindly work on your background first before you come. So let's Demba, what is your take on BL Lumumba's approach?
Yeah, I agree with Lumumba to some extent. I've admired him as a Pan-Africanist. His view on certain aspects that involve leadership within the country. His history as he was at the helm of the Anti-Corruption Commission. His trial at being a politician at Kamkunji, that he failed miserably. But after a certain time, I used to hold him highly until he appeared to defend. I think he was a lawyer for IBC or something at the nullified judgment by Maraga. I think that hurt his image as a Pan-Africanist and a human rights crusader. So he struggled along the way to try and recover that image. But having said that, he said that does not disqualify his views about corruption and it being endemic in our society at different levels. So I do agree with him that yes, we aid corruption in one way or another as individuals. There was a time when Kamlesh Patni's Golden Bag was being followed, and for some reason they said if it was to be followed to the single cent, every Kenyan would go to jail because everybody for some reason at some point tested that Golden Bag money. So it is probably in our psyche that and the systems have impoverished us to the extent that if someone comes and offers free money or a kickback, at some point we tend to have an affinity for it. So yes, he's right. Our churches, I think it was Mugambi that was saying that some of the churches have been suspected to be conduits for money laundering, where when you want to clean your money, you come take it to the churches as donations, or you buy certain things. So for as long as we are in luck they say, he who feeds you controls you. So for as long as we are in lack, for as long so long as we are not able to afford certain things, then we will be gullible. We'll have that sense of why can't we take it? Churches are probably poor in some cases, and some of them members, they depend, especially churches that are depending on members for sustenance, you know, as opposed to Catholic that does not entirely depend on the members giving. When they're depending, most evangelical churches, Protestant churches depend on members giving for their survival, so tithing and stuff like that. So when the members are not giving, then there comes a politician who seems to be generous, you know, in the so-called generosity. I remember at some point the DP saying he goes and builds churches in Western, but when it comes to elections, those people don't give him his people elections. So he says, when it comes to giving, you call me, but when it comes to when you're supposed to rudisha mkono, you don't do that. So it seems even them, they're giving with an expectation. There's something they want in return. It is true. Corruption is endemic. We do have it within the society for as long as we lack. But yes, it can be fought. We can choose. The churches can choose to be bold. That even if the membership has politicians, we don't necessarily, bring them out so loudly that they're the ones supporting the church. I think that way the conversation moving forward, and as the people become more economically empowered, they are not going again to rely on gifts, on things that you haven't worked for. Eventually, probably we will reach a point where corruption is minimal. You know, they say in other places corruption is called lobbying. You know, that in more politically friendly term, they call it lobbying. So lobbying will be there in different capacities. Corruption in Africa, and so we need to keep highlighting it. And if possible, like I keep saying, Mother Teresa said that if you want the world to be clean, you start by sweeping your doorstep. Are you, as a person, corrupt? Are you as a person entertaining corruption? So if you can stop it from where you are, then as the conversation goes, probably you can get to a place where the society is not entertaining the corruption benefits. Thank you.
Okay. Penny, what is your take on PL Sumba's submission? Penny, unmute and then you talk.
Yeah, I concur with what PLO has said about corruption in churches, and just like Themba has indicated, that in as long as there are needy people, in as long as there are still evangelicals and other churches that are still depending on their members or appear needy before these politicians, then it will be very difficult to root out corruption, because when you are needy and a politician comes with bags of money, you become gullible, and therefore you are not able to stand for the truth. So in as long as the churches will continue depending on the members and they are needy, it will take a very long time for corruption to be rooted out. And our churches should work towards their financial independence, so that they are not having to depend on the politicians to be the ones to run with their projects and to donate money for them to do their buildings and stuff like that. So yes, it is possible it can be rooted out, but I think it will take a long time, because if you look at our economy ever since the COVID pandemic hit us, you find that a lot of the churches were brought down to zero, and especially the ones who did not even invest in whatever. They did not invest in the in the media to have their churches running even when people are not able to go there physically. So you find that these are the churches that were so much hit, they weren't able to get the tithes and the contribution from their members, and therefore when a politician promises to come there, they are so readily waiting for them to come and bail them out. So we have a long way to go. We have such a long way to go, because at the end of the day, again, it's very difficult to separate politics from church. You see, the two are quite interdependent, because politics it's all about resources, and the church also controls resources in some way. So unless the church becomes independent and get a stand in as far as their finances and their economy is concerned, then they are not able to put things right. So yes, it is possible, but it will take us a long time because of the place we are in economically.
Okay, so that is it's true. We need to acknowledge where we are, but we also need to work hard to where we want to be. Thank you for that. Mala, have you now set your mic, or you are still having some echoes? Mala? Mala is not able to connect. Nick, had you finished? Nick is also having challenges with his mic.
Ruben wants to speak.
Yes, thank you, Demba. On the issue of politics and church and politics, I think there are some good churches which do not depend on politicians. They have built their churches, they have built their schools, their hospitals by just depending on themselves. But currently, I think the issue of politics in church and now the politician turning pulpit into mahali pa kupigia siasa imeongezeka zaidi, na huwa najiuliza tu maswali kidogo. Why do I have ever seen our fellow brothers Muslims doing harambee? I have ever seen a politician in mosque wakifanya hizo harambee? Mi sijawahi iona mahali, because Muslims believe themselves. But the charity we have nowadays, tunaangalia tunaona ni aje, tunafungua Theba Karaoke Church, and then now tunaanza kuita politician, tunaanza kutafuta pesa, and that thing is what becoming worse day by day. So and it is very difficult. Kwa mfano, currently there are some students who have not joined university nowadays, and to get a politician when you are doing a harambee, when you are sick or you are joining a university, he will never show up. It is very difficult to get them. But when the person die, they are there just to kulialia ovyo ovyo, yani kupiga siasa ovyo ovyo, wakati wanajenga some of the churches. Like on Sunday I was following some of a debate somewhere, and some of the bishops said they did wonders. They build the school, they take their youth to America and somewhere else without even depending even a coin from politician. But nowadays some churches wana depend just to politician. That's bad, and I think it's not good. Thank you.
Deba, mmefika wapi? I had dropped off. I think my network here is having issues.
Yeah, I saw you dropped off. So Ruben was contributing on that, and I think he's given his view. He thinks that, as he has said, it is not right for us to have politicians depending entirely on pastors, churches depending entirely on politicians. And of course, it's a follow-up question to Ruben that I maybe before Wekesa comes in. Ruben, what in your view would be a way forward? Because okay, churches, if they don't depend on politicians, they'll depend on members. Members, because of the pandemic, do not have money. So what in your view do you think would be a recourse for the churches? What would the churches do? Because right now, if it goes on like Sir Pete has set the trend, and we do have all the churches saying banning the politicians may say, okay, fine, you ban us from coming to your church, then we don't give our money. So what do you think?
Thereby me being a Christian or at the church I already attend, I have never seen a politician and we never believe on politician. And hata Mungu akinyima kila mtu, Mungu hawezi kosa ya church yake ya kujenga church. He will always give na hazitakosekana without depending on politician. There are some churches they never depend na Mungu. Hakuna wakati nyumba ya Mungu itakosa kujengwa kwa sababu politician hakuenda. God has always play his part. He has been, hata kukuwa na COVID and everything, God always provides. So it doesn't mean that if we don't have politician in our churches, kazi ya Mungu itasimama. That never ever. He always provide at any situation, whether kuna nyesha, whether kuna pandemic, hakuna wakati kazi ya Mungu itasimama. And in some churches, there are some good churches, there are some churches you will never find a politician. They will never be given a chance, any chances. In fact, there was a day I saw a politician coming out of church with security and everything, and I asked myself where he was, because in church he was not given a chance and he was just treated as normal members like others. So it doesn't mean that we depend on politicians to build the churches, to do everything, to build the schools which are built by churches. Mungu hakuna wakati nyumba yake itakosa kujengwa kwa sababu ya politician. Hii ni tabia some of our pastors and bishops wamejiwekelea, kwa sababu sometime I may agree with halfway with the Pierre Lumumba that hakuna mtu anakataa pesa, but there are some who will never agree on that way to turn churches into politics. Thank you.
But Ruben, just a follow up again. There's always constant fundraisers that are taking place in churches. Churches are constantly holding a fundraiser to do a certain project, and in their holding fundraisers to do those projects, they are constantly inviting guests of honors, and these guests of honors appear to be largely politicians, and they believe that if they come and invite Ruben is not going to come alone. Ruben is going to come with his team of politicians. So if they are having a fundraiser and their target is 3 million, and they invite Ruben, they hope that Ruben will give 1 million, and the people who will come with Ruben will make them get there. So our culture of fundraising for churches and the mix in inviting politicians into the churches, and that is where it comes to a point where we are saying that for as long as politicians are going to be used to give their monies, you might not deny them a chance to speak. If they came and helped in building your sanctuary, you called them when we wanted a fundraising, you wanted a guest of honor, and the politician came, and they're the ones who helped you to construct the sanctuary. What audacity will you have to deny them a chance to speak?
I think giving in any churches or inviting those, it is not sio lazima ati ikijengwa wakuje ati they will be given a chance. In most of the churches we use pledges at any na mradi wowote wenye ulikuwa unafanyika. So taking that because a politician attended that the function, which function it is a must atumie hiyo nafasi, kama atumie hiyo nafasi ama take that advantage to it is like to exploit believers he must because he took part. I don't think that is good way, but some of the churches wanaaguka kwa hiyo mitego, and that is why politician wamekuwa wakifanya nini, wakitumia madhabahu kueneza injili za ama kueneza siasa, of which is not good. But the church where they have not depended on politician, they have courage to take control of their altars without any interference from the churches. It is like you are building your own house and I give you 75%, alafu niambie sitatembea hiyo nyumba. Surely that one haitakuwa right. But if you ulijenga na pesa yako ama ulijenga na pesa yako ile mingi, sitakuwa na nafasi. But kulingana venye ama our religious leaders wanatumia politician to build houses, that is the advantages they are taking. Thank you.
Thank you. I can see Nick. Nick, are you able to talk now?
I'm able.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to go contrary to what was, because what is attached in the first case? Combination of people, different minds. Just as the pastor have said about the pharaoh. El Lumumba amesema, if you follow Lumumba, he need to pay his bills. We are not able. That's why we have a congregation. I don't think sikupata vizuri. There's a big
Nick,
echo.
hatukupati vizuri.
The echo behind the.
You have two Nicks. Is it there's NIK and two Nicks? Are you logged in twice?
No, I'm one.
Okay, you are different. You are different people.
I'm just one Nick.
I can see another. Yeah, so one has left. So is that the same Nick or the other Nick? Are you still there, Nick? Okay, I guess that's a different Nick or the same Nick. So Penny, what's your view?
My view in line with the PLO's speech, or my view in regards to politics in churches, which is which?
Yeah, in regards to politics in churches, yeah.
Yeah.
You can lace it up with the PLO's comments.
Yeah, like I said before, politics and church is intertwined, because politics is all about masses. And we find masses in churches, we find masses in funerals. So whenever there are masses is where the politicians will always gauge their strength so that they can catch attention of the masses. So like I said before, it is not right for politicians to be given to be given to be given a chance to speak in the pulpit. However, I think it is very fair for them to attend churches, listen to the messages, and then be able to be given a chance once the church services are finished. They can be able to now sell their manifestos and their promises to the masses outside, because you see when they address masses at the pulpit, it more it clearly comes out that the bishop or the pastors there are openly aligned to them, you see, whereas there could be some people in the congregation who are not necessarily supporting the politicians. So I think going forward, it would be very, very appropriate for our bishops, for our pastors and our priests to give a good example by being neutral and allowing these politicians to sell their politics, or rather their manifestos, to the masses outside the church building, but not inside. Yeah.
So there's a comment by someone called Aken Konyango that says mosques doesn't allow or entertain politics za uongo na chuki, so they don't allow or entertain politics within the mosque. Do you think there's a difference between the Christian religion and the Muslim in terms of entertainment of politics within the sanctuary?
Okay, I can't really speak for Muslims because I have not, I don't know so much how they conduct their worship. But like I said before, religion and politics is intertwined, and you can we can refer back to the times when there were a lot of attacks, Al-Shabaab attacks. You find that in Mombasa there were a lot of mosques that were equally being raided by policemen on information that there were some people who are purported to have been terrorists and hiding in the mosques. So the Muslims might not come out very openly like Christians because they are kind of conservative, but I believe one way or the other, we can't rule out the fact that no politics is discussed in the mosques or something like that. We cannot rule out.
Welcome, Changamka Media. Are you in a position that you can changamukia the mjadala for now? Changamka Media, I guess, still held up. Nick, are you able to talk
yes,
now?
I can. You can hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, for me, I think also I would agree with the bishops who are now saying that politicians should not be allowed on the pulpit. And the reason is nowadays what we are seeing is somebody is given a chance to speak to the Christians, then they start bashing the other camp, they start insulting another camp. I mean, people came to church to pray. That is not what they have come to church to do. So if politicians still want to speak to the masses, for me, I think they can be given time, but after the service. If people have attended church, let people attend church. If politicians want to speak to them, let it be outside the church after the service. Let us keep the sanctity of church. If I've gone to church, I do not want to listen to politics. If it is politics, let them call rallies. And also, churches don't need to rely on politicians' money so that now you bow to them. Churches should look for a way of getting their own money so that they don't have to keep entertaining whatever the politicians bring just because they are going to give you a big donation. That's what I think.
Thanks so much on that. And Changamka Media, maybe you also want to say something about what happened, especially in Kakamega, in terms of the backdrop. What has been happening in the past? We have seen when we head towards an electioneering year. Or anything that is major, a decision major, there has been sometimes politicians have requested the church to take a stand in certain level. Do you think we should get a point where churches take a stand, support particular people outwardly?
For me, a church taking a stand to support a particular politician may be divisive. Because I think in our politics, when it comes to politics, and especially around this time, as you can see, you've had people saying, oh, people from this region, we will do this. People from this region, we want to negotiate in this way. People from this region, we want to negotiate in this way. So it is hard for a pastor to guide people and not to be seen to be partisan. So you may look at a certain politician and say, maybe this is the better politician, but people may look at it tribal. Maybe if it is if the pastor is a Kikuyu and he has supported a person, maybe the person is a better candidate, but the other people, the other tribes in that church may feel he's telling us to support this person because this person is of their tribe. So for me, I would be like, the church should remain neutral. Though the church can comment on issues. Let's say, for example, BBI, you can say we support this clause, we don't support this clause, we think this is how it should be. But when it comes to specific candidates, you should leave that for people to decide for themselves. However, maybe the church can guide on the values, like align yourselves with a candidate who has these values, maybe a candidate who is not violent, maybe a candidate who does not promote tribalism or things like that. But don't identify, because when you identify, you feel people start isolating themselves, especially this time, because the politicians have started putting people in tribal cocoons. Tribal cocoons telling you now in our tribe we do this, in our region we do this, in our region we do this. So people are slowly forgetting that we are even Christians. So we now start thinking in terms of, we come from this region, I don't know, we are going to negotiate with which camp and such kind of things. I think the church should just be, yeah, it can give guidance, but try and be as neutral as possible. Because you see, politics will come and go. We still need the church. We still need that community of church and everything. So if you get so much immersed in politics, you lose what we identify as a church community, as the body of Christ.
Thank you so much, Changamka Media, and welcome back, Wekesa. Nick, I don't know, as Wekesa takes over, are you ready now to talk, Nick? I don't know if you have sorted out your... Maybe he hasn't. So, Wekesa, welcome back.
Yes, can you get me? Unanipata?
There's a bit of background noise. I don't know if you want to sort that out.
What? What's happening? Okay.
Wekesa, are you back?
Oh yes. So before I take back the moderation, let me contribute as a Kenyan. You can moderate first, so that people don't tell me I'm biased. Do you allow me?
Okay, go ahead. I don't even want to ask Changamka Media questions before you contribute yours. I wish Changamka Media would put her name so that we have your name.
No, I want people to know about Changamka Media first.
Oh, Changamka Media is your YouTube channel?
Yes.
Okay, so now that we know this Changamka Media YouTube channel, what's your name?
Oh my, Changamka Media. CM.
Okay, fine. Wekesa, you got a question you wanna ask? You heard what she contributed to. Maybe you can ask before you give your contribution.
No, I got her in the middle, so I think I may not have a question.
Okay, go ahead and give a contribution then.
Okay. Since we are talking church issues, I wanted to project one scripture here. I don't know if you are seeing it. Can you see it? Yeah. It's there, although it's a little bit tiny, but it is in Isaiah 22, there 23 to 25. Now I will talk about that scripture in form of a story. They say that one day an owner of the house sold a house, but he forgot to sell, and he sold the house and everything, but left there one property, and that was just a nail on the wall. So he went away, and then when he came back, he came with some luggage and came and hung on the nail. And the owner of the house asked, "What are you doing? This is my house, you need to ask for permission." And the owner said, and the current owner told the former owner that I sold you the house, yes, but I never sold you the nail. So the nail is still mine. So I can do anything I want to the nail. So he hung there his goods, and the owner didn't have anything to do. So the next time he came back, he came with some dirty luggage, and he also hung there. And the owner was furious. "Why are you doing this in my house?" But the guy insisted that this is my nail, and I still have to do what I want with the nail. So until the owner, decided now, because this guy is using this nail as an excuse to put things that are unwanted in my house, let me just buy off the nail. Okay, the moral of the story is that as long as there is something we have left and given as a portion to the politicians, they will always have strings they pull in wherever the area we place them. If we have to entirely say that the pulpit is should be sanctified, you know, the word sanctified is set apart. If it's set apart, then it means it is for a particular purpose. You cannot be set apart to do everything. You're only set apart to accomplish a particular thing. And so the reason why people call pulpit sanctuaries is there are places secluded, separated for a particular mission. And they cannot just be for everything else. Because today, if we allow politicians to politic on the pulpit, tomorrow, what stops businessmen from doing business on the pulpit? And what stops a broker from doing his brokerage on the pulpit? And so it means that we will now open up the Pandora's box for every other charade and dirty things that happens in the society to take place on the pulpit. And that's why Jesus was categorical and said that my house shall be called a house of prayer. So that means it's set aside for spiritual issues and spiritual issues alone. If I come to church as Eric, I know, even as a politician, do you know why it's called, I normally ask people, do you know why it's called a church service? When you take a vehicle to a service, place for service, then it needs to be serviced. It's not going for mashindano. It's not going there for display or to show which make it's made of, which brand is made of. And we are having these problems where when we are in church with Themba, when the pastor is preaching, Themba thinks like that what is meant for Wekesa. I wish Wekesa could hear this. No, when you are in church, umejipeleka hapo mwenyewe, and whatever is served on that pulpit is not for your neighborhood income, or you have not gone there to pick a scripture to go and pin your neighbor or your friend or your competitor or your adversary, whether political or whatever. You have gone there for your own self, and you should take advantage of the moment to spiritually nourish yourself, reload, and refresh. So everybody needs to be serviced. So when I'm in charge, it's not time to look for scripture that can pin down them, because that is what's happening currently. It's a show of the sites. One side is claiming that yes, sisi ndio tulijenga makanisa, or sisi ndio tuko na Mungu. The other side ni ya waganga or ya wa nini. Then the other side responds that we also knew God even before you guys knew. So that is not, actually that shows some spiritual childishness and backwardness. If we have to go to church, then our motive must be right. If I have to give money to church, then my motive must be right. If I have to worship in church, then my motive must be right. If I have to make a prayer in church, then my motive must be right. If I don't have the right motive, then I have gone there. That is not, church should not be an entertainment show. It's not a social gathering, but nowadays it has become. It has become because Themba will want to put on his Sunday best and stand out in the crowd. Gone are the days when spirituality was measured by your consecration to God and your awareness from the issues of the world. We are now competing in Christianity. We are competing even on who is driving the best car, who is wearing the best suit, who is having the best sanctuary, the biggest sanctuary. We will compete. Even me, I have a 3,000-seater church, and you have only the 500-seater church. So the things we are competing for in the realm of spirituality don't make sense. So let me tell you this. Someone said that when you see a jiko, and that is having some mendes, cockroaches, and ants, and earthworms, and whatever. If a jiko is invested, even with it has become a home for breeding of the mosquitoes. Now, you know, the problem is not the mosquitoes being found in a jiko. The problem is the jiko is not red hot. You know, a good jiko needs to have fire and it needs to be red hot. When a jiko is red hot, if a rat passes there, it will be finished. If an ant passes there, a fly or whatever, it's finished. Now, the challenge we are having with the pulpit, we may blame politicians 1,000 times, but there were days when people did not play with the pulpit. I'm sure up to now, people fear more Waganga than the church. That I don't think anybody can cross on the shrine of a Muganga and do anything he wants to do. I'm sure nobody can go to an altar of a Muganga and play around the way. They know even those papas, they call them the papas, that they have some supernatural powers, and even their places are so sacred you can't play with. So how comes these particular churches, the altars, were once places where we were told in the Old Testament and whatever, that fire could come on the altars and consume people who are doing things that are not of God. So ideally what I'm saying is that if politicians also have to respect the pulpit, then it begins by the church respecting itself and elevating the pulpit to the standard it was. If it cannot be returned to the level where it was operating, and then you will blame for a politician for nothing, but we are the ones who have lowered the standard to accommodate all of them. I think that is my contribution, and that's what I think needs to be done. It's my personal view.
So, Wekesa, if you may remove the banner that you have put for us there. What in your view will be the sustainability of the words by Sapit? Because as it were, they say that it has been said before. They have given such they have proclaimed themselves to the extent that they do not want politicians speaking, but it has not been implemented across board. Another thing, is it just a realization right now that it is a problem? Because for the past 10 years, we've seen that happening. I mean, politicians going to churches and desecrating the pulpit, hurling insults, and even to some extent, some of them saying that if you're not going to church, their God is the one who has answered their prayers. The others have not been answered, monopolizing the whatever it is that's taking place. So, what is the sustainability?
Okay, so I'll begin by admitting that the failure first, that we have failed, and that's why we have come to where we are. It is easier to bring down a building than to build another one. It's easier to destroy values than to build values. It may have taken us 30 years to build, or may have taken the church 2020 years to be where it is, but it may take it just even a few moments to destroy its values and lose even its relevance. So it's an uphill task to build something that you have destroyed. One of the things that happens is you always lack trust and confidence in the people, and sometimes people think that you compromised, and that's why in the history of even the church itself and history of leadership, sometimes when leaders fail, God raises a new generation of leaders who understands and who stands for a given set of values. So Going back to what Archbishop Olesapit said, I think it begins by pronouncement. In the words of the Bible itself, it says, in the beginning there was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. So it always begins by pronouncement. It also says that let there be, and things happen. So the pronouncements are good, yes, but we also see the God who pronounced in Genesis chapter 1, followed up in Genesis chapter 2 by doing practical things. He made man. He actually took the dust and whatever it made. So in other words, there needs to be a practical follow-up of the pronouncements. Because most of the time we do pronouncement and that's the end of it. There needs to be a practical follow-up of the pronouncements. If we have said that we will not control politics on the first thing is when, because these politicians give notice when they are visiting those churches. So not unless a politician actually is coming for a function, they need, okay, you need to understand their agenda. If they are coming, yeah, notify them, thank you for visiting us, but you will only be allowed to participate in our service like any other member. If you are coming for the first time, I know most churches only recognize guests. If you are coming for the first time, you can be given maybe time, opportunity to just maybe wave or to be seen, or just say your name and where you come from, and you are worshiping with us. It should be that brief. But if you allow that they can say what they want at whatever time they want, then you see, sometimes we may think the congregation are not fools. They are listening and they are seeing. If you have a special treatment of these guys who just come in and go, and them who have been there with you and even struggled maybe to raise that congregation, and you're not giving them opportunity to participate in what is happening, then they will know that even in this church, we are not valued. There are people who have the money, or people who matters are the one who are valued. But everybody wants to be valued. Everybody wants to know that a church is a neutral place where anybody can be valued. So it begins by laying out. I know of a few churches where you cannot just go and be given, even as a guest, leave alone politician, just be given an opportunity to talk and you are just a stranger, because they value their pulpit and they guard it jealously. So this is a place, we need to understand that this is a place of transformation of lives. And the image we give people is what makes them believe that here, they are here for a sole purpose of spiritual nourishment. But if I hear somebody, maybe I support or I don't support, being talked, become the subject, then it lowers my trust and perception of the whole pulpit. So it should be guarded. It should be limited to what happens. I normally ask Kenyans today, if today Eric, wants to go to parliament, nobody will, I will just get permission and will go. But while I'm in parliament, I don't have the privileges of the MPs. I will just go there and sit somewhere in the balcony and watch the whole parliamentary session until it's over. I cannot say that I also contribute because I'm in parliament. No, I'm just there, but I'm not part of. So the pulpit should be left for those who serve on the pulpit and run it for its own purpose and functionality.
You bring a very interesting perspective there, Wekesa, that in Parliament we have rules, and they say that Parliament is a house of rules and a house of debate. When you go there, you sit at the balcony, you sit up. I've gone to our Parliament, you sit up. You're watching what is going on down there. You don't interfere, you don't comment, right? But now when they come this side to the church, when you give a politician time to speak, they usually say this word: yes, we were told not to speak politics, but I'm a politician, so I have to speak politics. So you see, they are ready to cross the boundary when they get into the church and when they're given the rules. But on the other side, they demand respect for where they're supposed to do their thing. So I think what you're bringing out is very significant. As I welcome Sam and Nick. And Nick, are you in a position now to talk? Have you sorted your background and your noise issue?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, I was saying, we should first of all know what's a church and who is a politician. Some politicians go to church, they get prayers from bishops. These bishops fast for these people. They get the seats. When they get the seats and they want to reclaim the seats again, the pastors come and say, no, we don't need you. And they are members. That's the problem, where somewhere is not light. For example, let's take an example. Somebody like Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga wants to go to Madale Church down there. People will be very excited. But when he wants to go to the cathedral, there will not be more changes. So a politician changes lives. A pastor does the same. There should be boundaries in churches. This is somebody we have prayed for. Now he wants maybe to reclaim his seat. Maybe he wants to give something good. Apart from those politicians who come to church and speak bad, we should not have those condemnations to our politicians, because politics and church is one, and something that it must be one. Ni kitu yenye inabadilisha maisha ya watu. Whether we like it, we don't like it, that is it. Apart from those politicians who come to church, they are not with a good mood, or they don't have the belief. But as long as our politicians are controlled, and the church should take part in that discipline. Jesus said, I came for the sinners. So can be a politician not to come to church. You are telling him not. He's a sinner.
I think you're getting it wrong, sir. Nobody is telling the politician not to come to church. They are being told to come to, not to speak at the pulpit. And I think the pastors, because they are, you see, like where I go to church in a different country, and my church, one of the senators, because there are 2 senators in each state, comes to our church. We pray for him. He's a member of the church. Even when he comes, because he's like they're in Nairobi, they're in the capital city. But when he comes home, he comes to our church. When he comes to church, the pastor lets the congregation know, today we have our senator back at home. We need to pray for him. Sometimes he's told to greet the people, and all he does is greet the people and tell them he's doing a good work for them back at the city, and he does not talk politics. So that is what we are asking. Of course, we are happy when but most of our politicians are coming to different churches. But I'm talking about a politician who belongs to a particular church. He should come and say hello and sit down, but I don't think he should bring his politics to church. And the reason is this: in church, there are people of all political persuasions, but when they did come to church, they did not come for politics. They came to be fed spiritually. And then the thing that we are missing most, this is a house of God. It is a house of prayer. We should be in reverence to God. If you remember the days of old, the days of old, when people touched the ark that were not the priest, God slayed them to death. Today he's more lenient because of grace. But that does not mean that we should not respect the house of God. The house of God is a house of prayer. The pulpit is a holy place. The pulpit should only serve spiritual matters. If even in the church you want to discuss anything else, you should move away from the pulpit and go to those small rooms. Even like where they eat in my church, you don't eat in the church. They have a different separate room for other activities, which should include if a politician wants to talk to the people, and the people should be given permission to choose if they want to hear or not. But you cannot hijack a church service to talk your political persuasions, because you're infringing on the rights of those people who do not have your political persuasions, that are forced to sit there, that came to church seeking God. So it is the pastor to take charge. The reason you go to parliament and you're not allowed to speak is because the speaker has taken charge of parliament. Our pastors have not taken charge of their houses, where they have been put in as stewards by God, and that is why it is being defiled. And if we let the church to be defiled, we will pray, and our prayers will never be answered, because the glory of God has left the church, and what we have is called a share, and it is called Ichabod. The glory of God has departed. So we have to choose, do we want God in our churches, or do we want politicians in our churches? We have to make that decision. No, God is not a myth. God is truth. God is there. But if we defile our churches, he will be gone. And what we will have is an Ichabod church that has no power.
But for me, I will not agree with you, because I know church is for the sinners. Jesus says, I came for these sinners.
Nobody is telling them not to come to church.
From church, rebuke them from everywhere. They are politicians. They are not good. They don't. We must
allow him to finish. Wekesa,
I was talking, and then
allow Nick to finish.
Came up. Yeah,
it's okay,
came
Nick.
Up and
Nick. It's okay,
yeah,
Nick. Finish. Yeah, finish.
Yeah, I was saying, let us try to humble ourselves. The church is for the humble. Let's hear this wickedness from them. Let's correct them. Don't rebuke them. Let's say this is my church. Nobody will talk. When are we going to correct them? When are we going to tell them this is wrong? When are we going to be hard? Because most of us, we are hard in the church. We are not hard outside. We are not hard in the parliament. We are not hard in the cabinet. Then we say these people, and these people, they are the people who make our laws. We should correct them there as they talk. The bishop has the mandate to tell the MP or the governor or whoever. But this is what our people want. Change it as he is given time to express himself. But now when we rebuke them, we say we will not. Maybe it's because we are already, our stomachs are full. This is why we can't let them. But let's let them speak. Let's correct them. This is where Wanjiku is going and correct his MP, his governor, his president, his opposition leader. Hapa tuna makosa. But now, everybody, no, we should not. This is for God. This is, we don't agree. But this tabernacles.
Ngoja Ashley amalize. Wacha Nick amalize, then we'll ask him questions. Nick, ukimaliza, we will ask you questions. Okay.
Yeah, this act hizi makanisa tumetengeneza madhabahu watu wakuja wasamehewe. The bishop ndiye kiongozi, akwambie hapa if you don't talk this, if you don't hear you talking this, utasamehewa lini? Ask.
Okay, so we will start with Ashley, and then Wekesa will ask you questions, and then we will respond. So Ashley, uliza swali yako.
I think Nick, there is one. I have two questions. The first one is, you're saying they should come to church, and the first question is, are you thinking, I think they haven't been told not to come to church, but are you saying that when they come to church, they should talk politics? Or what are you talking about that they should talk? And my second question is, you said they should not be rebuked, but now that is not biblical. The Bible says in 1 Timothy 5:20, but those who persist in sin should be rebuked. So, if someone is persisting in sin, the Bible is saying that they should be rebuked. Are you saying that they should not be rebuked? That is number two. But my very, very first question is, are you insisting that when a politician comes to church, he should be given chance to spread his politics in church?
Okay, I want to answer your first question.
Nick Ngoja, maybe you will tie it up with what Wekesa will say. Wekesa, you wanna go ahead, ask your question?
I think he can answer because I wanted to make a comment.
Okay, go ahead, Nick.
I was saying, the politicians should be agreed to come to church, but the bishop, whoever gave permission for that man to talk, is answerable. So when he comes and talks bad, he goes away, he goes out of the way. It is for you to correct him. Once you correct him once, he can't go back to that kwa hiyo makosa tena. So ours is to agree, let him talk and hear where he is wrong, and we correct it. Let's hear where he is wrong and we correct it. It is us who put, ni sisi tulimchagua, we elected him, it is us to correct him. Now when we say church is not for this, bishops, we should not allow politicians to come to and talk in the, when are we going to correct these people?
You know what? I'm going to follow to answer your question.
Hold on, Ashley.
Your question, what happened in answer? Because that one of correcting, please. Just for the consistency. Yeah.
Hold on, Ashley. Hold on. I know Wekesa wants to put a comment because it was banning on some things that Nick had said. Wekesa, kindly put your comment.
If he does, if this thing will not flow, if mine is 1 minute or 30 seconds.
Just answer.
So I was telling you about correcting. It's not necessarily that the politician is wrong. It is the thing that whatever he's saying is what he believes with his party side, then the other side doesn't believe. So it is not wrong in a way that he needs to be corrected. It is just that it is not the forum for that issue to be discussed. So that's the thing. It's not about him being wrong so he can be rebuked.
I want to answer you. What's a church? It's a community. It is where people give their views. It's where people surrender their sins. Let him also come there. Let's give him a room. It's like a witness. It is like a testimony. He comes and testifies. Oh, all those bad things. Let the pastor, because he is on the authority from God, correct him. It's very simple. Once we correct these people in church, when they go out, it is like we condemn them. When you go out of that way, you have been corrected. You are on your own, and they will come back to God. But when we tell them we don't like them to talk, let them talk their mind in church, because most of them make their covenant.
So Nick, it's your submission. It's your submission that it's okay when politicians come to church. That they should be. Hold on. It's your submission that when politicians come to church, they should be given the microphone, and they should be allowed to talk. And whatever it is that they say, after they have said it, the pastor should stand up and say that this is not what we needed.
He should take responsibility. Responsibility
hold
of
on.
Them, or correct them, or condemn them.
Hold on. What, in your view, informed the suggestion by Olisapit that politicians ought not to be? What, in your view? I mean, I want you to understand it from the background. Then now you come to the point that you say. What, in your view, informed his statement? Remember, he's not telling them not to come to church. And if you listen to him, he said that even when politicians come, the media is not helping us. It is reporting what the politicians said, but not necessarily what took place within that time at church. So in your view, what do you think was the background of informed what he said?
I think he was wrong somewhere, because when he condemns these people from talking,
No.
when are we going to correct them?
Nick,
when are we going to have the right way from these people? Because they're the same people who make laws.
Hold on. I asked you a question.
Yes.
What was the background of where he was coming from? I think you need to pick it from the background, because if you don't understand things in context, if you don't contextualize, then we miss the point. Can you contextualize his comments? Because if you contextualize it, you're gonna give it more fair submission. Are you still there? Okay, I think he left. Now, Wekesa, you wanna go ahead?
Okay, I will answer him even in absentia. I was even looking at the story of one of the Jewish leaders. Sorry, I muted myself. So I was looking at the story of that is in the Acts of Apostle, called the guy called Kamale. He's one of the guy who had issues with the disciples when they were preaching, and unlike today, the Old the early church had no fear of preaching to the authorities. So having I think it's either Paul or Peter who came to him and shared the truth about the gospel, and he asked him whether he wanted to convert him, but he was purely speaking about their mission as the apostles. So my argument is that nobody is, as Ashley puts it, I think it's in Acts 10 verse 34. It talks about God is not a respecter of persons. So Eric, don't go to church as Dr. Wekesa or Honorable Wekesa or whatever. I go to church as a son of God, and that's the title that all of us have. We are all children of God. That's why we normally even talk about children of Israel. And some of those guys just got old and died, but we still call them children of Israel. They are on with the same title. We don't talk about, they are the same. So in church, it's an equal platform for all of us. And in fact, it is to the advantage of the politicians, not even the pastors, that they humble themselves before God, because it's God who gives out power for people to lead. So it's also a good, one of the things we go to church when we are giving our money, it's our worship. It's not like I want to use it for anything else. It's my worship. I want to tell God, you gave me the opportunity to serve people for 5 years or 10 years. And in the process, this is what I have acquired. So I have come to worship you with the substance of my produce. So it doesn't have, but when I'm doing that, I don't want to show that Eric, am giving better than Demba, whom maybe God has just blessed him with a job of kuuza vitu mtaani. So I'm sure me as Eric, because I am a politician and I'm blessed with big money, it's easier for me even to show my money that I'm giving out 10,000 than Eric, who have only 200 shillings and want to give. But maybe in terms of percentage, and that's why Jesus stood by the cup and looked and said that this woman has given more than everybody else. It was based on the percentage. And somebody said that God does not look at what you give. Actually, he looks at what remains after you give. So it means me, I may give 1 million, but I'm remaining with 1 billion. But you have given 10 cents and you have given everything that you had. That after that, you don't have anything else. And so when we remove that, when we give in secret, we are making the ground equal for all of us. When we worship as human beings and not as titles, then we make the ground equal for all of us, such that if we don't have to intimidate our pastor, because I can imagine a pastor in the presence of a president or a minister or whatever, we don't have to project our title so that we intimidate them. When we are there, it's like we control the service because they are intimidated by our presence. But we should show them humility such that they can still conduct their service normally, even when we are there. And some say that when you go to churches like Baptist Church, it has politicians. When you go to CITAM, it has politicians. But you will never know that they are there. In fact, they are regular church members. He comes and sits on one of the seats, he attends the service and goes away. But some of the churches, when a politician comes, now we tremble and we give them that premium. And even we reorder the church service such that it is now them, they can have even a separate program. You know, politicians come with their own mini program. I can come with 200 people and I want to ensure all of them speak. So you can imagine you elongate the service by 3 or 2 hours just because you need to give these people to speak. Okay, you have come with your entourage to worship. Yes, you guys worship and maybe you say just I've come with a number of people, but we came to worship. If it's support, you have supported normally as unless it's a fundraising. When it's a fundraising, that's a different conversation because it's purely a fundraising event. But if it's a normal church service, and you extrapolate it to look like a political event, that's where we have a problem. And you will find it affects the congregation because not everybody is aligned to your side and not everybody even is interested in matters of politics.
Thank you so much for that addition. I don't know if Nick came back, but welcome, Jex. Can see you. Nick has come back. Nick, I don't know if you heard what Wekesa said, and even before I bring Jex on, I had asked you a question if you can recall the backdrop in which Sapit said what he said. Do you remember the background? Because if we don't contextualize our comments, we are likely to misread what was meant by what the person said.
Yeah, remember, just because Nick Amekuja, I wanted to answer him direct on this. We have not said that we need to separate politicians. We need to discriminate them. You know, discrimination, okay, there are two extremes of discrimination. There is negative and positive, where you discriminate people by giving them a due advantage over others. So other members will ask themselves, how comes we are never given chance even to greet people? Or so you don't discriminate them by elevating them above other congregations. Make them just like any other congregation so that they. But if they are guests, you know, you are coming for the first time, okay, let all guests be invited. But so that it's not also positive discrimination.
Wekesa, let me ask you this. Wekesa? Let me ask you this.
Go on.
Why is it we are 10 months to election? This is the time we have started hearing, oh, no politicians, no. Why? Train your people earlier. Tell them if they are newcomers, let them hold in the back seats. Only that. Don't make pronouncements.
The The answer is very simple. They normally say strike the nail while it's hot. There are things
if they are
that are
newcomers
done
in
at
your
the
church,
right.
because
They
if they are
normally say
newcomers in your
strike the
church,
nail while it's hot, just at the right time. That's why even constitutions are made in such a crisis moment. Maybe right now we are having that crisis. So when you send the message, it will go straight.
and the problem is, if you're not a politician yourself, why pronounce this? Just make directives. They have come now. Don't announce. Just keep quiet. Let them come. They're backseaters. Don't give them a chance. But when you are the person who is, oh, let politician not, why? Just be sober.
Nick.
No, he was giving leadership. You know, he's an archbishop.
No,
So whatever he says,
that's not
wait till I
leadership.
finish and then you respond. Wait till I finish, you respond. Wait till I finish, you respond. He's an archbishop. So what he was saying, wait till I finish and then you talk, huh? I'm saying he's an archbishop. So one, he was not speaking for himself. He was speaking for all the branches of SEK. And he also expects as a leader, other churches will learn from him. So that's why he pronounced it publicly.
And that where I just have a small difference with him. Because he, as a leader, you have a constitution of your church. Just write it down if you don't have one. Tell your bishops, when these people come, don't give them a chance. Don't go to TVs. Don't go to news, to media. And it will be done. And they will come and they will see, oh, we are not welcome here. They will go if they are not for that church. But when you make it, they will start fighting you. Why? Why do you invite a fight where there is no fight?
Nick, you see, you play people in the stage in which they want it played. It was not even him who invited the media.
Don't engage them. Don't engage them.
He was not engaging the politicians. In fact, he was in his pulpit. He was making use. Have you ever gone to Parliament? Wait. Have you gone to Parliament and told parliamentarians what to say when they are in Parliament?
You can't tell them.
Good. And so right now you are suggesting that you want to direct the way the preacher is going to use his pulpit.
Let me correct you.
It is for the politician. Wait, Nick, because I think you don't understand. You are trying to carefully ignore the background where they're coming from, and your view is trying to apportion blame to the advisory by the Archbishop. You're also refusing to see where he's coming from and trying to suggest to him what he should have done within. You are also not saying that. I haven't heard you comment about politicians' use of pulpit or what they say when they go to church. Could you comment on that first, and then you probably look at it from the other side? According to you, do you think politicians have behaved well when they have been given microphones, when they have attended churches? I want just to hear from you.
They have not behaved well at all. And this is my correction. When you go to Parliament, and as you say, you are not told to go to the chambers. There's someone on the door who shows you where to go because you are not a member. When they come to church, don't pronounce it. They don't pronounce you in Parliament. You are shown doors. This is your seat. You are directed. So the Parliament, the Speaker doesn't say, oh, there's someone. No, you are directed where to sit. When they come to church, let us also have the authority. Let us not go to TVs and media and telling them, oh, we have to. Why? This is my problem. Okay. This is why it looks political. You know, when you go to TV these days and in this Kenya we have, you just look like a politician. Bury yourself from being a politician.
But there's a lot, remember, there's a lot of assumptions that my friend Nani is making, Nick. Huh? Let me tell you, go to a normal church right now. They normally see you. Okay, let me say, for example, Eric, am an usher of a church. I normally see Ruto on TV. I normally see Raila on TV. The first time he's coming to my church, I've never interacted with him. You need some wisdom to know how to handle them. So these are not ordinary people in the society, yes, but we are trying to want them. It's them also who can help us handle them in the right way. They are not ordinary people in the society. They come with their even bodyguards. So you have never even handled people with bodyguards. Are you getting the point?
I want to correct. I said this area. I said, supposing like Luto goes to Madare, the village will be like it's over. Let him to go to All Saints Cathedral. Nobody notices him. So you have to notice the difference. Don't put your bishop who is down there to have a condemnation from his followers. It is for you to know as a reader, where are these people going? Now I said they should not come and pronounce themselves. And Komadare. Na watu wote ndio wamekuja sababu yake. What do you want him to do? This is why I'm saying we must differentiate what we are saying and who leaders.
Okay, Nick. Indeed, yes. I think we are in agreement, and we said that the church needs to do something, and in a way you are right that systemically the church needs to find a way of managing itself in view of the politician and the politics that is happening at a certain point. But also we are in agreement that politicians have misbehaved wherever they have been given a chance. So there's responsibility across board, the politicians, the churches, and also us as individuals, the people, the membership. Yeah, so I agree with you to the extent that there's a cross border responsibility to try and manage certain expectations, so that at least we all behave responsibly, the politician, the membership, and the churches. I think we need there's some also who came on board as some, if you can contribute. Jex, you can say hi as some contributes if you are there.
See, I should have said hi during my time, but ni sawa. Hi people.
Salimiana tu si vibaya, si dhambi kusalimiana.
Salamu kwa kila moja, Penny, Nikki, Ashley, Ruben, Sam, to you, Themban, to the many tuning in. How are you guys?
Fine, karibu sana, Jex, and I see Wekesa coming in and coming out, so be ready in case it doesn't come. It doesn't come back, you'll be there. So Sam, can you give your contribution?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I've been listening to Nick for quite a long time, and I'm a little bit confused. Whatever Nick has been talking, I mean, I cannot follow exactly the way he has been narrating everything. Anyway, when we go to church, I can say we are all sinners in either ways. So we shouldn't take it as if the politicians should not go to church. They are also part and parcel of us. And when the pastor or the bishop, whatever, who has been given that that opportunity to talk, should not discriminate whether it is a. But you see, politicians, they are part and parcel of us. We gave them that assumption of responsibility. When they come there to talk, they can talk a little bit of what they are supposed to do it. Anyway, it depends to the ways people, the way the politicians are going to narrate whatever they want to narrate it. To me, Nick, I can differ with you a little bit, if I may say. The pastors or the bishops shouldn't have that. They can have that authority to stop or to tell them don't say that, don't do this. But you see, the politicians, they have to take their own responsibilities first. One thing, they have to know that there are people behind when they are talking in front of those audience. So to me, it's not the pastor who has to control it. It's the politicians themselves who has that. According to somebody who is legible, who want to be respected, you have to talk senses, not just jumping into issues, tangling the whole issues. But anyway, I think in the whole scenario of, for example, whatever Olisapit said today, I may say on one side he has a right, because first, time, because he didn't want, the whole congregation to take time, quite a long time, because there are those who are going home to cook for the kids. There are those who are going to on various assignments as a human being. Anyway, that's why he was saying, don't talk politics, because a politician can say just, let me just say this one, but at the end, taking more time talking some issues which are irrelevant to the whole congregation. So, but anyway, the whole scenario, I can say, the old politician, whatever they are doing now in the churches, I can say, if they were not part and parcel of those churches for quite that long time, and then all of a sudden they come in and then talk whatever they're talking, the whole issue is, I can say, they don't know what they are doing at the churches. On the Spirit, according to me, knew exactly, because politicians, they are somehow tricky in either way. Some are talking humbly, some are talking just the way they want to talk, some just want to show the people that they are there without even specific things with whatever they are going to talk. Okay, thank you. So, Jack, Zemba, you can. I just want to answer a little bit of to Nick, so it's okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Okay. Do you have any question or comment to what Sam has said? Nick, you wanna?
Yeah, I have not said that the politicians should come to church, and they are giving the counter. You know, as he have given his speech, then someone comes and counter. No, it is us, the wise people. The bishop is a wise person to know the exact what to say to this person. And once you said it, one day, a politician came to a church, and he talked not good at all. And the bishop was wise to tell him, okay, you have said it, but I think, according to me, I don't think we have that stand as a church. And people clapped for it. The politician never came back. He was not chased away. He have never gone to any other church and did the same mistake, because he was corrected. So let's correct these people, because they are our fellow, our church members. Some of them, they are Christians, but sometimes they behave somehow. We know. So when we stage market ourselves and say, oh, nobody should.
Nick, you know, Nick, hold on. Have you read about the Rwanda genocide?
I have read it.
Have you read it?
Yeah.
You know the background and the role of the church in the Rwanda genocide?
Mm-hmm.
One thing that Sapit is trying to do, which I think is something, words, once they have been said, even if you correct them, you don't know who has been convinced by those words. So he's trying to be proactive in the sense that he's saying, let's not give them the microphone. Because you are saying, let's do it and correct. But Sapit is saying, let's be proactive. Let's not give them at all the opportunity. So that sometimes, you know, you are right when you're saying that let's correct it. But by the time you're correcting something that has already been said, it takes a long while. They say that falsehoods. Hold on.
Let me stop you from.
Hold on.
Let me.
Hold on. They say lies will travel around the world before truth has even put on its shoes. Let me help you with the backdrop of what was going on. Raila was there within the week, and before then, Malala had said anybody should not go to Western. Right? That anybody going to Western, it was going to be bad. Immediately when Raila had left Western, I think the previous day, Malala came back and said the Matiang'i should arrest Raila for coming into Western. Right? Now, in the backdrop of that, this politician, Mudavadi and Raila and Wetangula are meeting at the same gathering. Right? Now, these people want to speak. Now, before then, give it a context. The previous pronouncements in many church events where politicians, pastors have been gracious enough to give them the microphone. And even the politician wakes up and says that, okay, you've given me the microphone and told me not to politic. But I'm a politician, I'll do what politicians do. Okay?
Let me correct you.
So what you're saying, Nick, is trying to run away from the context in which the words were made.
I don't want to run away.
You're running away from the context of the words I say. Sapit is giving a proactive, you are giving a reactive. Let them say it and then correct. You see, you know what a politician is going to say. They are going to incite people. They are going to say certain things. So what
like
do you
now,
do? Do you wait them?
Like
do
now,
you want to give them the microphone so that they say something bad about a certain politician? Then you come and say that is bad.
You don't.
If you can project what he's going to say, and politicians by nature have always given political pronouncements at church events, do you still want to give them so that you can go into correcting? Is that what you're saying?
I've said this not once. Let's not try to counter. He is now trying to counter these people. Because once you don't let them to talk in church, some seniors will come to church and you must give them. And they will talk what they want. What do you do to those people who are down there?
Nick, Themba.
Now the problem is now you are even escalating the problem, because some will come to your church. They are seniors. They will talk. They have to have a chance. You have just condemned the few ones who don't have that big power. But what about those people? Like, for example, later comes to a church. No, but
Raila was there. Right? Wait, Raila was there. Mudavadi was there. Wetangula was there. And the directive was one. Let's not allow politicians. You see, we have state officials, like, for example, the president. We have a president coming in. That's he's a symbol of unity. When he comes, definitely you'll give him an opportunity to talk. He's not going to campaign. But most of the politicians the politicians we've had lately, when they pick the microphone, it is an insult over an insult over an insult. So with that kind of behavior, you are still saying we need to give them time, and then we now tell them, we correct them. Is that what you're saying?
Now
let's hear Sam asking you a question. Sam. Wait, Nick. Let's hear Sam.
Nick.
Yes.
You know what? Let me take one example. If the kids are going outside to play, and there's a hole somewhere at the middle of the field, do you allow the kids first to play, or should you try to warn and prevent them before going to play?
Can I answer, or do you want to comment?
Moment. And that's what Lesepit was trying to manage it. Because he knew, I mean, the politician, these politicians, they are very funny. They are very funny people. So that's why Olesebit was trying to cool down the old issue that say, no, this is another function. Your function will come next time, maybe perhaps anywhere. But at the moment, we are trying to manage some other issues. That's why he was trying to, not to counter them, but try to prevent the outcome, aftermath of the outcome of whatever is going to happen there. So to me, we shouldn't go more than that. Nick, saying, yeah, we should try to tell them after talking. No, you better prevent the whole. You better prevent the whole issue. That's
Sam,
why.
Sam, you know where I was thinking.
That's why
you know
I
where
ask you.
You know where I was thinking.
Moment.
Okay.
Can I talk?
Talk.
Just give me a sample. That's why I say, when you see the kids going to play outside, and you yourself, you have already seen a hole somewhere in the middle of the field, and the kids are going to play there. Would you prevent them going there, or should you leave them first to go there, and then you prevent them? That's how it is. Thank you.
Okay, let me comment on that, then I give it a chance to someone. As we are just looking ahead on these big men, the MPs, we have some MCAs. They are down there to down our churches down there. They support these churches. They talk. Leave alone these people we see in the media, on TVs. They talk a lot. They talk a lot, and they talk big things. They even escalate a lot. Things you can't even pronounce yourself on these things. Lakini hakuna mtu anawaambia. Some churches are too small. They have 10 members. This person, when he gets there, he's looking for an MCA. He have 10 members. He must talk. He must.
Jack.
So let's not say we need these people not to talk because they are MPs or because they are aspirant of the presidential. Let us control. Let the church control its podium. Let church control this. As they come, let them have it. This is not a place where we need to talk ill about others. Then you'll be very
yes. Wait for Nick to finish. Nick, are you done?
We'll be very much okay. This is what I was saying.
Wait for Nick to finish.
Let's control it from mashinani, huko chini, huko Madhare, huko chini, huko Kiambaa, huko chini Gasie, huko. Let's control it from there. Because when these people come to podium, they say, oh, tukikuja hii church, we don't have a podium. Why? All churches are not different. They are different. But the masters, church leaders unite, talk, give. You have some wisdom from God, if that's what you say. Why should these people come and talk this? Control them before they get things escalate. But when you're stopping them, it doesn't mean they will not talk. They'll talk outside. And you still cry, oh, churches, we don't have a responsibility. Don't run away from your responsibility. Talk to these people, talk to these MCAs. Leave alone these MPs and presidential and governors and senators. Talk to MCAs. They are still talking. Down there, there are 10 church members. Some are going for 10 churches a day. And they don't have someone to control them. So let the church take each church even na mkataba mzuri to talk to these people. And this country will not, nchi haiwezi chomwa na Raila ama Ruto, inachomwa na sisi ma MCA huku chini. Tuliambiwa. This is the problem, where the problem is. And we will be healed when we control our churches. Thank you.
Okay, Sam, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just want to say, Nick, let us not repeat cycle ourselves in the same place, church and politician. can we have another issues? I mean, the way we tangle on the same issue, we are not going to talk. I mean, we are not going to have a solution.
But when you read down there, you can see the statement that we are being judged and whatever that can you read that well? The discussion of today.
Yeah, sure. I understand. I mean,
no, Sam. Nick is okay in his contribution, in his submissions. He's still within the context of what we are talking about. It's only that the two of you are looking at the situation differently, but you're saying the same thing, because Nick is also saying that they should be controlled, and we are saying that they should be controlled from not starting even talking. Nick is saying they should be allowed to talk, and then they are corrected. So we are saying the same thing. He's actually viewing the same thing at different perspective. So his suggestion is that,
and I think Nick is also saying that there should be consistency in the churches. That if they are not allowed to talk, they're not allowed to talk in all churches. Not in some churches, because some people will start to say, "Why did you allow this one to talk and you didn't allow that one to talk?" I think that's what I understood from him.
Yeah, so he's generally within the topic, and he's also saying, I hear what he's saying, that the control, what I heard is they should be controlled, which is something that we are in agreement. But also we are saying that all of us have a responsibility.
Let me summarize.
Yeah,
when us we join their assemblies, MCAs, we don't talk. When they join the parliament, we don't talk. The Senate, we don't talk. Cabinet, we don't talk. Also them, when they come to us, let's control them. Simple.
Okay, thank you, Nick. I can see Susan has joined us, and I can also see, no, Ruben has been here. Ashley, Penny, those ones have been here. Sam, you had finished?
Sure, I've finished. Thank you.
Okay, fine. Now, Jex, this is your time. Do you want to give your contribution, and then we bring in Susan?
Have we brought in Penny or Ashley or Susan? Because you have
allowed they have been. You have just come in. These people.
No, we have asked questions. We have not given submissions.
Actually,
I can see where our moderator is.
Actually, money has been poured to spoil my name, but I'm taking it in stride. I've allowed all these people to.
So remember what you're doing. You're allowing your ladies to ask questions, but giving the men priority to give their submissions.
It is not intentional, so it is. I'm not discriminating on anyone. I would be so much unfair to anyone. But I know Penny has given a submission. Ashley, I don't know if she's saying she hasn't given. Then that's we are gonna do that. Then we have Susan.
Let's then allow her to do so.
All right, so we'll allow Ashley to give us submission, and then maybe come back to Jakes. Okay, go ahead, Ashley.
Okay, we can go to Susan. I actually asked the guy who was speaking a question, two questions, but I didn't speak. But since we haven't had Susan speak, let her speak, and then I'll go after her.
Okay, Susan, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Hi, everyone.
Good to see. Good not to see you, but it's good to hear from you.
Yeah. No, for me nataka tu kusema the way Archbishop amebehave leo amefanya total correct. That was a correct move. Churches and the politics hazifai kuwa kwa church. Bishop wapatwe madhabahu, waombe, na politician kama wanakuja wasikize, alafu wakimaliza wanaweza toka nje waende wafanye politics zao nje. Second, naona wanasema funeral. About funerals, nadhania nilisoma mahali nilisikia funeral na politics zilianzishwa na Jaramogi Odinga siku za ukoloni ama kitu kama hiyo. Kama wangeweza kuenda public, walikuwa wanaenda kufanya politics kwa funeral. Kwa hivyo hiyo sijui, mimi nadhani nilisoma mahali, but I'm not sure about it. Lakini hiyo ni vizuri. Catholics hiyo nadhani hata Vatican nadhani ni Pope Francis alisema, aliwapigia simu labda akawaambia I don't know, churches na politics hazifai. Mi hivyo tu ndo naweza sema, lakini the way today Mudavadi did also, akaenda Murang'a, nataka kuuliza kwani huyo udako kwa nampangia hizo tamin ni nini kizungu jamani, hizo nini zake, hapokuwa anajua kwamba leo wataenda kwa hiyo church alafu warudi watoke waende Murang'a? Hiyo ndio swali niko nataka kuuliza, kama mtu anaweza jibu.
Can I be today Mudavadi's advocate?
Unataka kuwa advocate wake?
Imagine.
Did you plan his itinerary?
Hata siku plan tu, I had a leakage of what happened.
Go ahead. Usaidie Susan.
I think we are reading too much into something that has been happening in other functions apart from today. Case in point, I remember, I think it was last weekend, but one Mudavadi attended 4 funerals, and in each funeral he would come, aone the moods ni nini, aombe kanafasi kidogo, aongee, and then leave. Today was not different. He was to attend the Murang'a. Actually, it is not even a church, it was a school. They were doing a function in a school, but it had some church linked ish, whatever. So, and in fact, we had Akina Sabina Chege, we had this other lady, Martha Karua, and they spoke at length. In fact, even Kanini Kega was there. So to me, I think his program was set in the morning. He knew I would attend this coronation or yes, of the bishop, but later on I would leave. So issue probably inaweza kuwa how they left, ili create probably a drama, but it had nothing to do with the function, because whether Ole Sapit had given them an opportunity or not, he would still have left. But you know, media and us all have a way of blowing some things out of proportion. But with all due respect to him, I think Ali explained at alipoenda Murang'a. Those who follow Cleopas has given a statement over the same, that they even excused themselves. But you see, that was not played to us to see. But by the end of the day, I think how they did it maybe nilikuwa na challenge. But if they had some other commitments and arrangements, it's okay. We have seen Baba also leaving some functions.
You know, Jakes, as a politician, you need to be strategic.
Exactly.
You are giving a lot of issues that are coming after the facts. You see, so and politics is about politics is about perception, right?
Exactly.
So you may have a very good explanation for your movement, but in the general perception, you cannot take away people from interpreting certain issues about your actions. And most politicians will have an explanation for everything they do. You know that. Every politician will have an explanation. It is in the best of interest. We cannot take away our questioning mind from it. You have an explanation. Yes, you had this planned out. You had this which was going to go in, but in the backdrop of what has happened in the current, people are going to question. So they need to be ready to defend. They need to be ready to explain, but it doesn't take away the questioning of the individuals. Yes, go ahead.
I agree. Totally, I do. Now, these two functions, if you looked at how they happened, they didn't just come at the heat of the moment, or rather, they were not just planned helter-skelter. There were people who were on the ground in terms of kulikuwa na attendees, kulikuwa na a program and all, right? Meaning it was something prepared prior to today, right? So having Musalia,
you know, James is just trying to escape from the question, and it's not like
No, kidogo tu.
James, you are not. Wewe unatuzungusha tu. So it was not. These people are looking for votes. Simple.
No, wait.
Wanatafuta kura.
I've not even gone
Wanatafuta
there.
uongozi. And as Kenyans, let ask these hard questions now. Tukiwapatia hatutawauliza. Don't watetea.
I'm not tearing anyone. I think Nick,
We are going to give
you're
all.
getting me.
Like this.
In fact, I even asked for permission to be an advocate. So, so now that you granted me that, allow me to tear.
Maybe and let me also counterattack that, because we can see you are trying to
allow me to make my submission.
These people are just looking for votes.
I'll give you a
This
right
is
of
the time. This is why this is the time for us to ask them these hard questions.
Correct. You are, Nick, you're very
This is the
correct.
time we need to tell them. Tukikuja to your parliament, we don't talk. Unatupatia gallery. And us, when you come to church, let's also lecture you now. Let's nobody come and stop
I
these
am
people.
with you there.
Okay, Nick, hold on. Jex was trying to help Susan. Jex, you wanna continue tearing Mudavadi?
Anatuzungusha tu. At the end of it, you'll be just kutuzungusha tu.
Wacha tetee Mudavadi.
Sawa.
Unajua, it's good to at times give credit where it's, because by the end of the day, mi sidhani Msali aliamua tu misbehave. I don't know him to be a misbehavior or having such bad manners. But anyway, since it happened, ni sawa, pole kwake. So I was just trying to explain it to Susan that it wasn't really planned happening, because even no one knew Olesepit would say what he would say, because angesema hivyo tungeona the high turnout ya politician wenye walikuwa wamekuja leo. They were really prepared to speak. Unfortunately, Olesepit busted their bubble, so that's what happened. But unfortunately,
so listen, Jex, you see, one thing as a politician, that requires your adaptability and your reading of the mood of the moment and how your action at any point will imply on the bigger picture of what you want to desire.
Exactly.
So that's where we are saying he was unstrategic to work out whether he had an engagement or not. In the backdrop of what has been said at that moment, what will be the interpretation? So he will take maybe some time to try and explain his way out for the next 1 week. He has facts, you are right. There was an event that had been planned. He was to go for it. But as a politician who has a bigger picture in mind, it's not just about the event. It's about the perception of what people will view you after this. Exactly. So you see, he has to come back and now start explaining, haikuwa madharau. After you're explaining that, already the train has left the station. People have said, you walked out in protest. You see, already that one will be, yes, you are right, Jex. There was a plan. He was to go, but he should have read the mood of the moment. He could have just sent someone else to go to and say, okay, fine, I'll be late, or sent his contribution to the other side in that backdrop. But you see now, you have the explanation. Malala will keep posting for the next 1 week or so to try and tell them, no, it was not that way. It was this way. Before you do that, we have already known ana madharau, aliambiwa siongee akatoka, huyu ni leader wa aina gani. So those are the things we'll be reading. So Susan, I think Jex ametetea Mudavadi, you can continue.
I want to invite him to Malala's page. You want to the comments. You have
nilisisoma. As I said,
Boga points for what?
As I said, Nick, I was only an advocate. You are the judge. The jury is still out there. So
no,
I was just trying to kumtetea tu. Unajua, he's a son of Mululu who we need to take him with a lot of care. Tusimuumize sana. Hana thick skin kama Ruto ama Raila.
The problem is not that. The problem is the person who comes now to counter. Alicounter venye haiko akapoteza sasa boga points. Mudavadi angenyamaza hiyo ingekuwa imeisha. Sasa unawekelea makaa juu ya moto ya nini?
Susan, continue.
Another thing Jack, nataka kwa sababu sasa umeamua tu mtetee tu kabisa.
No, legal fees imeishia hapo, labda mnitumie zingine. Legal fee imeisha, labda utume ingine.
Muulize Susan, ako na mtetezi hapa, mtetezi wa mnyonge.
Mbona hakungoja saa zile kwaya labda inaimba? Unajua hapo angetoka saa zile kwaya inaimba ama kuna lakini vile ule mama aliamka akaanza kuongea wakatoka. Unaona hiyo pia ni kama hakuheshimu huyo mama alikuwa anaongea. Si get hakumheshimu, angengoja saa zile. Mimi kwa maoni yangu nadhania angengoja saa zile kuna kitu ingine inafanyika, si saa zile huyo mhubiri mwingine amekuja anze kuongea.
Hapo Susan, hiyo ni ukweli. Najua alikuwa ameenda na ndege huenda mbio, angeenda tu kwa hiyo function ingine. Hapo Susan, hiyo ni ukweli, na mimi kama advocate wake I'll make sure my client knows what he did was wrong.
Yeah, hapo Susan amesema kitu ingine ya muhimu sana. Wewe ambia client wako if he's interested in presidency, perception of the people.
No, I'm not
very
talking about
important.
him. Wait, remember, I am not talking about him as a president rather. Because yeah, president, unajua tu msimamo wangu ni wapi.
Sinasema
namtetea tu leo tuje ya kanisa, lakini ikipita hapo
sinasema yeye ni client wako. Sasa kwa sababu wako kwa kinyang'anyiro
na nimesema
ni sawa. Na kwa sababu wako kwa kinyang'anyiro kinaitwa kinyang'anyiro kwa sababu kwa kinyang'anyiro inafaa umpatie mawaidha ya kwamba kuna mambo ambayo anafanya yanaweza mpatia yanamtoa bonga points kama vile Nick amesema. Susan, kuna usaidizi mwingine uko nao kwa Mudavadi?
James ni pia man.
Samba, can I make a comment?
Yeah, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, you see they are storming out of the function. Immediately it was announced that they were not going to be given the opportunity to speak. It made it so obvious that they had gone with an intention of addressing the masses and they were not interested in the function, which came out so badly, you know. Yeah, it came out so badly that they had gone there with an intention of just addressing. So since they had been denied what they were looking forward to, then they had no need to wait until the end. So I think it's a good thing that the Archbishop came out very strongly and put his feet forward. But it came out so obviously that they had gone there with an intention of addressing the masses, and they were not interested in the function, which is what most politicians are after. Their main reason of going to church is not to attend the services.
They're not members. They want to
but their main intention, a lot of them, they go to church they target the masses. Just like I said, that politics and masses is all about the masses. So they go there with an intention of getting the readily available masses for their own advantage. Yeah. That's
Thank you, Penny. Susan.
Nataka ku advise James
Ngoja kidogo Nick. Wacha tupatie Susan baada prosecute yake.
Mimi niko sawa. Baba nilikuwa nimecross vidole zangu zote, asifanye mistake, asitoke amalize hiyo chat. Na kutu disappoint kwa sababu baba angetoka ingekuwa kwa newspaper, kwa mtandao. Baba hawezi ngoja
angekutana na akina Jakes hapa nje, lakini ni sawa, alijaribu.
Hakujaribu, alicheza kama yeye. Kwa hivyo niko tu sawa.
Wacha tusiseme alicheza kama yeye, hatujui roho ilikuwa inadunda vipi. Lakini ni sawa, alijaribu.
Okay. Now you see Jakes, Jakes, what Penny and Susan and you are saying is there could be a very important reason, but that reason flies flat in the way he effected his move.
Correct.
Yeah, he should have timed at least he went there to see the lady being coronated and stuff. He should have at least waited. Akimaliza, he has a chopper.
But,
right?
but then again, them, with all due respect to both sides, invite politician kwa function yako, alafu akikaa tu chini ndio unamchapa muktasari ya jinsi utaki bla bla bla. Why don't you, kwa hiyo invite kidogo, let me finish. Kwa hiyo invite yenye unamtumia umwambie kama venye kwa harusi tunasemanga, na usilete zawadi, leta pesa kwa bahasha. Mbona hapo kwa invitation card tusiseme, na tafadhali weka mwanasiasa, ukikuja tutakupa nafasi, si ndio? So that you don't make it so public that hautakuwa unawakubali, and almost make it as if it is you know, you're criminalizing it, you're making it so much of an issue. And I think there were better ways of addressing it. And yet, as Wekesa said, this is a president, so he has access to their numbers, he has access to their offices. He could have written to them, because this function was not prepared today, and probably some of these leaders were given an invitation card. Could it have been told, or rather, could the information have been passed to them slightly earlier, so as to prevent such? My thinking actually.
No, you're right about that. But you are assuming now. There's an assumption you have. So we are assuming they were invited.
Yes, just
I want to give Jake something.
Yes,
since
Nick.
he was hired. Since he was hired,
I wasn't. It was pro bono, but ni sawa tu.
Ndio uongeze boga pontification, ndio you
was
talk to
pro
your
bono.
leader.
It was pro bono, my friend.
This one now, you should have given him an afterthought. Alafu ukitoka arafu. That one would have worked. That's why you didn't give him that advice.
Yes,
this is the problem now. We are now talking about it now.
Just a politician being a sharp person, he's supposed to be spontaneous. It's not that in every situation they'll always be given a marking scheme of what will happen and how the event will go. A politician is supposed to be an intelligent, sharp person who is capable of being proactive and making very quick decisions. So,
correct. Penny and Nick, you're saying a good thing, but I don't think you have heard what I've said. This was a function pre-arranged, right?
Yes.
Just like we can pre-arrange a wedding and almost plan it to detail of what exactly will happen. If you have ever received an invitation to a wedding, some people go to the detail of telling you, please don't come with mazawadi, tulete tu bahasha, and others even tell you, come with this invitation card, otherwise lack of it out and you no. Now my question is, if let's assume that these leaders they received an invite, or even better still, they had given a communication that they would attend, don't you think it was in the president of that church place to tell them that as much as they'll attend, this is what, wait, just one moment, this is what will happen? Because by the end of the day, for example, I may ask you, why is it that these politicians don't speak in mosques? Why is it that they don't speak in other churches or like temples, but it is the church that has allowed this? Don't you think the communication should have come early so as to prevent shaming of these leaders?
But you see, Jex, Jex, you're assuming so many things, like you're not in Kenya. Politicians are never invited to church.
I'm trying to think like someone outside Kenya.
Politicians are never invited to churches. They go to churches. Okay, a politician is a member of the church also. A politician is a member of the community. A politician has a family that goes to church. A politician they are basically our brothers and sisters. You get?
True.
So a politician is not like a politician is outside. So politicians normally, the only time they're invited to churches is when they are guest of honor. You know, like you are the guest of honor.
Let me ask you.
And this function,
let me ask you
let
now.
me finish. Let me finish, Jex.
Before we finish, so that you join with this question. If the president, let's imagine the highest person that was there was a former prime minister. If the president of the republic was there, him equally also being a politician, regardless of him being a national leader. Do you, I think Ali ulikuwa umesema hata yeye anafaa apewe kwa sababu he's a president and all. Do you think he should also not have been allowed
to do what?
So you want me? What I can say is, okay, what I can say is this: the president at the current moment is not vying for any position come next year. And one thing you have noticed with President Kenyatta up to this moment, I have to give it to him. There's no church he has gone to and spoken politics.
There is a reason.
There's no church that he has attended and he has spoken politics. In fact, if something I want to give to President Kenyatta is that he normally requests.
No.
Let me finish.
No, let me correct you there. When he went to church how many times? Even in Kasarani, we fed him in Abario. What did he speak? He talked. He didn't okay well with the people. He was angry. So this is why it is.
Even when he spoke in Molulu, he didn't speak like a president. He spoke like a politician.
Right now,
no, Molulu was a Molulu was a burial ceremony.
No,
but your topic
do you have evidence of a church service that he attended and spoke politics?
Just one moment.
Yes.
Quite in order. The topic of the day says that I think it's Atwoli, I think so, that has even advised that this should also be banned in funeral services.
He was in
Mururu. I'm asking. The president might not have a thing for churches, but he might have a thing for funeral services.
So let me finish. Let me finish my point.
Not have a. Just
can I finish my point then?
Let me correct myself.
Before you finish, let me finish. Let me add something. Let me add something so that you can conclude.
Nick, be calm, Nick.
I want to conclude with this one before you finish.
Calm down. Let me finish.
Remember when he went to Mama Msaria's funeral? What did he say? People counter. You see, he can't talk, my friend. Just cool down.
Let me finish then, Nick.
He has his worries, and the problem
let me finish,
here.
Nick.
Let me conclude so that you can finish it all. The problem we have here, even with Musaria and Laida, they were both there. Who could speak? They must have. Lazima kungetoka counter. Huyu ange counter mwingine. Remember yesterday what they said. Remember. So there was some business for them to be in one podium. They had something, and they could have corrected with one another. So the bishop had to stand and say no. Hapa hakuna siasa. Wakili akajajaruka akaambia mtu wake hapa hakuna nafasi, ndio akachomoka. It was all.
Nick, as you have been speaking, you have changed your position as time has gone on.
You have asked me a question. I want to answer.
Jex, Ngoja.
When he went
to kidogo Jex. Okay. Ngoja Jex. Nick, as you have spoken, ile position yako ulianza nayo imekuja ikakuja imebadilika sasa. You notice that. Jex, go ahead.
You have asked me if I've ever seen Uhuru in church or rather having heard him speak anything political, right?
When he has visited a church and he has been given an opportunity to speak and he has spoken politics. Do you have any evidence of that anyway?
I can produce, but I don't know if I'll be able to add it here for video, but I'll remind you closely. You remember when he went to open the Catholic Church in Ukambani?
He spoke outside the church, not inside the church.
So for you, as long as akotu nje ya mlango, it's fine.
No, actually, you remember Sapit saying
the whole service was wait, just one moment.
Listen,
just one moment. You have asked me a question, I've answered. Allow me to finish. I'm saying.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
That service, the entirety of it was held outside. In fact, aliingia tu kidogo ndani na watu wachache, and then he went and did a prayer. In fact, that's when we had him kneel, and the picture was good. We also had him go to our Corino service sometimes back, and in fact, ni venye most of us don't know Kikuyu, but he talked nasty, too bad actually, extremely bad. So there are so many. Yes.
St. Francis Thika, when he was opening that hospital, he still talked the same language that was nice.
There are so many clips of Uhuru. If the vile too, as I've said, at
Mazishi ya Mama Mudavadi.
That's why I'm saying, if he was there today, would you have allowed the bishop to give him an opportunity?
Yeah, for me, I think the head of state has that sense of unifying factor. He ought to be given, and I think Uhuru has been fairly disciplined when he goes to churches. That's why you can only pick cases. You cannot pick across, but other politicians have not been as disciplined as he has been. Number two, the politicians who are. Let me
the
finish.
problem is this. Kidogo to them, but the problem is this.
You're free to disagree with me, but let me finish
yes,
my
kidogo
point.
Kidogo
Okay.
to. The problem is the reason as why we don't have so many clips for him, and we have a challenge at the moment is because it is now that some of these politicians may increase the number of times they're attending churches. Some of them, the whole of last year, towards December, when they went to church, or even 3 years ago. But now, because, just one moment, Nick, now because that's the only allowed kind of a form of gathering, and they are sure Jakes will go to church, and me and some other people will be there. That is a free gathering. And since political gathering have been banned, they will now flock in churches to advance their political ideas and their political ambitions. For me, they are looking for where people gather. That's why you find at times, even when they're doing their rallies, they would go near a market. They would go to a funeral where people will gather for free. Because as it is, political rallies have been banned. So probably that is why they are going to churches. But when they are now given the pulpit, hey, that is when wanatuana mangozi, and that's the problem. That is where the problem lies.
And again, you find that
I want to add on what Jakes have said. Our president have a continuous difference with his people. For example, in Dodora, he's everywhere in Northern. When he stands, he takes this, and people disagree. So it is for him to correct himself by not going to these people, because once he utters something, people react on it. See, when he went to Mama Mudavadi's banner in Bari, something happened, was not very right. It was for a whole week. Kamaru's Bari, the same thing happened. Mombasa, akienda kwa news, people react. Why? So let's be ourselves as Kenyans. Let's not criticize, oh, this is the best person. No. Our leaders must shape the way we want them to shape. Let's agree the way we are talking here, and we can listen to each other. Let them also agree to each other themselves, not to us. And we'll be healed. Because it is them who don't agree to each other. They talk at each other. As we are talking right now, but we are talking to each other. Why don't they do the same? Yesterday we had the Raida and Kakamega or whatever. Zile mambo ziliongelewa huko, they were to react today. And this is where the bishop said, no, and now you can see the reaction. Why as Kenyans don't we have a mind of our own? Let's not be led by the bishop alisema watu. No, let these people come so that we can correct them. From where I come from, our president, Anafia, he fears us. He knows these people, they need this. They need money in their pocket. Let's make this country, we are electing leaders. Let's make these leaders know. Waende huko watusaidie. It is our taxes. It is our taxes. That it is our votes that makes them be who they are. Let's not learn away from them. They have chambers, they have the cabinet, they have the peace, they have everything, and they all say, oh, we are talking for this man. And immediately when they come from there, one to a place where it is us to have a unifying common denominator that they have to respect us as Kenyans. Hatutachezewa akili. Hatutakuwa tukisema huyu aliongea vizuri, huyu alifukuzwa, huyu alisikia. They are looking for votes right now. Everybody is looking for votes. Sisi tunawaambia let's give them the hard questions and you come with the best. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jax, you have something?
Yeah, but I wanted to bring in Ashley Kwanza.
No,
Ashley.
no, just go on. Go on.
Okay, now to my submissions. Number one, I think
Before you submit, Jax, welcome Mudhiani. Mudhiani, karibu. I don't know whether Mudhiani is a male name or a female name. If it was a lady, would allow you to submit before Jax, but it's okay. So Jax, go on.
Honestly, if I had an M16, I would have really zoomed you and shoot you katikati ya nini, but sawa. Wow, now where was I? I think today's banning of politicians to speak on the altar has been long overdue, because it's funny that if COVID itaongezeka saizi, the first place kutafungwa ni church. Yet our politicians, they hold mammoth rallies with people who are not observing COVID protocols. We saw Ruto Githurai, we saw Baba in Kakamega. Most of the people in attendance didn't even wear masks. There was no social distancing and all. But if Kagwe tomorrow realizes there is a surge in COVID numbers, the church will be blamed, and in fact, zitafungwa. So I think it's not right that the churches have been used to be where politicians go and iron out their scores. And then the other thing is, the pastors equally have been greedy. They have turned the house of God to be something else. So the blame lies with all of them, because some pastors know if this politician attend my service, they'll have a hefty form of, do I call it sacrifices, offering and givings? I don't know what to call it, because some of the giving at times nakwanga tricky. But they know wakati mwanasiasa ameattend their function, sadaka ya siku hiyo itakuwa ya kupendeza. Hence, they would allow the person to come, speak his dirt, but eventually amwachie kitu kinono. So to me, I think they are all equally to blame, because wamechangia kudorora kwa nidhamu makanisani. I agree with Sapit, but pia yeye tunaweza mtafuta na tutapata. Kuna wakati amesimama na mtazamo wa kisiasa, so it's a case of one preaching water while drinking wine. So we really need to criticize both sides, because even the church as well has not really portrayed what's supposed to do, like standing for the righteous part, for righteous purposes, and sticking to what they have been mandated to do. As Nick was saying, kuna tukanisa tudogo huku chini ambazo the MCA is the one who acts like the associate pastor. After the pastor preaches, the MCA will be given 15 minutes to say something, or even an area MP. So basically, we have allowed all this. But I think now it's time that every institution plays its role. It's not a must that when they attend our services, they speak, because not all those who attended that service agrees with what they will say. And hence, if they wanted to address the crowd or had information to pass to the public, they should organize their own meetings. And just like Nick said, when they have meetings in parliament, we are not allowed to be present. In fact, the best tunaweza pelekwa ni huko juu. It's called what? I've forgotten the sweet name. But I think the gallery, but when wakinakuja kwa functions zetu, we give them the first seats, we give them the best seats hata mzee wa kanisa hajawahi kalia. We can even borrow very beautiful seats ndio tusijiaibishe. So at times, I think we as the church ought to have allowed them to come, yes, but it's not a must they address the congregation, because this congregation is a mixture of those who support them and those who don't support them. And at times when they stand, they contradict the very essence of a church. They spew hate, they spew division, they spew tribalism, they create a form of division, whereas the church should be a home of love, a home of unity, a place that encourages people to love one another and all. So basically, I think allowing them creates a bad perception towards us all, and hence we tend to think that they have been compromised even when we need them to speak. Because I remember there was a time that the church had a saying, you know, if you remember akina former bishops, akina Ndingi Mwananzeki and all, those guys, they would participate in politics, but they would participate in it from a Christian perspective, and they would shun evil, and people would listen to them. You know, akina Njoya, remember if you can remember their stand or their view in politics or their statements, when they read them, they resonated with the people because people valued what they say. They were of good standing in the society. They were of moral standing. But most of our pastors, they have lost it, and they do it for fame. They do it for the offering. They do it at the expense of the true calling of the church. So if both come back to their senses, both the politician knowing very well that the church is ordained for God, and that all of us go there to seek God's mercy. None of us should go there with a holier than thou attitude, with an almighty form of attitude, because by the end of the day, whether you're a president, whether you're a prime minister, a deputy president, before God, such standings are not relevant. We are all human beings before Him and actually have fallen short of His glory. So to me, I think we ought to allow the church to go back to its mandate, because it is when the country is in any form of need that we run to the church for direction. So if the church seemed to be compromised, nobody would listen to it. You remember the 205 2010 constitution, when the church kind of came out, of course they opposed, but at times kuna wakati they went overboard, and the church lost its niche and it kind of lost its rightful position. But I support what the bishop did, but I also tend to believe there were better ways of doing it, so as not to seem as though to target any politician or creating more drift or unnecessary issues in the country. Because now you see Musalia feels as if he messed or anything. The supporters are speaking this way. You know, we are even having a discussion over the same. But if it was done, the how it was done, maybe they may create all this. I also blame the politicians for behaving the way they did. So in any case, I think we ought to do it in a right and in a meaningful way. Over to the funerals, I think itakuwa ngumu to control the funeral, because some of the people who die are also politicians, and when a politician die, his colleagues will come, and if they are given a chance to speak, of course they will do what they do best and speak from a level they know, and that is politics. So it only means that if these politics have to be addressed, or if politicians have to address us, maybe I think they should do it with decorum, decency, and shun from things that may divide. Even if I don't agree probably with them and the candidate that he supports, I shouldn't make statements that will create a drift between our supporters, that will create hatred, animosity, and any form of bad blood, between our supporters, and hence that is what has been always triggering violence. So I think our leaders ought to measure their words, and above all, each party, both the church and the politician, should live together in unity and allow each other to serve the role that they serve in the society. That's my take.
Niko na
Okay.
swali kwa Jack.
Okay, go ahead, Susan.
Okay, Jack, sote nikwambie, umesema vile Archbishop alifanya angeweza akufanya vizuri kutumia vile alifanya. Sasa for example,
Nimesema hakufanya vizuri, but ni sawa, endelea.
Hapana, nataka kusema yani vile alipronounce, yani vile alitake, vile aliweka akuiweka vizuri. Sasa for example, hebu nikuulize, ingekuwa wewe ndio, sasa wewe tuseme kwa mfano, ingekuwa ni wewe, ungeihandolaje hiyo issue? Nao ma politicians wote walikuwa kwa kanisa, ungeihandolaje?
For example, kanisa ina programs, ndio?
Ina program
ya kanisa ikiisha, what normally happens? So people go home. So mi vile ningeihandle, kama singekuwa nimewajuza program ya leo na sitaki wanasiasa waongee, ninge make sure nimefanya all is intended for the service and everything that is required, and even summarize the service kabisa. And then I would give them, but naweza excuse niache, or hata kama tutakuwa, we shouldn't entertain any words that may cause division, because by the end of the day, the church belongs both to the sinners and the righteous, all combined, because Christ himself never bashed anyone from coming to him. So I wouldn't create a notion that the politicians are banned from going to church, but I would kind of handle it in a way that it does not encourage them to misbehave, but equally it does not bash them from ever coming to be with me or to be in the church.
Lakini akuambia alisema the politics, wasiende kuongea politics kwa church, lakini wanaweza endaga kwa service, lakini wasiongee.
Can I add on that?
Please
yes,
do.
you can add.
Mimi kama ni mimi Bishop, ningefanya kitu rahisi sana. Singe announce, lakini by yesterday alikuwa anajua watakuja.
Yeah,
so,
that's what I'm saying.
Angeandika ka program to every reader, anajua they are coming 100 of them. And Nasha would have issued that letter. This is our program. He couldn't have, no differences could have shown up, because that was very wise of him. Hangeongea, but that program ingekuwa pale chini andikwa, and today you're not having anybody to speak or anything, or whatever he wanted to say it now could have been written. Na mtu angesoma ajue.
You know, Nick, what you guys are talking about is an ideal situation. You guys, if you have appeared if you have been a player and been an active part of Kenyan political terrain, every politician will go to a church accompanied by their supporters. In some situations, they have been given a program. They have even been told that this is how it's going to run. You need to stick to this. Na hata tukipatia nafasi utasalimia tu watu alafu ukae chini. You know what has happened?
It's not even a must to nafasi ya salamu.
You know what has happened in those situations? Anapewa nafasi alafu akienda hapo mbele, the masses that they have mobilized in the background wanaanza kusema wacha aongee, alafu anawauliza mnataka niseme? Niendelee, unasikia yeah, endelea, you know.
No,
So as a
you know,
pastor, I think even now it's good Bernard is coming here. As a pastor, you have given this person only 1 minute to say hi, but the
don't
moment
give me.
anawasalimia, let me finish, anawasalimia, the next thing anauliza watu, niendelee ama nisiendelee? He has mobilized the
No.
whole group.
This
Endelea.
is what is
So
this,
how
okay,
do you get the microphone from that person?
let me correct you something. Today we had a service in Langata. Nobody spoke about politics. There was some the other part outside the church was where they could have done their politics. That was the easiest thing. Even if you have to come, don't speak about politics. And the bishop is there standing.
And that's why I'm saying that in a perfect society, in a perfect society,
just one moment.
This is the podium. We have in Kenya we had politics outside church. Let me finish. Jix. In Kenya we had politics, and dirty politics were done outside church, not in the church. In Langata the same. If there were bad politics, they could have been done outside church. Or the spirit should have done the same. Him standing there as the authority. Shika mic, salimia watu, ukifikisha hapo hapana, lete. And they could this is the only way we can guide these people. Si tuwanyima nafasi.
Number 2,
wakituwanyima nafasi tunaona wanatoka ovyo ovyo. Wakitoka ovyo ovyo na wako na mashabiki huko ndani.
Nick, you are swinging left, right, center. You are not having do you say they should be given a chance or they should not be given a chance? Nick, I'm struggling to get to know what your stand is, because a while ago, Goja kidogo Nick, a while ago you are saying they should not be given a chance. That's why Sabit did that.
I didn't say that.
Right now you are changing your position. So what is your position so that we understand where you are coming from?
Wewe unaongeza maneno yenye sijasema.
Sijaongeza Nick. Okay. Okay. Jex, hebu ngoja. Okay, just hold on. Jex, kindly give your view as you also making me understand what Nick is saying.
You know, Nick is interesting. I think if Bernard comes and says something else strong, Nick will still follow Bernard. So inategemea which panelist spoke, but Nick is good. He's doing it well. But his stand is clear. He's saying that wasipewe nafasi na wakipewa it should be controlled, which I also agree.
Sijasema wasipewe, nimesema wapewe, but with a control. Ukiwa hapo kama bishop, politics zifanywe nje ya kanisa kama iko. Ukikubali wafanye nje, ni wewe umewakubali. Wakataze ndani, usimame hapo wasalimia watu, because since ukisema there will be no politics, they will come with their hooligans, with their goons, and they will shout to you, oh, Ruto in charge, and you will be forced for them to speak.
And the other thing, Nick, I tend to think not everyone went there because ilikuwa ni inauguration ya huyo bishop. No, probably some had a hint that Raila will be there. Probably others had a hint that Musalia will be there. And they wanted to see their leader, and probably they wanted to hear from them. So I think the bishop should also
some of them were ready to heckle the readers. Some of them were ready.
So I tend to think if probably ingekuwa vizuri kama as much as walinyimwa ama wangepewa, kungekuwa na a form of decorum, waelezewe here, this one will not be entertained, right? Because by then we still need them. Wakipotea utaenda kuwakanyia wapi? For example, if for example kungekuwa na challenge, where will you find these politicians?
Jex, we don't know, Jex, you're wrong. We don't need the politicians. The politicians need us.
Ukisema hivi na yeye anaruka.
Jex, you're wrong. Jex, you're wrong. The politicians, we don't need the politicians. The politicians need us.
Let me ask you, as much as they need us, when they don't agree, we need someone in between us and them to speak to them, to bring them back to talk. For example, when I even just one moment, I even saw them giving a presser telling Uhuru and Ruto to come together. You remember during the skirmishes, we saw them coming out loud and telling this. So we need them to work together in harmony, so that in the event there is anything, the clergy is the one that speaks to the politician. The politician also speaks to, because those are the people who addresses us. They're the ones who always hold the mic. When you hold a mic, you're either the pastor or the politician. So if there is a
you see, Jax, there's a problem that I see that you are bringing in, and which is going to shift the argument. You see, we have made the politicians demigod, demigods.
No.
That if they are not given a chance to speak, now we are going to die because they have not spoken. You see, that's the problem. The problem is we are trying to treat politicians with kids' glove, as if we need them so much that they should be speaking. No, a politician is us who put them in power through our votes. So we are the bosses. So once we have refused, we have given them, we have donated our power to them. Now we start treating them as demigods. The politician was here and was not allowed to speak. So he goes out and says, I'm not going there because I was not allowed to speak. No, that should not be the case. At the end of the day, the voter is still right now, actually, they are going to those situations because they need their votes. It's not something they need. They're looking for jobs. They're not going because they're interested in us. Some of them want to speak because they're interested in. There's coming a time when the interview is coming, 2022. So when the interview comes, someone is trying to remain. Some of them are eating chapatis in Vibandas right now. They are coming and saying, we are together. My people are speaking. Where were they for the 5 years? So their job is at risk. They are coming to you, to the employer, so that you can give them a new mandate. Now, this is the time you should tell them, kindly, if you don't tell a politician right now what you need.
Oh my, tumepoteza
it
them
will be done.
bawa.
Yeah.
Oh, pole, ulikuwa umejitoa umerudi, karibu.
Nilikuwa nimetoka. Wewe unanitoa Jax bana. Jax,
oh my goodness.
Money has been poured for you to remove me from this. Maybe I've told you something you don't want to hear.
Inaonekana ametumiwa M-Pesa na Mudavadi.
Mudavadi amemtumia ile pesa. Welcome Bernard. Welcome Mudiani. Let's hear Mudiani and then we bring in Bernard. Or Mudiani disappeared.
No, wekeza kidogo, there is someone speaking. Kidogo tu wekeza, there is someone speaking hapa chini. Mathiani, go ahead.
Asante sana, wacha kwanza niwasalimie nyote wenye mko studio na wenye wako team comment. Hope nyote mko poa. My contribution toward this, I think hicho chenye Mudavadi alifanyiwa ni kitu mzuri. I can support it. Because our politicians wamefanya kanisa yani kuwa yani hata yani ni kama ni mahali tu kupeka yani politics zao. Hawana heshima. Mtu anaenda pale anapewa nafasi ya kusalimia watu, anaanza kutusi mwenzake. Yani ni kitu ambayo yani hata inaudhi. Huyo bishop hata inafuata akue congratulated. Na hata mabishop wale wengine na mapastors wale wengine wakuwe na hiyo msimamo. Yani politician akikuja mahali pale, hata asipewe nafasi eti aongee, aketi pale kama mshirika. Hata mimi nikienda hapo nikiwa mshirika na mimi ni mgeni pale, sitapewa nafasi, hata naye atritiwe hivyo. Ndio kanisa nalo liheshimiwe na Mungu naye aheshimiwe. Kama wanataka siasa zao, waitane mkutano huko nje. Kwa kanisa hapana. Waende pale, waende waombe, waite Mungu na watoke waende na watoe sandaka. Kama kutoa sandaka zao ni wakipewa nafasi, waachane nazo, wasitoe. Ndio naye Mungu naye aheshimiwe. Ndio tuheshimu Mungu na tuheshimu madhimbao. Si eti tunaenda pale, mimi naenda pale niombe Mungu anibariki, na saa zile nimeomba uwepo wa Mungu umeshuka, mwingine anasimama anatusi mwenzake. Sasa Mungu hapo si ataenda? Wote wanyimwe nafasi katika makanisa. akienda mahali pale aende aombe, atoe sadaka hata kama ni mamilioni, na atoke aende bila kuongea. Mi nafika hapo.
Hata mi ningekuwa leo napeana kitu, hata mi ningekupea congratulations. Chukua tu kwa niaba ya pasta wengine kama Bernard.
Wekesa.
Wekesa, you had a question.
Yes, I wanted. Okay, what we are saying also, it's on an ideal situation, but concerning politicians, I still remember I was once given an opportunity to be an MC in a Christian event. It was in that denominational event. All of a sudden, politicians get crushed. When they get crushed, they came with their mass. Even their population doubled what we had. And their supporters demanded that they speak. The whole event was turned into a political event. We had to give them a chance to speak, ndio watu wao watulie. So sometimes politicians are very sly. If they want to force their way to speak, they will. So at some point, the only people who can speak with authority are the people who have at high authority, like Bishop or Sapit. But these small churches, the guy will come with his congregation, and maybe your church is 100 people, and he comes and the church becomes 300 people. Now he has controlled the environment. So he will take over and he will speak whether you like it or not. So that was my comment.
Actually, you're saying what I was busy telling Jakes before he threw me away. I was busy telling.
I did not.
Mimi Jakes, it's not it's a real event. Man, we were emceeing that event, 2 people. The guy, kuna mmoja aliniachia akaniambia mimi siwezani na politician, yeye akatoroka.
So Jakes, what I was trying to tell you, what you are speaking is in the ideal society. We have an ideal society where you will come in, send a politician, how things are going to go. Okay, forget about that. Even in weddings, where, okay, let's forget, it's the nature of our society. Now that Wekesa said he has emceed in wedding, go to a wedding and you're the MC. Then you want to give this side, you have been told only 5 people will speak from this side and 5 people from this side. So an uncle will.
Sasa mtasema ni mimi tu nimemtoa kweli.
Mimi unajua siwezi ongea kabla ndugu yangu fulani hajaongea. So wacha akuje aongee. Ndugu naye ataita ndugu. Eventually you have the whole village speaking in a wedding. So the nature of our society, what you're talking about is an ideal situation. Maybe in the Western country that happens here. You have a program, people stick to it.
I agree with you.
But in Kenya, you're saying that you approach them slowly, give them this, correct. Tell them what to do.
All you're saying is correct. Jana nilikuwa kwa function, and a lady was given an opportunity to speak, but she was not even the MCA. Not MCA, MC. But alipopewa, alipo dakika 2, but she brought other people. Hata tumekuja na ndugu kutoka mahali fulani, akamuita huyo, akapewa nafasi. Akasema tulikuwa tumekuja na jirani mwingine, so by the end of the day she became a sub MC because she brought around 6 people to speak. So our politician, at times they come, umeita mmoja, let's say Msalia, umemuita, when you will come you say hata kabla sijaongea tumekuja na ndugu yangu hapa Malala, wacha tumpe dakika 1. Hata kabla Malala hajaendelea anasema hata nilikuja na MCA wangu, wacha tumpe dakika 1. So eventually watu 50 they will speak. You as the MCA or not the MCA, as the MC or the bishop or the pastor controlling the service, it goes beyond you, inakuwa ngumu sasa hata coordinate. So I agree with you that the politician can hijack your function, But that also, as Wekesa has also said rightfully, if utawakazia next time watakuja na their own goons and they will heckle you until you give them. So for you to prevent all this, it now goes back to what I had said. Just do your service, finish up to the end, okota hadi sadaka na kila kitu, and those who want to go home should be allowed to go home. Then you can now invite, now that becomes a different fact. Now you invite the politician to have his thing. But wewe kama kanisa, you have finished.
Okay, I think we will go with that for now. Though I know there are so many questions which I think Bernard will ask you as he goes on. Bernard, karibu. Even as we welcome, there's who else has joined us?
Franco
There's
has joined us.
Franco, niaje? Salimia watu kabla Bernard aongee.
Also, equally, let's not forget Ashley had asked to speak after I did. So, but anyway.
I don't know if she's ready.
Yes. Ashley, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Are you ready? Ama tukuvuke tena?
No, I'm ready.
Oh, you're ready right now? Okay, Franco salimiana, alafu tulete Ashley. Oh, okay. Your audio, you need to make your audio. Franco, you mute. Your audio is not good. Tengeza speaker yako, microphone yako. So, Ashley, go ahead.
Okay. I think I had spoken earlier at the beginning of the show, so I don't have that much to say. I just want to say, someone was talking about the pastor giving the leaders an opportunity to speak. But just remember that whatever goes on in the church is the responsibility of the pastor. So whoever he gives the mic, he has to be responsible for whatever that person says. So if he decides in his head that that person is not beneficial to his congregation, I think he should be able to deny them that opportunity. And again, the pulpit is a holy place. I don't think even if they are going to speak, they should speak from the pulpit. They should do so away from the pulpit. That is my understanding of the pulpit. It should be a holy place to disseminate the word of God and not other businesses. So that's my opinion, or the churches I go to, that is the opinion that I have been made to believe. Again, we're not refusing that the pastor and the church should not be involved in politics, but it is partisan politics that they should not look like they are, leaning a certain way. Because when people come to church, they are people of all political, leanings. Some people are different. They believe different, or they subscribe to different political leanings. So when they come to church, I don't think they should be, like when you go to church and you give someone an opportunity to speak and he's speaking against someone else, and people in that congregation might be for the other candidate, then you put them in an uncomfortable situation. So I think this pastor was responsible, and all pastors should be responsible to be able to take care first of their sheep, and even to take control of the church. If they are goons in the church, I think they should not come and take over the church. They should not be allowed. I don't know how you do that. But I had a question. I don't know whether in Kenya there is tax exempt status for churches. Because I know in somewhere like the US, there are things that, like when a person comes to church, a politicians, they are not allowed to come and speak to church because that church will lose its tax exempt status. So some of these, like Kenya is different, but I think our parliament has a duty. They can come up with a law that says that you don't go to do partisan politics in church, because most people go to church to look for nourishment, spiritual nourishment. So when they come to church, they should be protected and not given information that they don't need unless they choose to do that. But that is something that we can decide in Congress. In the parliament. I don't know if there is will to do that. But I just thought, so that there can be uniformity. Like the people, the politicians are not going to church to just spread their word. Like today, Mudavadi, somebody was saying that maybe he had also had another event, which may be true, but he didn't have the wisdom to know that from how the pastor has spoken, if I leave, people are going to see it as a protest. Maybe he wasn't protesting, probably he wasn't protesting, but he wasn't wise enough to make that decision. Do you want a president who is not wise to know when to shift gears? That is something we need to consider. And these are things that God gives. We pray for wisdom. We pray for God to help us to choose the right person. And some of these things are not arranged. They just, maybe even the pastor or whoever said that did not plan to say that. Maybe he just felt in the heat of the moment to say that, because maybe he was led by the Spirit to say that for whatever reason. And Mudavadi left. So these are things, as we continue to pray, God will continue to make circumstances work so that we can continue to identify the characteristics of these people who are asking to be president. And then we decide, are these people who we can put in office? Are they able to read the mood of like if they are negotiating about Kenya with another president from another state, country? Can they read when to take a different course of action, or are they so robotic that they just have to follow a certain method even when it no longer works? So that's something we have to ask ourselves. Remember when Abraham sent his servant to look for Isaac a wife, the servant asked, what if I cannot find that girl? And God told him, Abraham told him, this is what you are to do. So he had what he was to do. He was going to get the girl. There were so many girls coming to the dam to fetch water. But there was a characteristic different from the girl that was chosen for Isaac, different from all the others. So we have to be alert and look at these people who are trying to be leaders, to be president. What can we see even in their daily how they're making these decisions in whatever circumstances is being brought their way? How are they solving those problems? Because when they become president, that is how they're going to solve those problems. Are they wisely solving those problems, or are they messing up? If they are messing up in these small things, can you imagine, can you give that responsibility to that person to lead that country? Are they able to change in the heat of the moment? Are they able to make different decisions that from the previous one they had made because the circumstances have changed? If they can't, then choosing them is choosing for Kenya to fail. So we have to think about those things. And that's all I have to say for right now.
Thank you so much. Even as I finish, so that I'll hand over the moderation to Jex, so that he can bring Bernard. Ashley has said something that I want to say, maybe in a different perspective. When she's suggesting that Mudavadi was not wise to act in the moment, I would invite us to read Sun Tzu's The Art of War. He talks about strategy and tactics. You may have a strategy that captures, the whole war, but now when you go to the real fight, you have to adopt. You have to change your tactics in view of the terrain that you are approaching. So the strategy will be bigger to take you the whole time, but the tactics need to be adapted in the basis of the terrain that you're finding. Now, those who have done strategic policies will appreciate. Now, I'm imagining he wasn't wise. Yes, he had the plan, but it needed to adapt to the terrain. What is it that I'm facing at the moment? If you can adapt your strategy to the terrain and what is happening at the moment, then you are a good fighter. That's what Sun Tzu says. With that submission, thank you so much. I'm finishing my part of moderation. I hope I've been good. And Ashley, you need to point out, when you started talking, you said that you had made your submission before. And Jex had bashed me that you had not made your submission. Jex, you need to take that back.
No. I hadn't made my submission now. That was earlier at the beginning of the show. And then I logged out and came back. So those were two different times.
Yeah, it's on a light note. Now I want to give it back to Jex to moderate the rest of the time, even as Bernard comes in.
Hello. Hello.
Jex, are you there?
Oh yeah, I'm here, Paul. Nilikuwa nimejimute. So we have listened to Muthiani. We have listened to Susan, to Ashley. Wekesa also came in a bit. Sam has also spoken.
And Jex,
Yes, sir.
I want to step out a little bit. I can see only Bernard with his face on the screen. Would you guys come on the screen? At least you keep him company.
At the moment, ile situation niko kuna venye. But if others are in a position, I would highly encourage. Yeah,
if you can come on the screen and you are there kindly, so that we don't have a blank screen. Everybody is on the curtain. And okay, thank you so much, Franco. At least work on the Franco. Sawa.
Someone else can also come in, itakuwa mzuri. Mi niko situation ya Franco. Shida yangu ni wacha nisiseme shida yangu, but naieleweke tu hivyo. At least Bernard anajua kusoma mafumbo. Sam is there driving. Yeah. Everyone katika hali yako ni sawa, tunaelewa eh? Okay, so Franco umeunda mic. Ilikuwa na ka challenge.
Hello?
Endelea sasa.
You're getting me?
Yes, we are. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, good morning, everyone, wherever you are. Topic is good today, and my submission is churches have been good for some time, but the only issue comes in the election time, where we have churchgoers and believers fighting on who is who. The churchgoers come in with the politician to fight the church believers who are always there because they know church is church. You don't mix issues. And why they should avoid is most politicians come to those pulpits and spread lies and hate, which defames the church premises. Politics should be played outside church premises, and when they come to church, they only come to pray and go away. But when you give them chance, then you bring in, because that same church, you have people who don't support you and others support you. Now, when you start your politics, you've divided the church. But if it is a church service, you're all there for one person, that is God. You pray and go home. Now, if that is solved, then there's no issue with church, and there should not be any politician who should blame the church for that. I wish all churches would do that, so that they know church is a no-go area for their nonsense. I would say nonsense because it has brought many things. People end up fighting in the place that you would go to seek solace. So, to me, my view is politics and church, they don't mix. That is for church. And for what happened today, this guy walking out, normally if you're at such a big event and you have asked for an excuse, use the back door. You don't move in front. You don't walk out from where everyone is seeing you. At least they would notice later that, oh, so-and-so has left. But when you move out with the whole group, that is protest. Even if they're using that as for another meeting, before coming there, there was another meeting. Meaning you came to the most important one. Now, if you found that things had failed, you chose another alternative. So that was a 0 for him. He messed up and he should take up that. Because I watched the video and I was like, hey, this man, has it come to this? and you see big men following him as if they are doing anything good. Sorry. Yeah, that's my submission for now. Jex, look for Jacarado before you go.
I will. Unakwanga kwa WhatsApp group, Mr. Franco?
No, I'm not there.
I'll send you a link,
Okay.
No, I can't do that. Bernard will put a link up kwa private chat.
No, I'll send Bernard my number, then he'll add me.
Oh, he has your number, so he will add you kwa your group. Sasa ukiwa hapo,
yeah,
Clinton is there. Mchokoze hapo. At least that is the easiest way I can help you.
Alitoka.
No, he's there. He has a pseudonym.
Okay. But otherwise, it's nice and it's always fun, and I learn a lot whenever I'm here.
Okay.
Though very soon we'll also bring in ours, but ours is a bit rare.
Which one is ours?
No, I told him to show you some map. We want to come and claim our things.
You want to do what?
Leave Frank out of this. Leave Frank.
No, he's the one who has taken us there. I even don't know what he's talking about, but Nisawa.
He's suffering from media means problems.
Yeah. Ati, you're suffering from what? But anyway, Bernard, go ahead.
Thank you. How is everyone? Glad to be
salama.
here.
Ibada ya leo ilikuwa nzuri.
Tunashukuru Mungu
I hope
haukufukuza
hata wewe wanasiasa.
Wanasiasa hawafukuzwi, wanachungwa. Jina lako unaitwa mchungaji.
Sawa. Endelea basi.
But I will say that there has been a very strategic calculation by politicians on how to take over the church constituency, which is very unfortunate and uncalled for. Like I've had several people make their submission. The church is supposed to be a place where we all resort, especially when the crisis is has escalated. And so it becomes very bad if we let what can be the soul of the society be compromised in a state whereby it's not able to function in its proper position. So the purpose of the church must be upheld by all. In the church, to the best of my biblical understanding, there are no VIPs, there are no VVIPs. We are all children of God, and we all come to submit under one God. And so let that be made clear to everybody. Although in Kenya, we have politicians who think that because of their status and because of maybe the money, they should be given top priority even over church service. And that is a bad behavior that has been condoned by some of our, I will take it on our Pentecostal denomination especially. We have lowered the bar very low to an extent whereby when a politician arrives in the church, everything comes to a standstill. The preaching changes, the singing is reduced, everything is tailored towards that political whatever agenda at the moment. And all of that, in my opinion, is not right. And we need to set the record clear so that we don't mislead the society. One of the things that we can't afford to do is make God irrelevant, okay? Make God irrelevant in our society. And the church, as the people who speak for God, and we are the expression, we are the express image of who God is, we better wise up enough and begin to claim the lost ground. Substantial ground has been lost, I must confess, seriously, especially this Pentecostal movement. The mainstream churches are not badly off. The Catholics, the PCAs, the Anglican, have a way of laying a grip on the control of affairs. But sisi watu wa roho, ni kama roho alituacha ama tulimuacha. Kuna kitu makosa mahali ambapo tukiona tu mwanasiasa tunasahau kila kitu, tunaanza kuulizana na hiyo sadaka. Sasa hapo ndio tunakosea. Franco.
No, those, it is about prosperity. That's why they rush for them.
Inaitwa Ichabod.
They need quick money.
Ashley has brought in an issue of Ichabod and Kabod. Kabod means
interruption.
Oh, okay.
Ichabod is another subject altogether, but we will deal with it.
Yeah, Kabod and Ichabod are.
We are yet to arrive at that place of Kabod or Ichabod, but we are headed there if we don't take care. So the purpose of the church must be upheld. The church service is not a political rally.
Correct.
But the politicians, since there is COVID, okay, I remember the advice I was given by my high school teacher. He tried to encourage me to be a school teacher. And he told me, since I'm already a preacher, being a school teacher will help me in my ministry, because being a teacher, I will already have an already established congregation that has been brought for me by the school system. So all I'll be doing is just teaching and preaching. And of course, I did not end up as a school teacher, although I was counseled to do so. But there has come a calculated understanding by politicians that we reduce our political rally expenses when we go to an already congregated group. So we just air, and then after we talk, the media will take over from there, and it will take our message around the nation. So the church has been made an option of even cutting the political expenses as far as organizing a rally from the ground is concerned, mobilizing, paying for the stadium, getting people to get into the stadium. So they are avoiding those extra expenses and then going for an already established congregation that they contributed nothing to bring in terms of Sundays. Kenyans will go to church. So it becomes an easy way of doing politics, which in my opinion is irresponsible from both ends, the church leaders plus the political leaders. We don't need to do that. Secondly, the worship of God is supposed to be revered. The worship of God is supposed to be, you know, the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. Ashley talked about wisdom. When you have no regard for God, you open yourself up to bad manners. And so let us fear God, let us respect God and his values and his house for that matter. And then Themba and Wekesa came up with the issue of politicians walking into the church and taking over. Usually in my experience as a pastor, very few politicians will walk in a church service unprepared. Usually they will send the emissaries earlier. Then the preparation will be made. In fact, the way the schedule will be is given priorly. So no politician will be just driving around, then he hears people singing, then he enters the congregation. It is never that way. That will be a very unlikely situation. Usually what they do, some even send their offering early to beg for the opportunity to be in the church service and be given an opportunity to address. So the really fault here lies with the church leaders who accept for the politician to come. They have maybe taken the dues for them to come, and then at the last minute they change their mind. Or, for example, you strike a deal with me as the assistant pastor, and then the senior pastor was on a trip in America. And then that morning, he suddenly comes, so he takes over the program. What do I do? Probably that can happen also, but there is usually prior preparation. And there's some congregation I know specifically here in Nairobi, even the topmost offices have been begging and begging for an opportunity to go to the church, but the pastor has stood the ground. You will not come here if it is for political expedience. We are here for one and only purpose, the worship of God. So we don't want to be used as a premise for you to project your political agenda. And that also goes well with how you shepherd your flock. You know, the flock that is given to your charge is your responsibility. And that means you must be the pastor of the no and the yes. You must be the pastor of the opposition and the ruling party, because in this congregation you have mixed multitude. And so it is important that you weigh the situation. The ideal situation is what Jakes was proposing. If you must come, you come to the church, sit in the service, receive the preaching, let the church service be finished. Like they do if you've been to a funeral service, wherever in the funeral service, kuna kuanga na ile time ya jamii, then kuna kuwa na time ya church, then kuna kuwa na time ya politics. So all those things must be arranged in such a way that they will have a seamless, smooth flow, so that you don't flog anybody in the process of trying to save a situation that is already out of hand. By you accepting for the politician to come, you have already set the pace for the things to go the political way. So if you don't want anything to do with politics, then don't accept the offer that somebody will come and then you will be able to control them on what they will say or not say. That becomes very difficult. And then politicians have also found a way of trying to pay off church leaders to get into that space, because the church has become a very important constituency in the country. And so this buying of church leaders so that you can gain access to the congregation is bad for both politicians and both the church leaders. We should not entertain it. It should be stopped. And let us stand for what we stand for and refuse to fall for every form of persuasion. Next is our society has a way of going for or making lawlessness to become attractive. Okay, you notice in Kenya, when you are going against something, you will always definitely have very serious support. And so people have a way of getting drawn to lawlessness. And so when somebody begins to like protest or begin to, prove that he can stand on his own, things like that, he seems to easily gain access to the hearts and to the support of the people. And so some of the politicians have read that and can use that to win. For example, like I don't want to dive into what was going on in Madividi's mind, but you notice that he stole the show in terms of the really purpose of the function has now not been carried by the media. His misbehavior has. And so, like they say in politics, there is no publicity that is bad or good. Any publicity is good enough. And so politicians seek for attention, and whether the attention is coming for the right reasons or for the wrong reasons, as long as they are having the attention, to them is okay, because they will find a way to go around whatever that seems to be negative on their missed steps. So it is important that we guard against that by ensuring that we don't encourage lawlessness or the church to look like it's supporting lawlessness. No, you must be it is a very huge risk for you to say that you will give the microphone and control what people will say. I don't think that's already out of hand. The moment you handed the microphone, or even if you're holding, you will not put words in the mouth of the person speaking. So don't allow it to reach to that place. Let there be order, and that order should be, we will have a church service, After the church service, the congregation will be out there. You will address them from out there. Let the arrangement be made earlier. But if it has to be within the church premise, then it has to be the last thing. And the last thing means we have finished everything as far as worship is concerned. And now we are opening a new chapter, which is political statements from different political parties. I think I settled it there. So my DVD made, to me, it wasn't a blunder in terms of, on the political wing, he seems to have wanted to score regardless of whether he speaks or not. So his walking out has made him be spoken about, and that is what politicians seek for. But him being a mature politician and a person looking for the highest seat in the land, he would have done better, like Ashley said, and then sought for how to get out without demonstrating like he's not happy by the decision given. But the church premise and the church environment must be controlled for the glory of God, not for the expedience of politicians. It is not acceptable. Thank you. Franco, you're lifting your hand. Is Jax here?
Yes.
Carry on, Franco.
Are you getting?
Franco, your sound is not good. Check it again. Get closer to your mic.
I was saying.
Still not good. Still not good. I think you need to get out and come back. Franco. Have you unmute? Yes. Okay, as Franco sorts out his sound issues, can we hear from Sam?
Okay, thank you very much, Bernard. To be honest, where I'm coming from, I would say I wouldn't have encouraged the political stake to go to find themselves to church on a political interest. Not that they are devoted Christians. They will go to church, and like other people, politicians will also want to share word of God. But for the reason of going there and having looking for the audience, it's really a wrong thing, because the first thing they should know is they should go fast, because them going to church, they feel they know what they want to talk about, but they don't know even a word of God. So I would say I will applaud actually the decision made today by the servant of God today, and I would say it going forward, it's really a good thing, because it makes the house of God, clean, trying to bring sanity in the house of God, because even the Bible, Jesus said that the house of my Father is not for business, and these things are the same things that Jesus referred. And we should actually fear God, and when fear God as politicians, as leaders in church, we should not allow the politician to take the center stage of the church. They should come, be prayed of, even if they want to get to be led to Christ, get born again, and then like any other, because in this way we would say the church is biased. Because let's take for example someone who is not known walks to a church. Maybe he might not get even that chance, or he might go to church and receive salvation. And for this person, he comes, he gets the upper hand because he's a politician. But in the eyes of God, all of us, we are the same. So I would say even that person who would not even have a chance to talk is the same as that person, regardless of how we think and how we see on earth. And to me, I would say going forward, that's really something very good as a society, that let's keep politics out of church. We can do politics, yes, as part of our life in other places, but let that politics be guided by the word of God. Because if these politicians don't get right the word of God, they will go and mess it. They will not be having fear of God. And what I can also add on is it's really high time that maybe it was a test of time to test the wisdom in our politicians. When you go, you want to talk, you feel like you own the shelf. It has been a norm that even politicians know that when they go to church, the expectation is too high, and you don't know what they were expecting. Like sometimes I saw, I think Wekesa was saying, hey, leo kutakuwa na kukanyagana. So meaning even the audience themselves, they know that if these people meet here, they're gonna be kukanyagana. So it's just like turning that house at the end of it to be something different, and they might end up even fighting honestly, it was something good. To be honest, I would say I applaud that, and any politicians who goes there in the interest of having, because there are people now becoming now like a seasonal Christians now. They can even go to church, not even because they want to go to church to get salvation. Even I was asking myself, someone like Junaid Muhammad, he is a Muslim. He's not going there to receive salvation, but he's only going there just to talk. But if we cancel the talking, I am very sure some people you won't see them in church. So let us cut that primary reason for them going to church as being the reason of going to talk, and let them go and receive a word of God like any other person, and that's it. And let them find their forum elsewhere, because it's good, because church makes makes a very important part in our society, and we should not defile the church of God. That's my submission for today. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Sam. I support that. Franco, are you there?
Yes.
Endelea.
You're getting me?
Yeah, there is better.
Oh, so I was saying, in definition of church premises, it is both inside and outside. Even the compound is still church. So if they are to make those rallies, they go to the nearby centers, not church. Because take an incident whereby you have this candidate as a church leader and another one goes through, yours doesn't go through. So how will you take that? And how will you talk to the congregation? Already that is division. And I wanted to say something, I forgot, but still it was about the walkout today. Normally, for someone, and you see, this was his home area, the least we expected was him to sit, welcome the new bishop. These other problems can come later, but you move out, and then you still, actually, you would even call a press conference like tomorrow and say, for this reason, I'm out. But you'll find people still want to support him, but he blundered. That is a negative, although he wants to be talked about, but it's like you're at one and then you go to -1. Yeah, that's it for now.
Yeah, it is. I think is the local politics. The local politics in terms of sense of entitlement. This is my home turf. There's a new bishop, though maybe my presence would intimidate the bishop to let me address the people, which in my opinion is bad calculation, bad imagination. And I think from the backdrop of Baba having been to the place and their prediction not working, so I think they are still fighting that that claim by Malala. If Baba steps in Kakamega, he will be arrested. So Baba came, he left, and nothing happened. So any opportunity to to clear their voice, they will cling on it, which in my opinion is uncalled for.
But
My DVD is an elderly politician. He needs to know better and behave much better. He's the one to call to order people like Malala and the rest when they are misbehaving. So when he leads into that kind of uncalled for protest, it paints him in bad light, no doubt.
Yes, but you see, Malala has been talking of impossibilities, and is what is now fighting by what he was saying. Most of what he's saying is impossible, but he keeps insisting on it. I even don't know how people trust him.
He's not going anywhere with it. He's already cooked. There is Sam double M. Ama ni mimi nasoma makosa. Sam
That
double M huko. Yes, Sam M. Sam M seems not to be present. Susan.
hey, people are sleeping. Where's
Hey,
Jake?
I don't know where Jax dropped to, but let's anticipate he will come back. All the same.
Bernard, there's funny
Yes.
thing that I see, because to me, I would say the church that I attend, actually they don't entertain as such, you know. It's not like because they don't like politicians, but there is time for everything. If they want to do their politics, let them first of all know that there is God. Let them understand, let them teach, let the church teach the politicians. But now the problem is the church open the doors and the politician find themselves that like it's their right. Even the way they do, they feel like they've been denied a right, of which is not their right. It's like they should say like a privilege. Wakati unapewa nafasi kuongea kwa kanisa, unashukuru, unasema asante kwa fursa hii. Yani, you feel like you don't deserve that time, but you got it out of, like that is how they're supposed to treat it. But it's not like, hey, mi lazima niongee. That's where things started going wrong. And I would say that actually that I know we've got politicians who are Christian, they go to church like any other politician. But a question here comes whereby when we are getting to that political momentum, gaining towards the general election, you see everyone wants to go there because that is the only place where actually you can meet people. But they're treating things very wrongly. Even a good leader, let me tell you, a good leader who is even chosen by God, even if you go there and just your presence with the people will even choose and like you. They say, oh, he comes and fellowship with us. You don't need to go and express yourself and talk, but your presence and your support being there, that one is enough. And that's how the politician should learn. And from there, now, when they're doing the right thing, kusalamia hata unaweza kuja kusalimia. But now, kuna ile fursa mpaka is this a political rally or a church? The difference is utaona kuna keyboard hapo, utaona kuna altar hapo. The other day I saw Gideon Moi when he was going to church. Anaenda direct, anaenda nakalia kwa honestly. These people, they've never been to church. Now when they go to church, wanataka kwenda kukalia kwa kiti ya bishop, honestly. So you can see they don't know, they've never been. Yani unajipata kwa ile kitu, you're not prepared. They are not you can imagine that confusion. So we, as a church, they need to clean up that and mark the boundaries, mark the red line that this one hapa mnakwama hapa. It's good, for them to know, because Bernard, you know very well, stepping in the altar of God it's a holy place, and unaweza pata tu laana yako mwenyewe kivyako. So for them going and doing that extreme things, it's just a curse to them. Their life is going to be cursed, because we are serving a living God, and this God does not want this one, he wants this one. So it's really hard for them, and I feel like it's a good thing that the church should actually step up kabisa, sio hiyo hata waongeze gia ingine mzuri. Thank you, Bernard.
Bernard,
Bernard, can I say something?
Bernard, there's something I remembered before Wekesa.
Okay, go on, Franco, then we can.
Yeah. Also, some other thing is the day the church will stop making these people guest of honors will be the time they'll move forward. They should also be coming to attend these functions as other people. You get someone else who is not in their league to preside over church functions. But when they come as guest of honors, then you have to expect all this. Because now they see as if they're not there, nothing will go on. But if they are to come to attend these functions, they also, like other people, then they will know at least these people don't count me in this position I'm in. I'm also like them, but they always come when they're up there. They know we are the people who finish up everything. They will see it and know these people will go try to do their things, but I know they will come and look for me. Let's stop giving them these chances. We can be guest of honors of our function.
That's true, and I agree with you 100%. The church should we should just go back to our roots. We should just go back to our roots, whereby we are our main commodity of trade is God's presence and the knowledge of God to the world. It's not our political agenda and our political inclination. So every responsible church leader needs to arise to that occasion, that even if it means giving direction to the nation, we are not giving it for the expedient of a particular political agenda or political persuasion. We are giving it in terms of what profits the nation and what profits the godliness and the righteousness of that particular nation. But when we begin to favor one and reject the other, and then we offer both of them to the congregation, it is us that lose our command over our congregation. In avoiding to talk much, let me let Wekesa speak first, and then Wekesa, karibu.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something. Sometimes this it's a lack of discipline. I've just been watching how the Western world, how the politicians behave when they are in different functions. When you can't check the Trump speeches when he's in a church function, it's purely church and church. He will try to express how well he understands and he's in connection with the scriptures. And the message purely is church. It has nothing to do with politics. So for us, I think our politicians lack discipline. When you are at the funeral, nobody will deny you to speak if you speak about the funeral. Somebody is buried. Can you speak to the society? Let's connect. Can the message resonate with the event? That is the issue that we are having with our politicians. If they came to church and their message resonated with the believers, nobody will have a problem with them. But you are in church and you're speaking something completely away, or you're attacking somebody, your enemy. That is where the problem is, and that is what is making the pastors now struggle to accommodate them, because you come and disrupt everything. But if they become disciplined enough and understand that there is a way to speak, you find a message for every congregation. It's just like even a pastor. There's always a message for every congregation. You don't get a message somewhere and then you transport and go and speak it in a different congregation. It doesn't suit. In the biblical terminology, I will say you need to speak what we call Rhema word. Rhema word is the word of the moment. Are you able to communicate to the people? People are bereaved. People are struggling with issues to do with the lost loved one. Why do you go there and speak something that has no connection with the people who are bereaved? You are at the funeral and you're speaking something completely political and has no connection with the mourners. So the mourners go home empty. If you are a good leader, then you need to understand that this congregation is gathered here for this thing. So I need to speak into their heart so that I also become a comforter. Or I speak into their heart so that I can also give them hope. If they learned that messaging, then it will be right. The second thing about discipline I want to talk about is I want to borrow this from our founding, one of our, I think our second president, Moi. As much as Moi is headed for many things, when it comes to spiritual discipline, Moi had a spiritual discipline. Moi was an AIC member. And every day, every Sunday, you will hear, in fact, ahead of time, you will be told Moi will attend a church in a particular branch of AIC. These were other ones he could call just once if he is called for Harambe. But they knew Moi was an AIC member, and in advance you'll be told Moi will be in this church, he will attend there, like that, like that. So he had a spiritual discipline in terms of churches. He was not just somebody who could show anywhere for any function. So what we lack in our churches is our politicians is they think they are above the church protocol. They need to have a spiritual discipline and work within the Christian norms of, if they are Christians. If they are Muslims, I haven't seen politicians who are Muslim have a problem. They follow. Have you ever seen the Muslims politicians? When there is Ramadan, they fast like any other. When there is those eat vitri or whatever, they do like any other, and they will never preach the protocol of their own congregation. So they work within the norms of the church, and that discipline needs to, especially us who are Pentecostal, we need to work on that discipline. Because lack of that is what makes us to.
But Wekesa,
Yes.
yes, they work within their norms. But what happened if they cross over to Christianity? What sort of picture do they try to bring? Because as I talk, I'm not talking about any other person. I'm talking about the one called Junet Mohammed.
I don't know the spiritual background of Junet Mohammed because I've never even seen him in the mosque. So I don't know. I don't know because there's.
Wekesa, just one moment.
Can I say something
One of
about
the,
that?
I don't know whether Wekesa you can get the clip by former speaker for Nairobi Assembly, County Assembly, the lady.
What is it?
She talked about how she has a respect for the sheikh and the people in charge of the mosque. That
I remember
to be used as a premise for politics, but the church has messed it by letting the politician cross the boundary of converting the church into their political platform.
Yeah, I
Bernard,
think.
there is something I need to say about that.
Yeah, let me finish and then you say. Yeah. The last thing I wanted to say is that there is what we call. I want to respond to the ban of Archbishop Olesapit. Some people say it's wrong, but when you look at the things that the church banned in different dispensation, it was because of the existing behavior. For example, when Paul stood up and said that women should cover their head, he was addressing a particular need in that church at that time. When he spoke that a bishop should have one wife, he was banning something. He was addressing a particular need at that particular time. And he spoke about, eating about this meat over to idols. He was addressing a need at a particular time. So Bishop Olesapit is in order. He's addressing a need of the hour. So the church, it needs to be relevant to the things that are happening in the society and respond to them. So his response is based on what is happening now, and people should understand him in that context. I think I'm finished now.
Okay, Franco.
Yes. On the issue of Junet, you see, if it was his constituency and he's the area MP and it's not about politics, he would have an itinerary whereby, you see, if he's a member of parliament There are communications you give to your people. Now, if he set it out and even informs the authorities that on such days I'll be moving around churches talking about this and this from government, that is fine. But moving around churches where you are not even, that is wrong.
Okay. Probably there are many things that warrant the Junet and the team to be going to church. One of it is that he seems to be an aide to the former prime minister. And if the prime minister is going to church, he will need to be around. The issue is in him addressing. On the other hand, also the church is not, we say that it's not a museum to depict saints. It's a hospital where everybody goes. And so we cannot regulate and say, you are not from our faith. You should not enter this place. That will now begin to bring another division and another invitation to a war that
No, the question that make me actually coming for that is,
yes.
They said that they are well organized in terms of in their religion, and they don't, they don't cross some boundaries. So a big question is, says, if you can't cross a boundary in your own home, why would you go to a neighbor and cross the boundary?
Because the neighbor is letting you. So the neighbor's home is not in order. So if you make it like a toilet where every Jack and Jill can come, then he is at liberty to do so.
Bernard.
Thank you, Ashley.
Bernard.
It is
Bernard.
as simple as that. Hold
Yes,
on, Panko. If we don't, if you come to my house, then I give you access to any room. I tell you feel at home, okay? I give you that liberty. But if you come to my house and say you can just go as far as the sitting room is concerned, I have that order there will regulate your behavior in that particular house. So the person to take the beating on this one is the church leaders. And one of it is because they have allowed themselves to be bought by the politician. I would say the money-driven church, it's a very dangerous church in sustaining righteous values and calling people to order. Because if you are for the highest bidder, then the highest bidder will buy you and use your premise to do whatever they want to do. And that is wrong. It should not be there. And that's what I'm saying about what Wekesa has said. The politicians has not just lack of discipline. The Kenyan politician is having impunity as far as church relationship is concerned. To them, they think they have bought the church is theirs, and they can do with it as they please. And so when you don't recognize that they are bigger and their influence is greater and they should be recognized everywhere they appear, they seem to feel that their rights have been, deprived. But that is not the order. From the past, the church was a revered place, and that needs to be the place. So I salute the Archbishop for coming up with that stand, because if you're observant of late, okay, since the revival of appearing to the congregation, giving speech, and then say you have left your 500,000, then you have left your 200,000, then your party leader also send you with 50,000. It is now developed into a pattern that it is going to play a role in the 2022 election. And that is why I'm sure that the Archbishop is not allowing that to go down well, because it is going to be so bad that this Sunday I can be having this group, Tanga will come, give their millions. Then on the other Sunday, another group will demand to come and give their millions. At the end of the day, the decision we'll make in choosing who will be our leader in 2022, it will no longer be out of sense. It will no longer be out of what is good for this country. It will be on the ground of who paid what where. And so as a church, it is important that we dig in and refuse to be pushed around. I remember
But
there was a time when I
but
was pastoring a
but,
particular
but,
section,
but
and then,
Bernard,
sorry?
Bernard, I
Yes,
just want
yes.
to remind you something that I understand about giving. That one, like giving 10% or offering in church or supporting the church, that one is just voluntarily from somebody's heart. And also, there is a belief that when you give, when you give, you're giving it to God. You don't give it and think of something in return. So that's how, because okay, if we bar the speeches, it doesn't mean that we also bar those ones who want to support or those ones who, but they're them doing in a mind of saying we are supporting, but we don't expect. Like you're doing a work of God. You're giving it to God. That one we don't have a problem, because even we have politicians who preach and they put their M-Pesa there. So if I'm sending money wherever from the source that I'm getting or where, it doesn't, what comes up is what you offer to God, and that's what that's very important, because we cannot say now we even limit that.
You
No,
know
no,
what?
Sam,
I want
is
to
right.
interject. Let me answer Sam on that, please. From my understanding, when you give to God, but when you give your money and it is announced, the Bible says you have received your reward in full. It is no longer to God, but to people. If you want to give to God, when you give with your right hand, your left hand should not know what you have given. If you want to give and you want it to be announced, then you're not giving to God, you're giving to the people, and you will receive the praise from the people, not from God.
Okay, that's accurate. And just to emphasize on the same, it is very clear when somebody is doing something for publicity and is doing something for worship. I was giving on the place I was pastoring, and then there was these politicians who are fond of, when they come, they want to take over and then do that. There's a difference between when we are conducting a rambe, where everybody's giving is announced. But if it's a church service, the offering is between you and God. Even the tithes are not supposed to be announced. You just give to wherever. You can do a check. You can drop the in the basket. It doesn't need to be announced how much it is and who sent you to do what. The moment it begins to be announced and the credit is now given to who sent you to give what, and you have also syndicized it with this, that now becomes a political maneuver to try and like for example, I am happy with the former prime minister. He has been receiving bashing that he doesn't give, and he's not a giver like other politicians. But he seemed not to be falling for the bait, okay, by trying to now begin to be announced everywhere he goes, and he's giving this.
Bernard, I think when Wekesa started, he said, let us not at all go to root or go to
No,
Raila. Let us speak about.
I'm just painting a
I can
picture.
come and buff you.
Hold on. Goja kwanza. I'm just painting a picture of, I don't have to be announced, okay?
Yeah,
so
let's
that
not
I'm
name
known
names.
as a giver, and I don't have to stop giving because I'm not announced.
Yeah,
there are
let us
many
not
things
name
we
names.
do
Wekesa
that
said when we
don't
started.
get announced anywhere, and is still for the greater good of the society. And
Yeah,
so
you can do that. You can do that.
There's no
Bernard.
truth. There is no truth in somebody claiming that so and so does not give, and I am the one that gives. We
What
don't
I'm
even go to
saying,
church to
you're
give for
opening.
competition. We give
You're
for the
opening.
worship of God. And so it is important that we remain within those boundaries. That is all I am saying. The impunity has to stop. The
What I'm
politician has to
saying,
humble
yeah,
himself.
let us call them politicians, because if you start naming names, then we will go to another subject, because you might think that person gives, and now I'll start saying, no, he doesn't give. So we say, let us today not mention any politician, any political party, and strictly talk about church and politics.
Okay, thank you. I think that solves the
Bernard?
point.
Bernard.
Yes.
Hello?
We can hear you, Franco. Go ahead.
Yes, I was still on Samuel's point on Junet. Junet has been around for some time. He doesn't have to keep escorting someone, carrying bags. No. let him be a kingpin in his area, so that
Oh God.
so
Why
that people.
why do you want to dictate to him if he wants to keep carrying
No, wait.
anybody's bag?
Let me finish. Let me finish. So that whenever their candidate goes to a particular area, people in that area own up the candidate. You don't have to own up a candidate in every place. Then on the church, I've been following up most of the times these people go to church. The money announced mostly is what they give for like church construction, church. I've not heard them announce offering. I don't know if it is, but they've already said that we are constructing this. You know, it is at this time where churches now go under construction when it is election time. Every people are constructing everywhere. So yeah. Thank you.
We Franco in Mbaya.
Can I get in please and say something? Give my submission.
Yes, I should.
Okay. I'm going to talk about that construction. I think when Bernard was saying, I put in the word Ichabod and he said we are not yet there. And I'm going to give a brief on Ichabod. Is a name in the book of Samuel, and is one of the brothers of Ahitub. He was born on the day that the ark was taken into captivity by the Philistines. And on that day, his mother went into labor when she heard that her husband and father-in-law had died and that the ark of the Lord had been taken. And immediately she gave birth. After naming him, she also died. So the reason I'm saying that the church is Ichabod is because it has been taken over by our politicians. We've just talked about how politicians will sometimes come with goons in the church. And because the goons shout so much, they put pressure on the speaker or the pastor to let the politicians speak. So what are we really saying? We are saying that the church has been taken over. And can God, can the Holy Spirit, can the glory of God really dwell in such a place? So as pastors, someone like Bernard we need to listen to him well because he's a practicing pastor. He has to tell us, how can God dwell in such a place where we let our politicians take over the church? That is why I said the glory has departed and that church is Ichabod. It's another meeting place. It's not a meeting place for God. It's just another meeting place where we are coming to meet in the name of God, in quotes, but we are really preaching politics. And most of the time, the politics that we are preaching is politics of divisive and hateful politics. So that is, we need to ask ourselves, do we really want God in our churches? If we want God in our churches, then we have to stop mixing religion. Mixing the pulpit where we mix and we let politicians take over our pulpits, because when they take over our pulpits, we take God away from there. And then we pray and we say our prayer, there is no God because our prayers are being answered. If we want the presence of God in our churches, and even these politicians, when they come to church, to a really place where we have given God his reverence to God, God is going to be there, and he's also going to talk to them, not only to us all, because God is not a respecter of person. The founding father of America, the fourth president, actually said religion and government will both exist in greater purity the less they are mixed together. So the less we mix them together, the less they operate into the best way they can for us, the people. One more thing I wanted to say, conventional wisdom tells us that we should never mix religion with politics. Church is supposed to be a unifying institution, not divided with political rancor or elevating politicians to messiah figures. For God is not a respecter of person. Partisan politics and lobbying makes our churches fractured, leaving our communities confused and alienated both from God and each other. The church divine mission is to bring people closer to God and each other. I'm reading, so just bear with me. The church should reclaim its position as a guide to the community, where it can be used consultatively to advise the government, not to engage in partisan politics. So what we are going to ask is, a certain social critic said, I'm completely in favor of the separation of church and church and politics. My idea is that these two institutions screw us enough on their own. So both of them together is certain death. Someone said that. So we should encourage the separation. And last but not least, I am going to say a church should not be used as a political machine. Most people come to church seeking God. So they should not come to church seeking God and then we bring politicians to them. The politicians should also come to church seeking God and take that 1 hour, that special moment, and give it to God entirely. So we may ask ourselves, what is permitted and what is not permitted in church? From my perspective, we should not permit partisan speeches or activities that are used to influence registration. But what should be permitted in church, members should be informed about issues on election. The church can be used as a registration, a voter registration drive, not to any particular party, but just so that, like encouraging your church members to participate in their political right. So you can encourage voter registration in your church. And we can also use the church to invite speakers of different leanings to come and speak, where they're given equal chance to present their views away from the pulpit, because the pulpit should be left wholly for God when we want to talk to God. And last but not least, holding discussions about the relationship between church doctrine and ballot issues. Those are things that the church can do. And also to consult with the government. When the government is in a crisis, the church can be used to bring people together, to bring unity, to solve problems. But when we engage in partisan politics, then we dilute the power of the church. And that's my submission.
Okay, thank you. That is very elaborate. Kesa, are you there?
Yes.
Oh, you are there. I wanted to ask a question. In terms of where do we draw the demarcation between the pastor and as a church leader, okay, then a pastor as a citizen of a country that needs to be involved in the political direction of that particular country? Should he disrobe to to give direction on the politics, or should he keep off politics because he's a pastor?
Can I say something, or did you want Wekesa to answer?
Yes, you're free to say something.
Okay, so I actually looked into that, and it says as long as the pastor is not speaking for the church and is not speaking at the pulpit, he can participate as a private citizen to give his views. However, a pastor is held to a higher level, so he should be careful what he says, because people look into him as a leader, so he should really be careful how he conducts himself, even in politics. But I think biblically, he also has a right to be able to speak his mind, just not from the pulpit.
Okay, Wekesa.
Okay, I'll refer to what Bishop Desmond Tutu once said, that in the case of justice or injustice, when an elephant is stepping on a mice and you stand neutral, then mice will not feel nice to you, because you are in the side of the oppressor. So yes, I think one of the things people advocate for is that the church should be neutral. But in neutrality means that you don't balance evil and good. In neutral, it means you allow people to get the right information. So you don't push them on your side. but allow them to get the truth. Maybe in the light of scripture, it says that when you know the truth shall set you free. So if you share the truth about what the church needs to know about politics, then your members will not have a problem in understanding the politics and taking the right stand as far as politics is concerned. Because sometimes we lean on candidates, but the issue is we only need, maybe we want to donate votes to a particular candidate, but not necessarily that we are sharing the truth to those members. But if you tell the members to stand in position, you say as far as I'm concerned, we are maybe zero tolerance to corruption. As far as I'm concerned, we are zero tolerance in terms of you outline the issues. Then even without mentioning candidates, you have already empowered the members to make the decision. So that you don't make decision on their behalf, but you allow them to make decision. Because just as church, like any other society, it's a democratic space where God, I think it's in the book of Deuteronomy, God only advises us to choose. He says that before you have put life and death, but he advises us to choose life, but he doesn't force us to choose life. Are you seeing? So you share the truth and then allow people to make decision based on what they want. You cannot, the people also have a right to choose what is not right, because whichever decision you make, there are always consequences, but you should not be forced to make a decision. For me, that is, I think, what person needs to do.
Yes, I concur with you, because we need to lead in civic education and also be able to hold the truth clearly in the eyes of those that listen to us, other than accept to be used by particular politicians to push that political agenda instead of what is right, based on what this politician is offering and what this politician is offering, and what is the state of the nation, what is the way forward. Because we kind of we get shouted down as pastors, so that the politicians now run the agenda. Like now, right now, in the Kenyan state of affairs, the headlines are determined by the politicians, and the direction of the pulpit seems now to be following the politician, and that is helping the perpetuation of what ought not to be the case in the country. I believe as God's ministers, we have a responsibility to see to it that we don't let the country run away with the political agenda at the expense of what is good for the country, what is right for the country, and where have we come from, where are we going. Like right now, the issue of the clashes, the issues of it's the country is not, as much as politics is important, the country does not revolve on political agenda. There are much more things to be done. Now there is the education system, there is the healthy issues, and all that. Why are we gagging the church when it comes to asking right questions, and then we want the church to be a microphone and an amplifier for what political agenda we want?
Bernard.
Yes. Franco, go ahead.
Yes, there is one thing you asked about pastors, and to me, I look at them as the judges in a country. There's no way you'll find a judge in a market and say, now, since I'm a judge, do this. You have to hold that position with high esteem, because I'm giving a scenario, no hard feelings. Let me say, for these who go confess in some box, Now, that the father in that box has been campaigning for someone, knowing you are against the candidate he's campaigning for. Now, if it is confession time, can you guess what will take place in that place? You see, things we are trying to avoid for the church, for those that lead the church and the believers. So, but they have a right to go and vote. But you can't stand and say, no, see, me, you have to vote so and so. The voting is their inner. You don't show it to your congregation.
No, the secrecy about your political stand as a pastor places you in a very awkward situation. In fact, that is also an avenue for compromise.
No.
I've not seen this in real life, but I've seen that in a movie where this politician comes in and we lead the congregation there. Then this one now comes with double the money. Then we tell them, no, this one has nothing. Let's go with this other one. I think you don't have to hide your political persuasion from the members. The only thing you must not do is make the members vote in a certain way because that is what you want. The moment you begin to make them do that, you are infringing on their rights. They should be left alone to make their individual decisions. You just tell them this is life, this is death, this is truth, this is lie. But the decision is yours. It's just like we do in counseling. You have a problem with your wife. I cannot come and say, now, madam, he slapped you. Okay, go back your things and go back to your village. I don't decide. I only give you the scenarios and give you the biblical point, and then you'll have a right to decide on what to do. So you don't make a decision for congregation. You don't even incite them against anybody. You just be a civic education person where you say, this is where we are as a country. This is what the constitution says. And this is your voting is your constitutional right. So when it's registration for voters, encourage the members to go and register as voters. It is the decision they make that will determine how the country will be in 5 years' time. So they must participate in that decision. That, I believe, is a civic responsibility for all leaders at all circles, at all levels, including church ministers. But if you shy away from saying anything, you will begin to pretend. So you pretend with Tanga, then pretend with this other one, then pretend with this. Eventually, you will be officially displaced because you don't know where you are, and it will now remove you from leadership because you can't even, you are blowing cold and hot and cold at the same time. I don't know how you take that, Sam.
Yeah, but Bernard, where maybe I will, where people have been having a problem. Let me say, for example, what happened in America. The evangelical churches are used to tell the people that Trump is the chosen one of God. But that issue, so, okay, according to them, the Democrats are not, because of the things they didn't, they stand for. So they thought it was not God's will, and Republican. I think they have always thought like Republicans are God's will. So at the end of the day, when they come to voting and it doesn't go their way, it becomes even a heavy task to explain to the congregation that whatever was God's will never happened. I think people need to understand that God, He is a God who gives rain even to the sinners and the church. He's a God who gives food for the people who believe in Him and those who don't believe in Him. And so when you are approaching politics, sometimes it's not very easy to clearly say that God is on this side or on this side. You rather allow, because God has allowed people to choose their leaders. God never imposes leaders on people. So when you come up and you say God has chosen so and so to lead us, sometimes you may be wrong. I'm reading from Habakkuk around, I think, 3:5 there. It talks, now God is speaking to Habakkuk that I'm going to do something in your days. Even you yourself will not believe when I do it. So he caught the society upside down. And one of the things he did is actually he raised the nation called the Chaldeans. The Chaldeans to come and punish Israel. So you can imagine God raising an evil nation to come and punish what we see as the righteous nation. So in other words, you may not, and there are people who always interpret God's doing things in one way. And that's why it's always good to give space for God and allow him to work in different ways. Don't always say that this is how God works. He's not a human being. He cannot be boxed in your thinking. So give it space and allow God to work in his own way. Most people who have put God in a box always get it wrong and sometimes get disappointed because that's not how God works. He is beyond our imagination. He's beyond our limits. There are even people you may not like, yes, but maybe all of us along the way of life, God met us. You never know his plan with certain people. Maybe he has a plan for them 20 years to come. So he's in the process of encountering with these people and transforming them and using them for his own agenda. So just summarizing and saying this one is God's will and this one is not God's will, sometimes it gets people off guard. Because he sees, maybe he sees 100 years to come. You are only seeing the next 5 years. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, church has been a very good fertile ground for selling propaganda, and not just in the US, right here locally. I'm in the church world, and there are things we hear in the pastors' fellowships on who God has chosen to be president. I really, at times, I jokingly say that we thank God for God, because if the God of today was like that one of Moses, I will be bishopless, because our bishop has given us different prophecies for different presidential candidates that has never materialized and all that. But having said that, it is important that we as church people understand our limits. There is how God works, but is not limited to work in that particular way. One of the greatest challenge we have as church people is the assumption that Christianizing the world is building the kingdom of God. Now, I know that is biting too much, but I will explain myself. The church has come to a place where they think that by imposing Christian values on non-Christian people is helping the kingdom of God expand. Whereby, why should we demand people who don't believe in the Bible to live by Bible values? Until they are converted, they become part of the Christian faith, they are not entitled, or they are not subject to Christian values. So when we begin to push that we need to have a Christian as a president for the safeguarding of the church and the belief and the kingdom of God, is a wrong premise, in my opinion. And I've had this even since 2010, when people are campaigning against, and the church was very vocal against the 2010 constitution. I said there is nothing wrong with the 2010 constitution. He said it's bad, it's going to allow this and that and that. People don't need license to do evil. They have been doing it without license. So we don't need to be people who think that when we control the country by subjecting the country to Christian values without getting the country to become Christian, we are scoring. What we are simply doing is deceiving ourselves eventually. So it is important that we just let the nation be governed. If it's a political system, let it be done politically. Are we for good leadership? Yes. God-fearing leader? Yes. Must he be a Christian? It doesn't have to be. Must he be a Muslim? It doesn't have to be. Because where he's going, the State House is not a mosque. It's not a mosque and is not a Christian temple or a Hindu temple or a church building. So we shouldn't impose those values on people who don't ascribe to them. What we do, we need just to facilitate and understand we are in a diverse society. And so in this diverse society, different people will view things differently. So what is happening is whereby the politicians know that we are 80% Christian. And so if somebody comes and says, this is the one that God has chosen, many of these 80% will be afraid to go against God. You get that? So they use that as a ploy to convert or get votes. It has nothing to do with what God has said, or even the prophet can be a hired prophet just to say that. But because it works like magic, what happens? People don't want to go against God, and the senior prophet has said, this is the one that we've chosen. It is nothing but politics. And so we need to guard against that. And,
can I give you an example, Bernard?
Yes.
Can I give you an example?
Go ahead.
There's a guy, okay, who used the God thing when he wanted to get married. So he went to a lady. He saw a beautiful lady, and then he went to her and told her that God has spoken to me. He said that you will be my wife. So the lady looked at the man and said, are you sure God has spoken? He said, yes. Go and pray again. So the man went. After some time, he came back and said, it's you. God has confirmed. Akamuuliza, are you sure God has confirmed? Yes. Go and pray again, my brother. So he went. When he came the third time, he said, he has actually confirmed. What did he confirm? That you are my wife. Then the guy and the lady looked at him and said, now this God who confirmed that I am your wife, did he forget to tell you that I'm married? The guy went mute. Because so he used the God tag, but now without understanding the situation, he didn't even know that that lady is married. He just saw a young lady is smart, and then he fell in love. So what he would have done is he would just said, I've fallen in love in you. Maybe the lady will disqualify him or not, instead of using the God tag. And that is what most Christians do. Instead of just presenting your mind. By the way, if God is for the idea, just present yourself. He will give you the grace and the push, and you will go through. You don't have to say God has said. In fact, in some situation, you don't have to mention God, but he will manifest. I normally say when you go, Bernard, you are a pastor, go and read the book of Esther. From chapter 1 to the last chapter, there's no mention of the word God. But when you read through this, you can find God through the pages. So what do I mean? You don't have to mention him. He will manifest in that situation. If I'm very convicted that I am the candidate God has made to be the leader of Kenya, I don't have to tell people that God has prophesied that Eric will be the next president. The same way Muheria did, the same way Olekiabe did, and it never happened. I just have to present myself as a candidate, and I'm convinced that I can do it. And I know when it finally manifests, in fact, it's people who will confess, not you. It's people who will say that actually it must have been God's grace for Eric to go through. So you rather allow the testimony to be at the end rather than at the beginning start cajoling people and manipulating them that God has said. You rather go up to the end and people say that surely whatever has happened to Eric to come this far, that has only been God. To me, that makes sense.
Yeah, it is wrong to make God a voter and in support of a particular way of political governance. As much as God is involved in the decision of who governs the country, but using the name of God to do that or cajole people to follow a particular way is wrong. The story you just gave, there was another one where a guy used the same name of God and proposed to the beautiful girl he saw in the church. And he was new in the church, so he didn't know who is who. So when he said, God has spoken to me that you will be my wife, and the lady responded and saying that same God should have told you I'm the pastor's wife. So, so there are cases whereby we drag God's name just to display our ignorance. We don't need to do that. And as leaders of posterity, leaders of many generations, we need to secure God in the society, secure God in our nation, especially to the younger generation, because the kind of fun we are having, the kind of games we are playing using the name of God is not going well in terms of securing the fear of God in the younger people who are coming up. And I believe the people in the past had a great reverence for God, and that's why we came up. We are still holding on that kind of belief system. So we shouldn't play games with God, even if that opportunity is given to us. Sam, you can give your mind on this.
I think there's someone like
unmute Dr. Sam.
Sorry? I'm saying, just to be kind enough, I see there's someone called Susan here who's not said anything, so maybe.
Oh, Susan ni kama melala.
Just-
Ameitwa mara several times.
Okay, yeah.
Susan, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Wewe unataka silent listener to every conversation.
Yeah, ikifika ni maneno na kanisa, mtu wangu, hiyo siongeagi, nasikiza tu.
Hey.
Mm.
Sawa basi. Thank you.
Yeah. Mm.
Okay. Thank you very much, Bernard. I would say it's true. We are actually getting to know where everything went wrong, because a lot of things people will come on their own. Like most of the people will come and tell you, "Oh, kuna kitu like the example you're using, that God has spoken to me this way and He wants me to do this." You know, ask again of how, when, at what time God to you. You know, you cannot be doing your own stuff which does align with God, and you expect the God has spoken to you. Yes, He might, but the ways that God will speak to you, He will not speak to you just like that when you're doing so, and then everybody will be just purporting like Mungu ameniongelesha, amenionesha. You know, sometimes we really need, we have to know all these things. And those are the things that are actually getting us back, especially when getting and to actually know the will of God. And just to say about politics and the church, I remember, I know even in the Bible we had leaders and who were also the leaders, and they were also servants of God at the same time. But you see, those leaders, they had, you know, they had and were doing the work of God diligently. But now comes here a question whereby we have someone who, let's say, for example, someone who is a pastor. I remember once in our almost like close to our constituency, there was someone who was a pastor, and then when he left pastoring and he went to politics to be an MCA, and then he had someone to be the pastor, and then he left the church. He never even attended to church. He never, there was nothing, like, totally. Then
when the term ended, then that's the time now he came back to the church when the church had already organized themselves, and the sheep knew that he's just after the prosperity, but not the service of God. So when he came back and he wanted to make his way back to church, then the church was not happy, because who is he that will leave a higher calling and you just go for a mere calling? So there is so many things we need to differentiate. There is higher calling, which actually bishops actually stood on the ground, and it is what is supposed to be, and that's what he said. If it was someone who said like, now I don't need to stand the ground, he would have opened like the way other have done before. So I would say church and politics, that things very far away. We can never mix them together. It's parallel. You either choose this one or you choose this one. But either way, you can be in politics, but if you come a church as a congregator, someone who is seeking God, then that one is fine, you know. But I don't say the politicians that do not make the part of our life as a church. What I'm trying to say is, let us just know exactly, respect that pastor when you go there. Hata kama ni ule mwenye anakuanga ana hata gari, ako na baiskeli na wewe uko na Prado, but being the servant of God, heshimu Mungu kwa hiyo nafasi, you know. That one has been a problem ever, because even I remember while I was back there at home, so many people will come to church. Oh, leo tuko na mgeni fulani. You see, kuna vitu mingi nafanywa, kanisa ina mobilize, inatengeneza, wanajivaa vizuri, and look, how comes when you guys are coming before God, is supposed to be the most seniors of all, you don't do such kind of preparation? We just do it because you are dunia hapa, just casually. So that is how where we miss. And then when you do that, we're glorifying these people to a point, but we forget and give the glory which was belonged to God to those people. So we really need to actually see very well and draw the line very well, because where we are going, the church cannot even point a finger to the politician. Kwa nini? Because at the end of the day, ni waheshimiwa. So if something happens, the church cannot intervene, you know, because the church will play a very big role in the society, in terms of bringing the society, in terms of giving moral education to the society, telling them what not to do and what to do. But look, when you yourself, you're down, you can never, let's say for example, Bernard, you got your own kid, wewe unakosa fulani, labda kuna kitu unafanyanga ile, but will you be able to tell your children, for this church, they cannot tell the politician to stop doing this one when themselves, they are in that kind of mess? So, and I would say, I don't know, is it because so many people have opened churches, like now the personalizing ini kanisa yangu, and now they want to do things. I wish we had that guideline for all churches to subscribe, you know. Isikuwe ni kanisa yangu, Bernard, mimi nikifungua yangu, I'll choose to bring a politician or no. I'll choose my mode of doing in church, and that one has infiltrated and brought so many things which are not godly to the church of God, and it has toned down the image of God. Even the politician will stand in the pulpit and point a finger to the church, you know, and that's very wrong. And it's supposed to be the other way around. The pulpit pastor to actually tell the church, the politician, this is what is going wrong. When the country in a state of chaos, it can move into divine intervention from the church to seek how do we approach this one. But if the church itself is carrying itself in a manner the way, then nobody's help, everyone for himself and God for us all. Thank you very much, Bernard.
Thank you, Sam. That is very.
But there is another way also of doing it depending on the circumstances. And that way, I call the way of Nathan. Nathan visits David, and he tells David, "O king, in your kingdom there are two people, one very rich, and the other one very poor with only 2 animals, and the one who is very rich takes the one from the poor one." And David says, "If there is such a one is my kingdom, then such a one should be punished." And he says, "O king, it is you. You have taken Uriah's wife, and you have sent Uriah into the battlefield, and he is dead there." There is a sense in which we must determine what is the right approach. There are times when you use the method of John the Baptist, and there are times when you use the method of Nathan. Choose what is appropriate. Choose the instruments of first resort when first resort is at hand. Choose the instruments of last resort when the last resort is at hand. But never, ever stop doing the right thing. Those of you who are familiar with the World War II will remember this famous report, which I do not render in the manner in which it was rendered, but I render it in this manner without losing its substance. The famous statement attributed to Martin Niemöller: "When they came for the Jews, I said nothing because I was not a Jew. When they came for the communists, I said nothing because I was not a communist. When they came from the trade unionists, I said nothing because I was not a trade unionist. When they came for me, there was nobody to say anything." The moral of Martin Niemöller's statement is, and when there is danger, shout against it. And we put it so very well in Kiswahili: "Mwenzako akinyolewa kichwa chako kitie maji." Or there is a sense in which you could be the next. Kumbukeni, mtego wa panya uingia waliomo na wasiokuwemo. Na pia tukumbuke kilichompata ngwena na kiboko ni vivyo. So let us never imagine for one moment that we are safe. Throughout the ages, we have seen good men fight corruption. It is not a battle that started yesterday. We have told ourselves that it all started in heaven. And then we descended to the Garden of Eden, and we saw the exploits of Lucifer. Then we went to Sodom and Gomorrah, and we saw the contention between Abraham and God. And it did not stop there. We saw Moses grappling with Jannes, Jambres, and Dathan. And it did not stop there. Our own Christ is tempted, being told, "If you only agree to worship me, the entire world will be yours." And Christ says, "No, the only one to be worshipped." And it did not stop there. Even our own Christ was betrayed on the basis of 30 pieces of silver. But there are good men throughout the ages who have demonstrated by word and deed that when the chips are down, they are prepared to pay the ultimate price. That is how I understood the story recorded in the book of Daniel, the story of 3-4 young men, Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, known to us much more famously as Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. When they were performing in the household of Nebuchadnezzar, they were given different names. They were told to worship an idol made 6 cubits wide, 6 cubits long. And they were told, "You've got to worship it," and they refused. And a fire was lit 7 times over. And the Bible records that those who threw them into the fire were consumed immediately. But when they went in there, they said, "The God that we worship will rescue us. But even if he does not, we shall not bow unto you." And within a few minutes, we are told that there was a 4th man in the fire. And Nebuchadnezzar said, "But I threw in 3 men, but I now see 4, and the 4th one is like a son of the gods." We must always create an environment where the 4th man comes like a son of the gods. And that we can only do by resisting that which is wrong at all critical times. But like Luther King used to say, before the victory is won, men who are righteous and women who are righteous will be called all manner of names. But do not be deterred. Is it not Winston Churchill who said, you can never realize your goal if you turn to throw a stone at every dog that barks? Let the dogs bark, but you move forward ever, backward never. We are being told that there is something happening in Sodom and Gomorrah, but the divine injunction to the wife of Lut is that you shall not look back, because if you look back, you shall become a salt of stone. The choice is ours. The choice is as clear as it was in the day of Joshua. When it is recorded in the book of Joshua, chapter 24, it says, when you were across the river, your grandfathers worshipped idols, Terah, Nahor. And when you came into the land of the Amorites, you also found their gods. Choose you now. Yes, Wekesa.
Yeah, I was giving you a commercial break. Now that you don't have too much audience.
Thank you for giving us commercial break. I think we should begin to bring down the curtain. But
Yeah,
it's a very great time for us to do soul searching and champion some of these realities. Because I don't see as a nation going forward without the reverence of God and the upholding of our values as a people. The Bible says, blessed is a nation who the Lord is their God. And going down, we must be a people that uphold godliness at all costs, in terms of not letting the guard down simply because somebody has political influence or he has an upper hand in terms of paying the, he said, the one who pays the DJ determines the song that is played. I think we need to get out of that and come to a place whereby, in spite of what somebody does, we are still the salt of the earth, we are still the light of the world, and we should toe the line for everybody, especially when it comes to their relationship with the church. So I'm in fully support with the bishop, and I'm happy that he's a senior most bishop in terms of determining the direction of the country. I think it's about time we are called to order. We are getting out of order. It is a timely action. I'm in full support. Let the church be church. Let politicians do their politics elsewhere, not to use the church for political gain. That is one of the things that drove us into helplessness in especially 2007. And we have issues where certain bishops were also participated into the clashes because they are cornered. So it is important that we don't allow that. Let the bar be left up there and let everybody shape out. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to give my parting shots, Nilale.
Yeah. Let's all give our parting shots and get out of here so that we prepare ourselves for the new day. It's a new week.
So can I start?
Carry on, Wekesa.
Yeah. Okay. I wanted to say that there's something in the Old Testament that was called accursed things. Accursed things were never allowed on the pulpit or in the church. There's also something that was like the Ark of Covenant was only to be carried by the Levites. And there was a reason for that. Yeah, so we we understand that they are like in government, we have three arms of government, and all of them are independent. Each arm has its own function. And I think the church may not be among the three arms of government, but in terms of human life governance, the church has its own arm that is independent, and it needs to maintain its own autonomy without being controlled from anywhere. Yeah, so there's a reason why the pulpit was called a sanctuary. It's a sanctified place. In sanctified place are set apart for particular purpose. If you serve everything, then you are not set apart. The vessels that are set apart only play a particular role. Like we can say our army are set apart to deal with a particular conflicts. So they don't just get involved in everything in the nation. So the pulpits are set apart for a particular function, and they should serve that particular purpose of which they were separated to function. If the reason why even when we have post-election and even people have audacity to touch a church or when people are, the reason why, let me tell you this one without mincing my words. The reason why people ran to church when there was post-election violence, people believe that it's only in church where nobody can do you harm. In fact, it used to be like if a police are pursuing a thief and he enters in a church, they leave. There was that respect. There's a generation that had respect for a church sanctuary. And so you cannot do anything within the premise of the church. But having given the society the leeway to do anything in church, they have just realized, or they have normalized and made the church an ordinary place. So anything can happen on the pulpit and anything can happen in church. You can say anything in church. There are generations which used to select what to say. Even for those who minister in church, before he goes to minister, he has to ensure that he's well prepared because hataki kufanya sarakazi kwa nyumba ya Bwana. But today's generation, what is lacking is what we call God-fearing. Kuna mtu alisema usimzoee Mungu. I think this generation tumemzoea Mungu. We have met him tumemzoea kabisa, so we can do anything in the place we have set apart for worshiping God. If we cannot respect anything else, let's respect things that are associated with God, not only for us, but even for posterity, because there is a generation that is coming that will not know there is a difference between church and any other political rally. There's a generation that is coming, born now. You will struggle to convince your children that this is church and this is a political rally, because we have overlapped everything and nothing makes sense. There was a generation that used to, when you hear the word of God and they talk about the presence of God, it understood. Today's generation, when even I actually is trying to talk about Ichabod, today's generation doesn't understand what is Ichabod. And so because we have allowed everything to overlap and dilute everything so as to not to make sense, we need to make a conscious decision to return the Ark of Covenant to its place, and that's giving the pulpit its value. And this, not only in the pulpit, I think in the whole human life, there are always sacred places that we grew up knowing that hata kiti ya baba huwezi kalia tu hivyo. But today's generation, there's nothing sacred even in your own house. There's nothing sacred. Mtoto anaweza pita kila mahali, lala kwa kitanda ya baba, wapi, ruka kila mahali. So we are growing a generation that has no values. You can do anything. My life, my business, my cloth, my business, my everything. It's what you want. And so we are only quoting what Linus Kakai says, a generational disaster. It's a time bomb that is waiting to happen. So let's revisit our values and know how we can remold our society for a greater cause. As otherwise, we applaud what the Archbishop did, and we ask that many more will follow the suit so that the voice should be amplified. Just one thing that I had forgotten to mention, when the God who told Joseph to marry Mary, okay, the God who gave Mary the pregnancy by the power of the Holy Spirit, when she was still worried that maybe the guy who was espoused to him will leave him, the same God sent an angel to Joseph and told Joseph, do not run away, do not worry. The pregnancy is by the power of the Holy Spirit. In other words, there are people who only think that they are the only ones who hear God, and that's why they will prophesy to you. But the same God who prophesies through Bernard will confirm to Eric that whatever Bernard is speaking, it's me who sent him. So allow people to get convicted if it's a prophecy. Otherwise, don't allow people to manipulate you. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, Ekesa. That is very rich. And I would say this in response to the same. On matters prophecy, the Bible is very candid on the same. If we say, if there are prophecies, let one person prophesy and let three sit and do what? And judge the prophecy. In other words, prophecy is not infallible. Prophecy is subject to test before it is approved. So if you prophesy and then threaten me not to say anything against the prophecy, it is a clear sign that you are lying. You are lying, you are not prophesying. So it is important that we get our congregation to understand, our society to understand that. And then the issue of the pulpit being guarded place. I would want to invite in the story of King Uzziah. King Uzziah was a very successful king in Israel. He started reigning as a very young, tender age, but he followed the ways of God and accomplished a lot of things. But he had a bad ending. He died alone in the room as a leprous man. What was his problem? His sin was that he violated the principles of the temple. When he became very successful, he now decided he can also play the role of a priest as well as the role of a king. So he went and kicked away the priest and went to offer incense by himself. And that's when he was struck with leprosy. And so his great achievement could not save him from violating the principles of the kingdom. So when the bishop is talking about keeping politics out of the church and ensuring that sacred things remain sacred, it's not just in the interest of the church, it's also in the interest of the politician. Ashley talked about the curse. You will not cross that line and go scot-free. So as a politician, be informed. This is not to scare you. This is only to inform you so that you understand there are boundaries that must not be crossed if you want to remain safe. You may have favor with people, you may have a head start in terms of your political agenda, but some of these funny moves you make and go and intimidate pastors and, you know, trying to play the role of the priest when you are not supposed to, can become counterproductive in the sense that whatever that was for you is taken away from you. So King Uzziah was meant to end greatly and be, you know, to be respected, but he died alone in the room, a leprous man being fed from under the door, simply because he did not keep the boundaries when it came to the house of God. So let us watch out and be careful. Sam, your closing remarks, Ashley, and then we'll close with Susan.
Okay, thank you very much, Sam. Bernard, it's true. I agree with what Wekesa says, that, you know, like, if you're giving a prophecy and it's something that it must, you know, you must, like, it must be aligned with the Bible, you know. You cannot. I remember once
Just a moment, Sam. Sam, you will need to get closer to the mic. Your volume is very low. the listeners must be having it difficult.
Are you hearing me now?
Yeah, that's better. That's better.
Yeah, I'm saying that when you're giving a prophecy, it's supposed to be aligned to the Bible. And like you say, it's supposed to be something proven, like it's something, you know, I remember one time when I was in church, and it happened, someone came, and the way the prophecy was giving things which were not even related to a Bible, and to the end of the day, you're saying, oh, God showed me this and this and this, and that's where the churches are getting it wrong. So to me, to say, to sum it up, I would say the church has failed, and it's really a good thing that the church need to know, to get back to the to its original place where it's supposed to be in terms in as far as the society is concerned. And I would say, like as Wekesa was saying about there are things which were not supposed to be touched. There were things which are holy. You remember when you read Old Testament, the Bible says that a priest was selected to go and offer as an offering in the altar, and he was tied with a rope, that when they were not holy enough, and then they used that rope to test if he's still alive. So when they pull the rope and he can still actually move the leg, they know he's alive. But when they pull and he's not alive, then they will pull him and go him, because he was not holy enough for the sacrifice. So just to bring that to the point, that one the seriousness of the altar of the. And despite the when you read in the Old Testament, it shows how even they say they had to actually choose that person has to go on a fasting and prepare in a holy way, so that he, whenever he goes there, he doesn't go and get, you know, being judged by God or the angels. So after that, we see even a dispensation when Jesus Christ came. When Jesus Christ came, now, and the curtain of the curtain of the pit was torn, and now it was inviting everyone that can even, you know, can come and offer the sacrifice, because at that time people were waiting, and then he goes and offers the sacrifice on behalf of other people. But after that, it was only so the invitation which came after when Jesus Christ died and resurrected did not warrant in church today, did not warrant all these people now to go there saying, now we can, you know, all of us. Yes, it was good for us to go before the Lord and the sacrifice as a person, you know, the sacrifice of worship, the sacrifice of our offerings and everything that we do as far as we go to church. But again, here I would say we breach we breach the boundaries of us using it, and then we go and which are not go. So to me, I would say it's not really, I would say if we lived in that generation or that dispensation whereby whenever you step there and you're not holy, you get struck. I wish this politician won't be stepping that altar again, because some people will be a learning classroom for others. But now, because you can go there with the old things you have, and then you can still go back and then and be like any other person, then that's why this thing's happening. So it's a good channel. So many people might say like it might be boring to others, because I was expecting the show to have so many people. I know not all of us have got the knowledge of Bible, and this one, if I'm asked to give my submission, I would narrow it down as little as much as I know. To expound it more might not, but I would say it's something very good. At least for once we're discussing something related to God, on how we're supposed to do things, so that when we know exactly, though when we do other things, we know exactly what is expected of us. God, what God wants us to do. A lot of things has been said, and it's all about us, being conducting ourselves in a godly manner, and know that God is there. At the end of the day, the is very clearly saying everyone will give account of what he did in this world, because once we are living in this world, come a day whereby we will, all of us, we will go. The Bible says in the book of Thessalonians that those ones who are living will be no, the dead in Christ will be resurrected, and then those ones who are living will join will join those one in the air, and then they will meet up Christ. That's for the coming of Jesus Christ to take the church, because it's all written in the Bible that Jesus Christ will come and the church in the book of John. But the way Christians are living is like now church is just a norm. They don't know. I think the most important thing they must understand, why do people choose to go to church? Not only because you want to go there so that when you die, some people know. Not only because you want to say I belong to this, and no, we go to church because you want at some when Jesus Christ comes back, because that is what is written in the Bible, and that is what he left us. When he was going, the disciples were asking, how do we know that your second coming is almost near? And the signs that he gave them, when you read in the book of Matthew chapter 24, is it 24? I'm not, I think in Matthew, he gave them all the signs of his coming. So all these people understand that. Leave alone the politician, even the pastors and those ones who are already in church, if they understand the core reason for us going to church is that one day we might enter the kingdom of God, that one day we might live a holy life with God, then they will set a standard that when the politician come, they will find that in fact it's not fit for them, they're dramas. So to me, I would say that one they know, I think the church needs to go back teaching of the Bible and to understand the reason as to why. It's not like any other shop, someone went and say, I've got my church, I'll do things according to how I want. No, there are things people ask to understand. We have to follow it up from the day when God created human being, and then the fall of man, all the way Abraham, the way God has been trying to, bring back the relationship with the human being despite the fall of man. Even in Sodom and Gomorrah, all those has come to what the Lord wants us to do. A lot of Bible, when you read this verse, it will take you to another verse and it will explain to you how the Lord wants us. So to cut it short, I would say, to me, the church needs really to actually understand the core or the primary reason for salvation. It's not all the VIP entry to church. It's not all to be Christian, but it has a meaning in our salvation. It has a meaning in our living salvation. All right, thank you very much. I think I might end there for now.
Okay. Thank you, Sam. That's elaborate and clear enough. Ashley, and then Susan as we close.
Hello again.
Yes.
So I've given a lot of submissions, so I think today is the most I have. Okay, so what I am going to say now, I'm reading somewhere, says pastors will be held accountable for the sheep. So Hebrews 13:17 says, obey those who rule over you and be submissive, for they watch out for your souls. So those who must give an account, So I know someone was saying that the pastor should just let anyone who wants to speak, the politicians, to just come and speak. But he has to watch over the souls of his members of the church, and he will give an account. So we should be submissive to them. If he doesn't want someone to speak, they have a reason why they don't want that person to speak. We should trust them and give them our full submission and trust that they're making a good decisions. But then we ask our pastors, should they participate in politics? From my view, our pastors must be extremely careful as they conduct themselves in their positions as leaders in the body of Christ. These leaders are held to a higher standard than members of the community and even their church members. As such, their life must portray the Christ-like life and be above reproach. That doesn't mean that they cannot participate in politics or criticize government policies. It does, however, mean that they should be careful how they do it. But they can participate in politics outside of their church in their own personal capacity. So I had 4 things or 5 things that I think as a Christian, how you can participate in politics, because it doesn't mean that we as Christians should not participate in politics. So the intent is not to isolate faith from politics, but rather to put each in its proper place. So as a Christian, I believe we should talk about issues, but not personalities, and choose a leader who applies scripture to those issues. We should not attack an individual, even though we may be tempted because everybody else around us is doing it. We are called to a higher standard. And it also tells us that we should love all and serve all. And in Matthew 5:47, 46 and 47, it says, if you love those who love you, what reward will you get? Don't even the tax collector do the same? And the NIV version says in 47, and if you only greet and if you greet only your own people, what are you doing more than others? Don't even the pagan do that? 48 continues to say, be perfect, therefore, as your heavenly Father is perfect. So as a Christian, we have a challenge. We have a challenge because we are called to a higher standing, and we remember that in our actions, as we interact with the world, we are speaking and we are selling Christ. So are we selling Christ, or are we denying him and crucifying him more as we participate in politics? Are we leading people away from Christ by our participation, or are we drawing them closer to Jesus? So let us think about those things, and let us teach in our actions. Let us preach in our actions. Let us confess in our actions, in our words and deeds, that we profess the Christ that we speak with our mouth. Now, last but not least, let us absorb. I hope our viewers will absorb what is useful, discard what is not, and add to it to what is uniquely yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Something from Susan as we close.
Mimi tu ningesema tu hivi, mbona kanisa za Kenya tusifanye kama hizi za Europe? Tuseme hakuna politics kwa kanisa kabisa kabisa. Catholic wako nini ya kwanza, ukipeleka kama ni sadaka, wanataka kujua hii sadaka imetoka wapi, si kuchukua tu pesa kwa sababu mnachukua ziende zijenge kanisa. Kuna children's home, the politicians sasa waanze kupeleka children's home kulisha watoto kwa street. Maneno ya kanisa na politician, mimi hiyo sina mengi ya kusema, hivyo tu. Yeah.
And wacha niongeze hiyo maneno ya Susan. In America, ukipeleka cash, pesa zako cash up to a certain extent, you have to put it in a check. It has to come from a bank, and you cannot just go and put money in the bank. They have to follow it up. It's called the Terrorism Act, Patriotic Act, or something like that. So some of these things are registrative. So they have to go back to government, because even some of the churches want to bring politics to church, but because they are tax exempt, they are not allowed. It's against the law for them to discuss, to be partisan. So I think even if Kenya doesn't have that, if the church is tax exempt, it cannot politicize. It cannot politicize a certain person, because then they would be breaking the law. Some of these things have to be registered, and I hope if we haven't done that, we are heading there.
Okay, thank you. Sam, you wanted to say something?
Oh yeah, there's a point I really wanted to say, but but what I was just trying to say is, with our Kenyan pastors, if the issue of opening, I'm not saying all of them knew Obaya, but I'm very sure if that program comes in, I don't think that we all that. I think there must be, if there was actually a scrutiny to scrutinize people who qualify to be pastors, it would be very good, because anybody can go in the name of a pastor. How many things we've seen in media saying a pastor was found doing this, was doing this. So we've seen so many scandals with the pastor, until even, they don't have that audacity to come out and, and do things rightly. So I would say, if we had that actually to scrutinize the pastors and make sure that actually they're doing the right thing, that would be good. But now, again, who is that overseeing them? Because it is them to oversee, not the other way. So it's really hard actually to get that point, because they're the one actually supposed to be leading. So it's really hard, Everyone is just coming in the name of pastoring. Like, I remember there was one event that actually shocked me, and I would say that pastor was one in a few cases that I've seen. There was one day, I come from Kitale. There was one day this guy called Dr. Noe Kesa, the guy called Makalanganga. This guy came to one of the churches, local church, and he came and he was accompanied by the area chief and the government officials. And when he get to the church, this pastor, I would not say that like he was someone big known in the area, but he just told him, oh, now thank you very much, Moshimio, for coming. Here we preach Jesus. Here we pray for people. I hope and I welcome you much that we might pray for you, that, and then straightforward. And he told him, now you can lift up your hands. And if you feel like you can kneel down, and these government officials were looking at him, and he was not given even a chance to talk. They say, oh, we pray for you. If you're aspiring to become this one, we pray for you. If you're the one chosen by God, then so be it. If you're not the one chosen by God, then it's only God who chooses the leader. And that was it. And he went. And after that, there was a lot of criticism. Hey, we are pastor Nimkali, hata hawezi heshimu kiongozi, all those things. But he stood the right, you do it the right, that is the right way. If it is you, don't lie to them, don't sugarcoat to them that when you so and so. Say, if you're the one who's meant to be, we don't know the mind of God, but we pray that if it is you, let's just pray. Ours is just to pray, but the answer comes from God. If you tell them that, you won't be lying to them. It is right, it is that, it is what it is. So thank you very much, Bernard, for now.
Oh, I want to say something. If you tell them that, some people are worried that they will not get the money, this money that these politicians are bringing to church. So I do hope that in the next parliament, they will be able to enact laws. And if they can't, even as people, we can mobilize each other to do an initiative, like the one which was done recently, but now by the people, where we require there be a law where the church has to account for money, maybe more than 10,000, so that it can be recorded and know its source, so that when the church is not held by their greed to succumb or to bend to the politicians, then they can be able to refuse to do for them those things that you just spoke about. But as long as they are expecting to get that money, it will be hard for them to take those stands that we are talking about.
That's a subject for another day. And also
excuse Bernard, I want to ask you something. Is it true that in Rwanda, kwa sababu wewe ni pastor labda unajua, is it true that in Rwanda, president wa Rwanda alifunga kanisa zote bandia? Zile
sio bandia, but he closed over 1,000 churches.
Yeah, but why in Kenya we cannot do like that? Why?
It is possible, but you know, church in Kenya is it's very complicated in the government interfering with worship, because worship is a matter of faith. And then freedom of worship has an umbrella covering whereby the government would not want to interfere, because there was a time when Kibaki government was on and they came up with the issue of taxing the churches. And the pastors came together and said, there's no problem. We are ready to be taxed on one condition. You employ all the pastors, let the pastors be receiving salary from government, then you'll be collecting the money from us. Kibaki saw the number of churches, the number of pastors, he said, leave them alone.
Yeah, but the time this president of Rwanda alifunga, he was not being criticized. Why in Kenya always?
The problem?
Rwanda and Kenya is
different.
miles apart in terms of political space.
I think in Kenya, what would help is having a law where if you break it's instead of, because it would be, you know, in Kenya, they can even close churches that are legitimate because they don't like them. So I think a law that applies to everybody is better, where you can say you have broken this law, especially that one of money, that one of partisan politics, that can be a law that can be applied by all instead of closing churches. I see the closing of churches can be very subjective.
There is an elaborate plan in the pipeline that is being executed that is meant to clear all these excesses in the church. It's being executed by the government, but gradually, because if it is done suddenly, it will not be able to be managed. So it's not that the government is doing nothing. They have come up with a program that maybe in the next 5 or 10 years, it will be able to weed out all these excesses, and without them being taken as if they want to directly interfere with people's faith. That having been said, the situation is not as bad as we are making it look, but it is important that we stamp the authority. So I'm very happy that the ACK bishop has come out clear, and the Catholic bishop also. Let us now dive into the same and begin to do what is right. The rest of the people want to play ball as far as politics is concerned. They are free to, but it has consequences. We have had examples in the past. How many bishops have declared political interest and fizzled out of their service provision in terms of being pastor? We have had enough examples. So anybody who wants to play ball as far as politics is concerned, there are consequences of the same. And you don't, we should not encourage it. We have a responsibility for the future generations. We need to give the right examples, and God needs to be kind of secured in the hearts of the young people. And they, like right now, some of us came to know God while we were in school, through the Christian Union and all that thing. Those kind of services are no longer taking place, since we introduced this business of, if I come to minister, I should be given an envelope, I should be settled, this honorarium has to be this. So the students don't have the money to give us. So we ran away from schools, and we went now to go church to church, conference after conference. And so the school is what is generating this lawlessness and messing up the society. I think we need to get back to focusing on the Great Commission and go back to educating people, discipling people. I remember the people who followed us up in high school, we were not giving them anything, but they were devoted. They were there to check us. We got born again. Did you pray today? Next week we'll be fasting. They followed us up until we stood in the right way. We need to get back to that place where we are serving God for free and we are happy at it. Not this cash and carry. Cash and carry has to cease, and the money-driven church has to be brought back on the right course. So before we close, let us shout out some of our viewers. I was accused that I'm not announcing who is viewing, and it's like we have people who are devoted to run this show from the backyard. But that is still your political right. You're free to express yourself. There is Henry Kagutu. Thank you so much for joining us. Judy Mudhoni, asante sana kwa kujumuika na sisi. Chisombe Shamala, thank you so much for watching. Rogers Raf, we have Jaloka Jaluo. Hey. Nikiharibu jina lako unisamehe tu mapema. John Wachori, thank you so much for joining us and being a participant in this particular show. Langat Gilbert, thank you. We really appreciate all of you for making time to continue watching and sharing. Robert Malay, this is our devoted followers so much. Thank you. We appreciate you. Deno Muras, tunakushukuru sana. Warari Tony, asante sana kwa kuendelea kutazama na kushiriki katika Mtembei TV. Naamini unabarikiwa. Kuna Blessed 254, thank you so much. There is Variety Gitash, Mungu akubariki sana. There's Grace, Grace who? Your name is disappearing. Is a Grace somebody, thank you so much. Kate Kibet, tunawashukuru sana sana sana. Tuendelee kushirikisha kila mmoja. It is our civil responsibility to shape the future of this country by contributing on the direction the country takes. There is Harrison Kajagulu, Mungu akubariki sana. This is Patrick Mushiri, asante sana. Wewe ni mmoja wetu mwaminifu sana. Asil 2 TV, Mungu akubariki sana. Tuendelee kushiriki pamoja na Mungu atatubariki. Bakali Ali, I think that should be the last mention. Mungu abariki sana. We're going to pray and close the show. We'll inform you when the show will be back again. But let's keep sharing this with everybody. It is important that what we are saying here gets to everybody's ear, so that nobody will say, I did not know or I did not hear. But more than that, we have a country called Kenya that we must embrace, value, and protect at every cost. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we appreciate you today. Thank you for the privilege to go on air and be able to communicate your wisdom and your understanding on matters church and politics. We ask that your wisdom will forever govern this country. Your way shall be the way of this country. Your direction shall be the direction for this country. Continually, O God, fill our leaders with your wisdom. Let everything at all levels play according to your eternally established path. That what you had in mind from the beginning concerning the nation of Kenya, let it be the one that comes to pass. Lord, we pray in the name of Jesus that you remove us from the wrong path, put us on the right path, and help us to have the courage to walk on the same. We thank you for the ministers of God, the pastors, the bishops, the leaders, the apostles, the prophets all over the world that are in this particular service. May you continually help them, enrich them, and give them the courage to stand on the right side of history and on the truth that you have endowed in them to communicate to their generation. Lord, we pray in the name of Jesus that the church that you will build, The Bible says the gates of hell shall not prevail. Continually stand strong, O God, and defend your values in our society. Let not our generation go to the dogs. You alone, you are our Savior and Deliverer. Be exalted and be magnified. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
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 Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Let's keep sharing. Sam, you are saying something?
No, do you having a show today, or maybe you'll communicate later on the group?
We'll communicate later. It depends on what comes up, but we are playing out with a different program. There is a show on Wednesday for specific group, youth empowerment, hosted by Wekesa. So watch out for the same. The others are eventualities of political maneuvers that take place.
So there's no specific days for specific shows. Like
we have
apart
continued.
from...
The Mtembei TV is on full time in terms of we do different shows at the same time. Others are what are they called? Restreaming, restreaming recorded shows what was said here and there. But the live show, we decide in the WhatsApp group. You're in the WhatsApp group?
Yes.
Yeah, in the WhatsApp group is where we decide tunaenda sasa kuongea. But as at now, we will not definitely tell you that we will come at this particular time for this.
Namwambia
Otherwise, nawashukuru sana, Mungu awabariki.
Sawa.